Childhood sweethearts are too bad, pure love classmates are true love. Zhaoyang was a lifetime nice guy, and after finally marrying his second-hand childhood sweetheart, she cheated on him. And none of the 3 kids are his. With countless resentments, Zhaoyang returns to the age of 18 and decides never to be a nice guy again. He will devote all his energy to those who love him. After cutting ties with his childhood sweetheart, she panics. Zhaoyang, why aren't you replying to my messages? Zhaoyang, I agreed to be your girlfriend, okay. Zhaoyang. Zhaoyang's face turns cold as he points at his innocent deskmate. Stop bothering me. My innocent deskmate is my true love. Chapter 1, Wife cheats, 3 kids aren't his, rebirth. Zhaoyang, he's just spending time with a client. Is it really necessary to make this so ugly? Why don't you think about our 3 children? Late at night, outside room 888 at the Intercontinental Hotel, Zhaoyang looked at the woman in a bathrobe in front of him, clenching his fists. The woman who had cheated on him was his wife of 8 years, Yang Huiru. They had been childhood sweethearts, but their relationship was nothing like the sweet love stories in dramas or novels. For Zhaoyang, it was a painful memory. He had chased after Yang Huiru for 6 years from high school to university, doing all sorts of humble things to please her. He would run through the city in the pouring rain to buy medicine for her when she had a cold. He would deliver breakfast to her every day, right on time, under her dorm building. He would always be the first to comfort her when she was upset, preparing gifts to make her smile. But in return, he got this. Zhaoyang, I know you care about me, and I know you really like me, but I think we're great as friends. Once we finish university, I'll consider being with you. Zhaoyang, we're only in our first year of college. Don't you think I should focus on my studies and not fall behind right away? I'll consider being with you in our second year. Are you annoying? I really don't want to date right now. I'm about to enter my 3rd year, and there's so much to do in the student council. Let us talk about this later. In the 2nd semester of their 3rd year, Yang Huiru suddenly appeared, hand in hand with a well-known rich 2nd-generation student from their school. She smiled brightly, her beauty dazzling. Zhaoyang never expected his efforts would end like this. He had lost, completely, and without dignity. After graduation, Yang Huiru married the rich 2nd-generation man, and Zhaoyang faded out of her life. Less than a year into the marriage, her husband had an affair, and because of his power and wealth, she was left with nothing. Later, Yang Huiru found Zhaoyang in tears, wanting to reconcile. Yes, Zhaoyang became that spare tire after the internet became popular. He had considered rejecting her apology, but when he saw the girl he once liked crying uncontrollably, he couldn't bring himself to be cruel. He married her under the pressure of his parents, and though life after marriage wasn't what he had expected, it was still somewhat happy. Over the 8 years of marriage, they had 3 children, and his career was going well. He was now the project team leader in a tech company, managing 7 or 8 people. He was mostly content with his life, except for the fact that the kids didn't look much like him. But just half a month ago, a friend told him his children looked strikingly like the CEO of his company. At first, Zhaoyang didn't believe it, but his friend presented him with a pile of evidence proving that Yang Huiru had cheated on him. When he saw his wife with another man, hugging and embracing him, Zhaoyang didn't explode in anger. Instead, he silently followed her for a few days. Soon, the truth was undeniable. Yang Huiru had indeed cheated, and not just once. Even more absurd, none of the 3 children were his biological kids. He had been raising someone else's children for 8 years. He became the laughingstock of the world. You still have the face to talk to me about the children? Zhaoyang held the paternity tests of all 3 children and slapped them onto Yang Huiru's face. Do you have anything to say? Zhaoyang felt like his head was going to explode. He never wanted to see this vicious woman again. Don't say anything. We'll meet in court in a few days. With that, he turned and walked away. Behind him, Yang Huiru continued shouting, is blood relation really that important? Adopted children are just as close, aren't they? Zhaoyang, you really are a piece of trash. Zhaoyang automatically blocked out her voice. Outside the hotel, the cold winds of Jiangcheng sliced through his body, but he didn't feel cold. At that moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of Yang Huiru. He couldn't understand how he had been so foolish, so blind, not realizing what kind of person she really was. She had deceived him for 8 years. The children weren't his, and now he had lost everything: his family, his dignity, his life ruined by this woman. He regretted not listening to his parents and marrying her. But what was the use of regret? After all, he couldn't turn back time. Life had become a mess, but it still had to go on. He dragged his exhausted body, slowly heading toward his place. As for future plans, he didn't know. Because he never imagined the outcome would turn out like this. When he reached an intersection, a spinning feeling overwhelmed him. The next moment, he completely lost consciousness. Why are there tears in the corner of my eye? In a room plastered with posters of tangled love, Zhaoyang's body lay beside the bed. He wiped his eyes and gently shook his head. His mind cleared, but then thoughts of the 8 years with Yang Huiru and raising 3 children that weren't his flooded back. His head throbbed. As he stood up, he suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was both familiar and unfamiliar. What was familiar was that this room seemed to be his bedroom from high school. What was unfamiliar was that this room should have been demolished during the 2013 redevelopment of the old neighborhood. What is this? A thought quickly flashed in his mind. Zhaoyang rushed to the desk, looked into the mirror. The young man in the mirror, dressed in a school uniform, with bangs, bright white teeth, looking fresh, handsome, and clean. Zhaoyang smiled, his smile radiant, because he was looking at his high school self. After slapping himself, he smiled even wider because it seemed like he had been reborn. He opened his phone, lying beside the bed, and the date on the screen caught his eye. May 3, 2012, the age he was when he was in his 3rd year of high school. At that moment, Zhaoyang realized why he had collapsed beside the bed. During the May Day holiday, he had made a grand confession to Yang Huiru, but the result was predictable: he was ruthlessly rejected. He could still clearly recall her words of rejection. Zhaoyang, I know you're good to me and really like me, but I think we're great as friends. Once we finish university, I'll think about being with you. After the rejection, Yang Huiru went on a spring outing with another guy. If he wasn't mistaken, he had drunk himself into a stupor last night, which explained why he had collapsed beside the bed. Zhaoyang gave a dry laugh. Damn, he had cried so hard over such a trivial thing in his past life. What was I even thinking back then? Now, he almost wanted to slap himself. But he carefully examined the phone, thinking about why he had been reborn. Could it be that the heavens were compensating him for the terrible life he had in his past? Since he was reborn, he swore he wouldn't make the same ridiculous mistakes as before. This time, he vowed never to be a nice guy again. At 18, the prime of youth, he should focus on himself and those who truly loved him. Moreover, Zhaoyang believed he was an outstanding person. He was 1.82 meters tall, had a six-pack, could cook and clean, and while his grades weren't perfect, getting into a second-tier university was no problem. Wait. At that moment, Zhaoyang suddenly realized something. He had already been out of high school for 12 years, and the college entrance exams were only a month away. He should be able to get into university, right? Zhaoyang made a firm decision in his heart. He would study hard, no matter what, and get into a university. Even a third tier one would do. After all, being a university student was the way to go. As he was lost in his thoughts, his phone suddenly vibrated. Zhaoyang checked the screen. It was his best friend, Shen Qianxing. Shen Qianxing, the same age as him, 165 centimeters tall, 200 pounds, a slightly chubby guy. It was said that when Shen Qianxing's mother was about to give birth to him, she was working in the fields and accidentally gave birth to him right there. His parents then named him Qianxing. Since his surname was Shen, he got this special name. In his past life, it was Shen Qianxing who exposed Yang Huiru's affair. This was the only good brother he had, the one he had grown up with in split pants. Zhaoyang smiled faintly and answered the call. On the other end, Shen Qianxing's anxious voice came through. Yang Ji, are you okay? Chapter 2, Why not use the tool person when you have one tilde? I'll tell you, Yang Huizhu rejecting your confession is her loss, and I actually think she has a point. There's just over a month until the college entrance exam. Brother Yang, if it doesn't work out, you can try again in university. We're not in a rush, right? Hearing Shen Qianxing's comforting voice, Zhaoyang shrugged and smiled. In his past life, this good friend had comforted him in the same way, and he quickly understood. He decided to continue pursuing Yang Huizhu in university and maintain their friendship. But now that he was reborn, he swore he would never actively seek out Yang Huizhu again. I'm fine. It's no big deal. After waking up, I feel completely relaxed. Upon hearing Zhaoyang's voice, Shen Qianxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. You scared me. Glad you're okay. I made plans with Zhao Qiang to go to an internet cafe to play CF. He stole some money from his dad and bought a year's worth of VIP, and I heard he got a golden M249. Wanna join us? No thanks. You go ahead. I've got something to do. See you tomorrow. Alright, CYA. Shen Qianxing knew Zhaoyang wasn't into gaming, so he didn't ask any more questions and quickly hung up the phone. Just as he placed his phone on the bed, it vibrated twice. The QQ icon in the top left corner started flashing. Zhaoyang didn't use a functional phone much anymore, but he still opened QQ. A user with a pink little bunny avatar sent a message. The username was Yang Baobao. Zhaoyang felt embarrassed enough to dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the floor with his toes. He had actually saved Yang Huizhu as Yang Baobao. Moreover, she was even pinned and specially marked as important. He clicked on the message and saw that Yang Huizhu had sent 2 messages. Zhaoyang, I'm at Xiaomai River with Chen Hao, just finished eating. The coal is really hot. Could you come help us clean up? Thank you. Zhaoyang remembered this moment from his past life when he had eagerly rushed over and then burned himself on the coal while cleaning the grill. Back then, not only did he receive no sympathy, but Yang Huizhu had even mocked him, saying that if she had known, she wouldn't have called him since he was too clumsy to handle such a small task. This time, he wouldn't be so stupid. He directly ignored the message. Since he was reborn, he decided to go get a haircut and start over. Meanwhile, at Xiaomai River Park, Yang Huizhu was waiting with her best friend, Sai Miao, and Chen Hao for Zhaoyang to arrive. They all knew that as soon as Yang Huizhu sent a message to Zhaoyang, he would reply immediately, and upon seeing it, Zhaoyang would rush over. But after 10 minutes had passed and there was still no response, Yang Huizhu felt a bit disappointed. Why hasn't he replied yet? Having been constantly surrounded by Zhaoyang, Yang Huizhu had become so accustomed to his presence. Seeing him online but not replying made her feel uncomfortable. At this moment, Sai Miao suddenly had an idea. Ruyu, yesterday, Zhaoyang confessed to you, and you rejected him. Do you think he might be angry about it? Chen Hao added, how could he be angry? Zhaoyang has confessed to Ruyu more than once. Maybe he didn't see the message, but once he does, he'll probably rush over right away. That's true. Ruyu, I envy you. Zhaoyang chasing you is something I'm really jealous of. None of them had any intention of cleaning up the grill. If you have a tool person, why not make use of it? Another 10 minutes passed, and Zhaoyang still hadn't replied. At this point, Yang Huizhu was getting a little angry. She clenched her small, pink fist, her expression displeased, trying to reason with herself. Zhaoyang might not have seen the message yet. Let us just clean it up ourselves. Ruyu, the grill is really heavy, and the coal inside is still burning hot. We should probably wait for Zhaoyang to come. At 2:30 p.m. Handsome guy, are you happy with your haircut? At famous barber shop, Tony the stylist removed the cape from Zhaoyang and looked at his reflection in the mirror. Damn, he looked like a complete stud. After being reborn, Zhaoyang noticed many changes in himself. For instance, his eyes, which used to be 400 degrees nearsighted, were no longer myopic. His skin had become incredibly smooth, and when he was 18, he had many acne scars, but now his skin was flawless, fair, and delicate. Most importantly, his memories from when he was 18 were gradually becoming clearer, such as the knowledge he had learned in high school, which was now resurfacing in his mind. Could this be a perk of being reborn? Zhaoyang was amazed. He had been worried about his grades and whether he could get into a university. But now, it seemed like if he put in the effort during the last month, he might even be able to get into a top-tier school. He just needed that ding. Of course, just being reborn made him feel incredibly lucky. Yes, I'm very satisfied. Zhaoyang smiled and nodded. Since he was already handsome, the new hairstyle made him look like the lead actor in a drama, nearly too handsome to handle. He could say that everyone would love him, men and women, flowers and cars all would explode. Even Tony the stylist couldn't stop praising him, saying he had never seen such a handsome young man before. I'm glad you like it. You're welcome to come again. No problem, Tony. How much for the haircut this time? Just give me 6 yuan. All right. After paying, Zhaoyang quickly left the barbershop, unlocked his bike, and prepared to head home. His parents were people who really knew how to enjoy life, and during the May Day holiday, they had gone on a trip to a nearby city. They were probably coming back soon. In his past life, Zhaoyang felt that he owed his parents a lot. This time, he planned to make it up to them and never make them angry again. He hummed the song Sunny Day by Jay Chou as he rode his bike, feeling the May breeze. The sun was perfect, and the wind was just right. I'm so mad. What's Zhaoyang doing? He still hasn't replied to my message after all this time. On Happy Street, Yang Huizhu and Tsai Miemiao were each holding one end of the grill, struggling to walk forward. Such a scene was rare, as both girls were wearing particularly beautiful dresses. Especially Yang Huizhu. Her black, shiny hair cascaded down like a waterfall, with a pair of willow-shaped brows framing her clear, sky-blue eyes, making her look radiant and graceful under the sunlight like a princess. However, the downside was that her hands were now stained black from the grill, and her fingers were red from the strain. Tsai Miemiao, hearing Yang Huizhu's complaints, pouted, and Chen Hao is so unreliable. He said he had family matters to take care of, but he just didn't want to help us carry the grill. He's avoiding us. Yang Huizhu sighed and thought, if Zhaoyang were here, he would definitely lend a hand and help them carry the grill. Just then, Tsai Miemiao suddenly spotted Zhaoyang riding his bike from a distance. Seeing Zhaoyang, Tsai Miemiao lit up with excitement. Ruyu, look! It's Zhaoyang, he's coming. Yang Huizhu followed Tsai Miemiao's gaze and indeed saw Zhaoyang. Today, Zhaoyang seemed a bit different from usual. Was he even more handsome than before? Or was it just her imagination? Zhaoyang! Tsai Miemiao called out to him. Zhaoyang turned towards the voice and saw Tsai Miemiao and Yang Huizhu. He froze for a moment. For some reason, seeing Yang Huizhu looking so disheveled actually made him feel quite pleased. Out of humanitarian spirit, Zhaoyang didn't just leave but slowly rode over to Tsai Miemiao, giving a faint smile. Oh, it's you too. What are you up to? We went for barbecue, Tsai Miemiao answered. Zhaoyang nodded. Oh, barbecue. How's the taste? Is it good? It's fine, but this grill is too heavy. We're just two girls, so. She didn't dare directly ask Zhaoyang for help, thinking that since he liked Yang Huizhu, it was Yang Huizhu who should ask him for help. Yang Huizhu, looking a little pitiful, added, Zhaoyang, this grill is so heavy. My hands hurt from carrying it. Zhaoyang nodded, it's pretty heavy. Be careful while carrying it. Keep it up. Also, my parents are calling me for dinner, so I'm heading home now. See you. With that, Zhaoyang rode off quickly on his bike. Chapter 3, My Deskmate. Zhaoyang, are you sick? Roru, he. Tsai Miemiao's eyes were dull, and she looked at the background with a confused look on her face as the sun set in the distance. In the past, Zhaoyang would take the initiative to help without them asking, but why is it like this today? At this moment, Yang Huiru didn't understand why Zhaoyang was like this. Could it be true, as Tsai Miemiao said, that Zhaoyang was angry because she rejected his confession? But, dating now will really affect your grades, and she also said that when she goes to college, she will consider being with him first. She didn't say it was impossible for the two of them to be together, so is she angry about this? At the same time, Zhaoyang, who was riding a bicycle, rolled his eyes. Damn it, you didn't call me when you were barbecuing, and now you want me to help you move things. What kind of big dream are you having? After returning home, just as Zhaoyang expected, his parents had returned from their trip. At this moment, his mother, Ms. Zhang Jiru, was preparing dog food. He has a corgi at home named Wang Cai. His father Zhaoyang was sitting on the sofa with his feet tapped, watching the movie The Revolution of 1911 on TV. Mom, I'm back. Zhaoyang shouted, and at the same time, the short-legged corgi at home came to Zhaoyang with its tongue hanging out. In the past, when he came home from school every day, the first person to greet him was his family's Wang Cai. After 2.5 days of traveling, the parents were in a good mood and missed their son very much. Zhang Jiru looked at Zhaoyang and asked, Hey? Son, did you go get a haircut? How about it, isn't it handsome? Zhaoyang said with a smile. Zhang Jiru rolled her eyes when she heard it. No matter how good looking you are, it's not the genes your father and I gave you. Let me ask you, have you finished your homework for the May Day holiday? Have you reviewed all the wrong questions on the previous test papers? The college entrance examination is coming up, and it is impossible for his parents not to care about his grades. Zhaoyang smiled and scratched his head. Don't worry, Mom, I have finished it, and I will definitely get into a key university. I'll be so lucky if you can get into a third-tier university. I bought 2 pounds of spare ribs when I came back just now. How about I stew them for you tonight? Hearing this, Zhaoyang suddenly wanted to let his parents taste his cooking. After marrying Yang Huiru in his previous life, he developed excellent cooking skills. Now, his mother usually cooks at home, which is very hard work, so Zhaoyang plans to cook by himself to reward his parents. Mom, why don't I cook tonight? You do it. Zhang Jiru looked suspicious when she heard that, because Zhaoyang was usually very lazy. At the age of 18, he could only cook instant noodles. Did he have a fever today that he actually took the initiative to ask to cook? Okay, stop causing trouble for me and go back to your room to review your lessons. Mom, I'm serious. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm telling you the truth. I'm actually a great chef, good enough to conquer your and my dad's taste buds. Go back to your room and study. After a long period of coaxing, Zhang Jiru finally agreed to let Zhaoyang cook, but on the condition that he had to review his homework well throughout the afternoon. Zhaoyang readily agreed. In his previous life, in order to get into Yang Huiru's target school, he studied very hard and even exceeded the second-tier line by several tens of points. Finally, I got into the same school as Yang Huiru as I wished. Sometimes, love really can be transformed into countless motivations. Since it was possible in the previous life, there must be no problem in this life as well. As he flipped through the review materials, he found that every word he saw was deeply imprinted in his mind. His memory has really increased several times. Zhaoyang was particularly excited. If that were the case, he felt he could score 600 or 700 points. Soon, he was swimming in the ocean of knowledge. In the evening, the meal Zhaoyang cooked shocked his parents. His performance refreshed their perception of him. Because he had classes the next day, he took a shower and went to bed early. Bang, bang, bang. Zhaoyang, I just praised you last night, and you're playing late for me today, right? The bedroom door was kicked open by my mother. Seeing Zhaoyang still sleeping soundly, Zhang Jiru went up to him, lifted his ear, and pointed at the alarm clock. You have morning reading at 7:20, and it's already 7:30. What, are you planning to skip class? Zhaoyang's head shook when he heard his mother release their howl skill. Because Yang Huiru cheated on him, he hasn't had a good night's sleep in the past half month. Now that he was reborn and free from mental stress, he actually overslept. He quickly put on his clothes, apologized to his mother, and without even washing his face, he grabbed the buns on the table and ran out with his school bag on his back. When I arrived at Genoa Middle School by bike, it was already 7:47 in the morning and there were still 3 minutes left before the morning reading session ended. After parking his bicycle, he hurried upstairs. His grade 3-5 class was just at the corner of the stairs. He ran upstairs as fast as he could and then slammed on the brakes. At this moment, at the corner, the head teacher Shui Xiaohua was scolding Shen Qianxing. Shen Qianxing, this is the nth time you've been late. Don't you have an idea of your current grades? Do you know that if you continue to be so careless, you won't even be able to get into a junior college? Tell me, why are you late today? Shui Xiaohua crossed her arms, her face serious. Shen Qianxing scratched his head and looked like he was admitting his mistake. Teacher, you may not believe this, but I dreamed of your lecture last night, and I listened so hard in my dream that I didn't get up today. Blow me again. Shui Xiaohua looked disdainful and said, You went to the internet cafe yesterday, didn't you? Hearing this, Shen Qianxing's pupils shrank and his heart was filled with shock. How did the head teacher know? I didn't. Teacher, did you see it wrong? Shen Qianxing looked panicked. If his head teacher told his parents about this, he would be finished. Zhaoyang, who was standing in the corner, covered his mouth and smiled. He didn't expect that he was seen by his class teacher when he went to the internet cafe. He took a step quietly. Shen Qianxing set his eyes on him, and Zhaoyang quickly stretched out his hand and made a hush gesture. Seeing this, he quickly retracted his gaze and lowered his head. Teacher, I didn't go out at all yesterday. You must have seen it wrong. After all, I have an ordinary face, right? Just as the sun was about to slip in, Shui Xiaohua suddenly said, Zhaoyang, stop right there. Question mark. Zhaoyang was stunned, and even began to doubt whether Shui Xiaohua had eyes on the back of her head. She turned around and said, Zhaoyang, you and Shen Qianxing are indeed good brothers. You are even late together. She glanced at the watch on her wrist and said, we have morning reading at 7:50, and you arrived at 7:49. So, are you here to ring the bell for the end of get out of class? Har har, I feel so. Shen Qianxing laughed, and Shui Xiaohua rolled her eyes at him again. It seems that you are not even a few minutes earlier than Zhaoyang. Just then, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. Shui Xiaohua took a deep breath and looked at the lunchbox in Shen Qianxing's hand. I will communicate with your parents about the internet issue. Okay, go in quickly. Don't be late again. Eat before class. After saying that, she looked at Zhaoyang again, then stood up and left. Shui Xiaohua has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. There is no teacher who doesn't love his or her students, and she is no exception. Fuck, brother Yang, I'm done for. Shui Xiaohua is going to tell my dad about my surfing the internet. He said in a panic, but Zhaoyang was no longer surprised. Your father knows you're online. At most you'll get hit by the 7 wolves twice. You have thick skin and it won't hurt. Hiss, that makes sense. Shen Qianxing chuckled, then he realized that Zhaoyang arrived even later than him. That's not right, brother Yang, did you have kidney deficiency from your date with Miss Five Fingers last night? Why are you so late today? Get lost. After kicking Shen Qianxing, Zhaoyang entered the classroom. At the same time, many classmates were shocked when they saw him. Why do I feel Zhaoyang has become more handsome? Yeah, he changed his hairstyle and looks a lot more handsome. Is this still Zhaoyang? Why do I feel like he's a different person? Zhaoyang did not hear the praise from his classmates. At the same time, he ignored Yang Huiru's existence and sat directly in his seat. Looking at the familiar classroom and the faces of my classmates, I have to say that student days are really wonderful. Just when he was lost in thought, a soft voice suddenly came to his ears. Zhaoyang, are you sick? Chapter 4, How many minutes did you finish such a difficult question? Zhaoyang turned his head and saw a thin girl wearing a washed and faded school uniform with bangs covering her eyes. This is his deskmate, Ning Wan. The moment he saw her, Zhaoyang fell into memories. Ning Wan, an orphan. When she was 2 years old, she was abducted by human traffickers and taken to Jiangcheng. She was later rescued by a kind-hearted person and sent to the Public Security Bureau. However, because she was too young at the time, she could not provide any clues about her parents, and coupled with underdeveloped technology, her biological parents have never been found. The police had no choice but to send him to a nearby orphanage. The orphanage is financially strapped and cannot provide the children with good living conditions, which is why she is so thin. Zhaoyang and Ning Wan first met in the winter when they were 8 years old. After school that day, the honest and well-behaved Ning Wan had her snacks, which were given as a school reward, snatched away by other classmates. She stood at the school gate and cried loudly. It was he who stepped forward and snatched the snacks back. Seeing Ning Wan crying very sadly, he opened his school bag and shared his snacks with her. Then he took her to play hopscotch and swing, and the two of them even made 2 snowmen, one big and one small. Zhaoyang pointed at the snowman and said that the big snowman was him and the small snowman was Ning Wan. He would be like these 2 snowmen, always standing behind her and protecting the weak. Because of this incident, Ning Wan remembered Zhaoyang firmly. However, due to some changes, he left the primary school and never saw Ning Wan again. Even at that time, I didn't even know her name. This matter was gradually forgotten in his mind. Later I learned about this 2 years after he graduated from college, on the day he married Yang Huiru. He received a letter from Ning Wan, in which she confessed everything to him, saying that she had been looking for the boy who had helped her that year, but when she found him, she did not dare to mention it. I was afraid that it would affect his academic performance and that it would cause conflicts between him and Yang Huiru. In the letter, she expressed her love for him over the years, but unfortunately, they were not blessed by God and eventually became strangers. At the end of the letter, Ning Wan gave him her deepest blessings and said that she was going to a very far place to start a new life. Since then, she has never appeared again. When thinking about this, Zhaoyang felt a little emotional. It turned out that there had always been a girl who loved him deeply, and it turned out that he had also been someone else's white moonlight. When his thoughts returned to reality, Zhaoyang felt deeply moved and thought it was great to be reborn. Seeing Ning Wan still looking at him with some worry, he gently placed his hand on her head. "My little deskmate, I'm fine. I went to bed late last night and overslept today." "That's good." Zhaoyang's touch on the head made her a little overwhelmed. She lowered her head silently. Zhaoyang could see that she seemed to be hesitant to talk, as if she wanted to confess to him what happened that year. "My dear classmate, do you have anything to say to me?" No. She shook her head slightly, feeling that speaking out about this matter would not improve their relationship, and might even affect Zhaoyang's grades. So Ning Wan didn't say it in the end. Zhaoyang, looking at the timid Ning Wan, smiled. For him, losing Ning Wan was also a regret. He could feel Ning Wan's feelings when she learned about his marriage, just like in his previous life, when he learned that Yang Huiru was marrying a rich second-generation man, and he felt heartbroken. Now that he was reborn, he felt it necessary to make up for this regret. Because of her original family background, he felt that Ning Wan was perfectly suitable to be his wife. But it's too early to talk about this now. Zhaoyang feels that they can get in touch with her and slowly change Ning Wan's somewhat unconfident personality. Such a naive girl will definitely be cheated when she enters society in the future. Time passed quickly, and the preparatory bell rang after 10 minutes, but the class was still very noisy. As long as the teacher didn't come, the class would not be quiet. A moment later, the head teacher Zhaoyang entered the classroom. She was smiling just now in the corridor, but the moment she walked in, her brows turned into a frown, with a ferocious look. Bang, bang, bang. She knocked on the door with a book and then shouted, "Speak up, I heard you talking in the office just now. Go out and listen. Which class in the corridor is as chaotic as ours? Don't you know how many days are left before the college entrance examination? Can talking improve your grades? Let me tell you, if one of you talks for 1 minute, you waste 1 minute. If 40 people talk for 1 minute, you waste an entire class." Hearing the teacher's classic oral talk, Zhaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mainly because these words are so damn familiar. "Why are you looking at me? Is there anything written on my face? Read your book or test paper." The first class started, but Zhaoyang was distracted during the class. Since he was reborn, the first thing he had to do was to study hard, and the second thing was to make money. It is not difficult for him to make money. After all, he has a grasp of the future market trend. House prices are rising sharply, and the internet, e-commerce, and short videos are developing rapidly. These are all huge opportunities. As long as he has sufficient funds, he believes that he can achieve success. At this time, swoosh! A piece of chalk shot towards him. It fell right on Zhaoyang's head. "Zhaoyang, where was I just talking about?" Zhaoyang looked at him angrily. At the same time, Zhaoyang's deskmate Ning Wan quickly pushed her test paper next to him and pointed to one of the questions. Seeing her appearance, Zhaoyang felt warm in his heart. Yang Huiru and Ning Wan were completely different in their treatment of him. "I will definitely not let you down in this life." Having made up his mind, Zhaoyang said, "Teacher, you are talking about question 22. Well, can you do this question?" "Certainly." Zhaoyang nodded confidently. Zhaoyang pushed the glasses on her nose, a little surprised. She clearly remembered that she didn't even write the question about Zhaoyang and just left it blank. "If you say you can do it now, you are definitely bragging. Well, go to the blackboard and do it." At this time, Ning Wan wanted to hand her test paper to Zhaoyang. She knew Zhaoyang couldn't do it, and the correct answers were on her test paper. In fact, she hoped Zhaoyang could copy them on the blackboard. However, Zhaoyang didn't take it at all. He walked towards the podium with his bare hands. Even Zhaoyang was a little confused when she saw it. She couldn't help but ask, "Zhaoyang, I asked you to go to the podium to do the test paper. If you don't even take the test paper, isn't that like going to the battlefield without a gun?" Zhaoyang smiled, "Teacher, your analogy is wrong. What if I say that I have memorized the questions on the test paper?" Zhaoyang was stunned. She had memoized the question. Was it fake? She quickly made way for Zhaoyang. At the same time, Zhaoyang picked up a piece of chalk, broke it, and started writing on the blackboard. He specially wrote the question on the blackboard. Xue Xiaohua looked at the question written by Zhaoyang, word for word, and he really memoized it. Could it be that this kid has been studying hard during these 3-day holidays? After about 4 or 5 minutes, Zhaoyang had written down the correct answer to the question. Xue Xiaohua was stunned when she saw it. Because the correct rate of class 5 for this question is only 20%. She didn't expect that Zhaoyang actually got the question right. Moreover, it took less than 5 minutes. More importantly, there is absolutely no problem with the entire set of solution steps, and they are completely standard answers. At the same time, the students in the audience were also somewhat shocked. Oh my god, what happened? After coming here today, Zhaoyang not only became more handsome. Moreover, he solved such a difficult problem in just a few minutes. Chapter 5. Agree to study in the library with my deskmate on the weekend. The classroom fell into deep silence, and all the students around had expressions of disbelief on their faces. Seeing that Xue Xiaohua was still in a daze, Zhaoyang focused his gaze on her. Teacher Xue, I didn't make any mistakes on this question, did I? Xue Xiaohua came out of her brief surprise after hearing this and said, I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. Can I go back now? Go back, listen carefully in class, and stop daydreaming. Okay, teacher. Zhaoyang grinned slightly, turned around gracefully, and walked down the podium confidently. At this moment, many girls in the class have been struck by his handsome appearance and temperament. The main reason is that Zhaoyang has changed so much today. Not only has he become a handsome guy, but his grades have also improved so much. At this age in high school, everyone likes guys who are handsome and have good grades. At this moment, Zhaoyang is exactly the kind of male god that the girls in the class think of. At the same time, Zhaoyang also felt that the way his classmates looked at him had changed. After sitting down, even his deskmate next to him looked surprised. You actually got this question right. Is there any problem? Zhaoyang looked at Ning Wan with a smile, thinking of how this little girl in her previous life had applied for the same university just for him. At that time, in order to pursue Yang Huiru, he chose the same major as Yang Huiru, so that Ning Wan and he were not assigned to the same campus, and they had almost no intersection throughout the 4 years of college. Nothing. Ning Wan shook her head slightly and looked away. Seeing the boy she liked improve his grades, she was really happy for Zhaoyang. However, she had some worries in her heart. She felt that Zhaoyang studied so hard because of Yang Huiru. Would the two of them be admitted to the same university and get together in the future? If I tell Zhaoyang now what happened back then, it will probably affect his grades, right? Just when Ning Wan was daydreaming, Zhaoyang beside her suddenly asked, My deskmate, which university are you going to apply to? Ning Wan was a little confused by Zhaoyang's words. In fact, Zhaoyang had his reasons for asking this. In her previous life, Ning Wan must have had a school she wanted to go to, but she had no choice just to be with him. He clearly remembered that Ning Wan's college entrance examination score was over 680 points, and she could have easily been admitted to any of the 9, 8, 5, 2 or 10 universities, but she did not. Instead, she chose the ordinary 2-year university that he applied for. In her previous life, it was he who ruined her life. What about you? Ning Wan did not answer his question directly, but asked Zhaoyang in return. His heart tightened when he heard that, looking at this silly girl, who was thinking about him at this time. Zhaoyang did not hide anything and spoke his mind directly. I want to go to the same university as you. Go to the same university with me. Ning Wan was extremely nervous when she heard this. She had already made plans in her mind beforehand. When Zhaoyang filled out his application form, she secretly asked her classmates which school Zhaoyang had chosen. When it's time to fill in the voluntary form, fill in the same form as him. But at this time, he actually said that he wanted to go to the same university with me. Ning Wan's heart was beating fast. Zhaoyang continued, so I have to study hard from now on. In the last month, I will try to get into a top-tier university. After saying that, he turned his head and focused his gaze on Xue Xiaohua, who was lecturing on a topic, listening to the class attentively. Ning Wan secretly looked at Zhaoyang's cheek. She didn't understand why he said he wanted to go to the same university with her. The girl he likes is obviously Yang Wiru. The class continues. Zhaoyang discovered that his brain had become much more useful after his rebirth, especially the knowledge he learned in class, which he could remember clearly. So he performed particularly well in this class and was able to answer all the questions quickly. Shui Xiaohua didn't know what was going on and why Zhaoyang suddenly behaved so well. Before the get out of class ended, she said earnestly, Zhaoyang performed very well in this class. Please learn from him. If you have any questions, you can ask him or come to my office. Alright guys, class is over. Shui Xiaohua left the classroom in her high heels. At this time, Ning Wan was about to ask Zhaoyang a question, but 4 or 5 girls suddenly surrounded her. Zhaoyang, I didn't quite understand the question you did in class just now. Could you explain it to me again? Zhaoyang, how do I answer the 9th multiple choice question? Can you teach me? Zhaoyang, do you have time this weekend? Can I treat you to a meal? Zhaoyang, no one is at my house tonight. Can you give me extra lessons? I'm willing to do whatever you want at my house. Seeing so many people looking for him around, Zhaoyang was a little confused. Meanwhile, the front row. Yang Wiru and Sai Miemia were both listening attentively to the noise behind them. Yang Wiru was very angry. She didn't understand why Zhaoyang had ruthlessly abandoned her yesterday. Moreover, he didn't even say hello to her today, and he didn't even reply to the QQ message she sent him last night. Is it because I rejected him? But it is clearly my right to reject your confession. And I didn't say anything definite. I really don't want to have a relationship right now, but I will definitely give you a chance after I go to college. If you continue to pursue me and continue to be nice to me, I will definitely consider you. While she was daydreaming, Sai Miemia beside her turned her head to look at the back row. At this moment, Zhaoyang was surrounded by other girls. Everyone is chattering and asking Zhaoyang questions. Roru, look, Zhaoyang is so popular today. None of my business. Yang Wiru pouted, I'm still angry about what happened yesterday. Don't mention his name in front of me. Yang Wiru thought, he deliberately didn't reply to my message and deliberately ignored me, isn't he just trying to get my attention? You are studying hard and performing so well now, just because you want to get into the same university as me. I'll give you 3 days. If you don't apologize to me within these 3 days, I won't forgive you. Only after making this plan in her mind did Yang Wiru feel a little better. The 10-minute break passed quickly. When the bell rang, Zhaoyang said to the students around him, okay, classmates, the bell has rung. Let's hurry back to class. Hearing this, the students didn't want to leave. They looked at Zhaoyang's handsome face. Why didn't they realize before that Zhaoyang was a potential stock? Seeing that the teacher was about to come in, they had no choice but to return to their seats one after another. After the group of girls left, Zhaoyang first turned his attention to Ning Wan. She is not very popular in the class. She doesn't know how to dress up and doesn't like to talk. Also, because of her family background, she doesn't have many friends in the class. There were so many people around just now that they pushed her aside, and she didn't dare to say anything. Seeing her drooping face, Zhaoyang felt a little helpless. But just before the get out of class ended, she noticed her movements as if she wanted to ask him a question. Zhaoyang asked, do you want to ask me a question after class? Ning Wan pouted and nodded. Then, let's go to the library to study together this weekend. Chapter 6. That was just a disclaimer that she wanted to keep me hanging but didn't want to be scolded. Ning Wan was stunned when she heard Zhaoyang's words. In the past, Zhaoyang would go to see Yang Wiru whenever he had time. How could he have time to study with her in the library on weekends? Seeing Ning Wan was a little overwhelmed, Zhaoyang laughed dryly. What's wrong, is there any problem? No. Ning Wan answered him in a very low voice, and it seemed that she had never expected Zhaoyang to say that. Seeing that she answered no, Zhaoyang reached out and gently stroked her cheek, then it settled. Let's go to the city library together on Saturday. It just so happens that I need you to tutor me. Okay, no problem. Ning Wan glanced at him secretly again, feeling a little secretly happy, but mostly confused. Why on earth would he be like this? Soon, the history teacher came in. The content of the class was the same as the test paper. The history teacher held up his glasses on the bridge of his nose and focused his attention on the students. Students, take out the test papers before the May Day holiday, and we will discuss the questions. The morning passed quickly and the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Students, get out of class is over. Teacher, thank you for your hard work. After the English teacher left the classroom, Shen Qianxing came over and patted Zhaoyang on the shoulder. Brother Yang, let's go and have dinner. However, Zhaoyang showed no signs of moving at this time. Brother Yang. Shen Qianxing looked confused. If it were in the past, Zhaoyang would have dragged him to chase Yang Huiru. Why is it so abnormal today? At this moment, Zhaoyang was staring at Ning Wan. Because Ning Wan grew up in an orphanage, she almost never went to the cafeteria at school at noon. Instead, she would eat some pancakes or rice with pickled mustard tubers that the welfare home had prepared for her. There are many children in the welfare home. Even if she receives a scholarship or poverty subsidy, she will give it to the director of the welfare home first so that the director can buy delicious food for the children. Just as Zhaoyang thought, Ning Wan took out a worn aluminum lunch box from the hole in the table. Then, open it carefully. There were only some vegetable roots, pickles, and some white rice in the lunch box. It was definitely not enough to fill Ning Wan, who was still growing up. Brother Yang, Brother Yang. Shen Qianxing couldn't help but wave his hands in front of Zhaoyang, and Zhaoyang finally reacted. Well, what's wrong? Shen Qianxing looked at him with a strange look. Of course we are going to eat, what are you looking at? He glanced at Ning Wan, not understanding why Zhaoyang kept staring at this ordinary girl. The two of them left the classroom. Shen Qianxing stared at him in confusion. Brother Yang, what happened to you today? Are you being possessed? Zhaoyang, why do you say that? Shen Qianxing answered with reason. First, you were late today. You are a person with a very good sense of time. This is the first time you were late in 3 years of high school, right? Zhaoyang nodded slightly. He continued, secondly, how come your grades have suddenly improved so much? And thirdly, you didn't even say a word to Yang Huiru this morning. This is totally unreasonable. Anything else? Yes, I have. Shen Qianxing clapped his hands and said, the way you looked at your deskmate just now, my God, what happened? Did you fall in love with your deskmate? Hearing the questions listed by Shen Qianxing, Zhaoyang grinned and explained, okay, I'm not possessed by anything. I did get up late today. It's normal to be late once in a while, right? Shen Qianxing nodded. Zhaoyang continued, you know I've been studying really hard lately, so it's normal that my grades are good. Thirdly, I suddenly don't like Yang Huiru that much. She's just like that. Yang Huiru had hurt him so deeply in his previous life, so if he continued to like her, it would be like having his brain kicked by a donkey. Secondly, I played poker with her for 8 years in my previous life, and I had done everything I should have done, so it wasn't a loss if I thought about it. That's all. Brother Yang, do you really not like her anymore? Shen Qianxing's eyes widened. You know, Zhaoyang had previously vowed that he would not marry anyone else but Yang Huiru in his life, and he had been pursuing her for 3 years. The most important thing was that Yang Huiru said that as long as he went to college, she would first consider being with him. If you give up halfway through pursuing the person, then won't all your previous efforts be wasted? Brother Yang, you have to think carefully. Are you really not going to pursue her anymore? Zhaoyang's tone was surprisingly calm. Well, I don't plan to chase you. Then your previous efforts. Just feed it to the dog. Zhaoyang smiled and shook his head. It was normal for Shen Qianxing to think that he didn't know that Yang Huiru would do such a thing in the future. In his previous life, Shen Qianxing was also very angry when he was collecting evidence of Yang Huiru's cheating. He also said that he should not have pursued Yang Huiru since high school, and should not have forgiven him when Yang Huiru divorced him. From the beginning to the end, Shen Qianxing has always stood on his side. He is an absolute good brother. Just feed it to the dog. Shen Qianxing scratched his head. But, didn't she say that she would be your girlfriend after she graduated from college? Looking at Shen Qianxing, who was still asking questions, Zhaoyang stopped and looked him straight in the eyes. Women's mouths are deceitful, brother. If you believe what women say, you might as well believe that sows can climb trees. Then why did she say that? That was just her disclaimer to keep me hanging without getting scolded. You just don't want to be with me but want to enjoy my kindness. Is that so? Shen Qianxing scratched his head and caught up with Lin Yan. Okay, then brother Yang, are you in love with your deskmate? Don't worry about it. Think about whether you will get beaten up when you get home. When he said this, Shen Qinsheng's face turned dark. Damn it, Xue Xiaohua must have told his parents about his surfing of the internet. After lunch, Zhaoyang did not serve Ning Wan anything. After all, everyone has dignity. Ning Wan might accept his food, but in her heart she might feel that she owed him something. So Zhaoyang had already made a plan. If he wanted to feed Ning Wan, he had to let her do something for him first, and then compensate her by treating her to a meal. As for what Ning Wan would pay, Zhaoyang had already made plans. After dinner, he walked in from the back door of the classroom. When he came behind Ning Wan, he found that she was solving math problems. After sitting down, Zhaoyang glanced at her test paper first, then said, "My little deskmate, do you have time?" Ning Wan looked over curiously, waiting for Zhaoyang to speak. "It's just, you know how bad my English is. Since I want to go to the same university as you, I have to improve my grades quickly. Can you give me some English lessons?" Chapter 7. He doesn't seem to like Yang Huiru that much anymore. This was the first time Zhaoyang asked Ning Wan for help. When the little girl heard what he said, she agreed without hesitation. "Does that have to be on Saturday when we go to the library?" "No, let's start now." Zhaoyang took out the English book and test paper directly from the hole in the table. In fact, his English is not that bad now. In his previous life, their company needed to connect with many foreigners. Now he can communicate with foreigners in a foreign country in fluent English. But communication is a matter of communication, and good communication does not guarantee a high score in the English college entrance examination, so at this time you really have to focus on English review. Seeing Zhaoyang's high enthusiasm for learning, Ning Wan raised the corner of her mouth. Her English grades were pretty good, and she blushed and moved slightly closer to Zhaoyang. "Then let's look at the test papers we did before the holiday." "Become?" The two of them studied together happily. Ning Wan taught very carefully, lifting her bangs from time to time, looking at him with her big eyes, and asking him if he knew the answer to the question. In fact, Ning Wan is a complete beauty, but her thin figure and long bangs cover her body. Secondly, because she had some low self-esteem, she always spoke in a very low voice, and even when she was standing on the podium giving a speech, she didn't dare to speak. If she changes her hairstyle, eats a little more weight, and becomes more confident, she will definitely look very cool. In her previous life, Ning Wan's appearance had improved several levels when she was in college, but her inferiority complex did not change. If she could change, she would definitely surprise many people. "Do you know how to solve this problem?" Noticing Zhaoyang was looking at her. At this moment, Ning Wan wondered if there was something on her face. Is there something on my face?" Zhaoyang, who had recovered from his shock, shook his head repeatedly. He was indeed distracted just now. No, I already know how to do this question. "My little deskmate, I found that your eyes are quite big and beautiful." Ning Wan's face suddenly turned a little red after being praised by Zhaoyang. She had little self-confidence, and no one praised her except the director of the orphanage and the children. Zhaoyang continued, "But this hairstyle doesn't suit you at all. I think you could trim your bangs and tie it into a high ponytail. It looks more elegant this way." Ning Wan pouted when she heard that. How can a child who can't even afford to eat go to a barber shop? Their hairstyles are all trimmed by the aunties at the welfare home, and most importantly, it's free of charge. She has never been to a barber shop since she was a child. "I have also sold my hair before to buy food for the children in the welfare home." Looking at Ning Wan's expression, Zhaoyang felt that he was being a little presumptuous. He continued, "I was just saying it casually. Let's continue." Ning Wan tutored him for more than an hour. After lunch, more and more students came to the class and they closed their test papers. Zhaoyang closed his eyes and absorbed the knowledge he had learned. Because his grades were particularly good, the teacher explained some key topics to Zhaoyang. After receiving tutoring, Zhaoyang feels that his English score can be improved by at least 30 points. The class teacher often said that one more point in the exam can beat 1,000 people. These 30 points are enough to leave 30,000 people behind. At the same time, after waking up from a nap, Shen Qinsheng looked at Zhaoyang chatting and laughing with his deskmate, and began to murmur in his heart. Could it be that Brother Yang really has fallen in love with the flat-chested girl? The afternoon time passed like a flash. Once people start studying seriously, time really goes by very quickly. As soon as the school bell rang, Shen Qianxing rushed to the internet cafe with his school bag on his back to play CF, but Zhaoyang was not in a hurry to go out. Instead, he set his sights on Ning Wan. For those who are about to take the college entrance examination, time is money, so most high school students nowadays review until 2 or 3 in the morning. Ning Wan is no exception. She stuffed a lot of review materials into her school bag, then picked up the heavy bag and prepared to leave. When she raised her eyes, she found that Zhaoyang Haoming had not left. "Aren't you leaving yet?" Looking at her thin figure, Zhaoyang smiled faintly. "Let's go together." Ning Wan was in front and Zhaoyang was behind, walking towards the front door of the classroom together. But just as she passed by Yang Huiru, she suddenly called out to Zhaoyang. "Zhaoyang, can you take me to the infirmary?" Zhaoyang looked in the direction of the sound. At this time, Yang Huiru was covering her cough and baring her teeth. He remembered that during the physical education class this afternoon, Yang Huiru seemed to have accidentally sprained her ankle. At that time, she was sent back to the classroom by a kind male classmate so that she could have a good rest. She didn't move after returning to the classroom. Now after school, when she was preparing to go home, she tried to stand up, but found that she couldn't. "My ankle was sprained and it was very painful and swollen." The pain even caused tears to form in her eyes. "My best friend Sai Miemia was called out by the teacher and I don't know where she went. Most of the other students in the class live on campus, and they rushed to the cafeteria to grab meals first. At this time, there was no one in the classroom. No one could help her." She stretched out her slender hand, ready for Zhaoyang to hold it. After all, this is a rare opportunity for Zhaoyang to have physical contact. It can even enhance the relationship between two people. She was certain that Zhaoyang would hold her without hesitation. "Send her home." "Can." Zhaoyang acted as if he didn't hear her words, and followed Ning Wan's steps and left the classroom. Seeing this scene, Yang Huiru's nose felt sore. She didn't understand what she had done wrong. Zhaoyang didn't say a word to her the whole day. Even when she sprained her ankle, Zhaoyang was still playing basketball with his classmates, not seeming to care about her at all. Before, Zhaoyang was always available whenever called. One could say that one held her in one's hands for fear of dropping her, and held her in one's mouth for fear of melting her. Why has he become like this now? 2 hot tears fell down her cheeks. She missed Zhaoyang so much. She really hoped that Zhaoyang would let her lean on him and send her home. Unfortunately, he didn't. Outside. After Zhaoyang and Ning Wan went downstairs, Ning Wan expressed her inner doubts. "Zhaoyang, Yang Huiru asked you for help just now, why didn't you help her?" "Why should I help her?" Zhaoyang didn't want to say a word to that vicious woman. Although Yang Huiru was not so realistic or bad at that time. But, he had witnessed what she did in her previous life. Let him contact Yang Huiru? Sorry, that's not possible. You are not. Ning Wan was just about to say, "Don't you like her?" But when it reached her mouth, she swallowed it directly. Ning Wan suddenly discovered that Zhaoyang didn't seem to like Yang Huiru that much. Chapter 8 Actually, you can be my princess. Just when Zhaoyang was about to ask his deskmate what he wanted to say, suddenly there was a shout from behind. "Zhaoyang." Zhaoyang turned his head. I found that the person walking over was Yang Huiru's good friend, Sai Miemiao. He didn't have a good impression of Sai Miemiao either. Because she often gives bad advice to Yang Huiru, but her character is okay, much better than Yang Huiru. She ran over panting, with a thin layer of sweat on her head. Seeing Zhaoyang and Ning Wan together, Sai Miemiao opened her mouth in surprise. She asked, "Why aren't you with Huiru? Why should I be with Yang Huiru? She told me that she would ask you to take her home after school. Where is she?" Looking at Sai Miemia's shocked expression, Zhaoyang responded with a smile, "She is still in the classroom." In the classroom? Sai Miemia's brain was about to crash at this point. She didn't understand why Zhaoyang didn't help Yang Huiru out. Are you kidding me? That was a great opportunity for you to show yourself, but you didn't cherish it. No, Zhaoyang, didn't Huiru look for you? I found it. Cao Yang's answer was particularly bland, so Sai Miemia pressed on. Why didn't you help her out after you found her? Don't you like her? This is a great opportunity for you to improve your relationship, how can you not cherish it? Zhaoyang gave a dry laugh when he heard that. He could imagine the scene of helping Yang Huiru home and then her saying, "Zhaoyang, you are a good person." In his previous life, Yang Huiru gave him the good guy card many, many times. It almost made him numb. Damn it, I like you, but I'm not a so-called good person, fuck. I didn't say I liked her. What? After hearing Cao Yan's words, Sai Miao and Ning Wan both raised their heads. People are selfish. Zhaoyang helped Ning Wan in the first place. For Ning Wan, she wished Zhaoyang didn't like Yang Huiru. And Sai Miao suddenly felt that what Zhaoyang said was a little ridiculous. Don't like it anymore? What a joke, everyone in the class knows that you like Yang Huiru. He must have done this because he felt embarrassed when Yang Huiru rejected his love during the holiday. Sai Miao said, "Zhaoyang, you are just avoiding it. Yang Huiru just rejected you. She really doesn't want to fall in love. Didn't she say that when she gets to college, she'll consider being with you first?" Fuck, don't repeat what she said. It gives me a headache just hearing that. After hearing what Sai Miao said, Zhaoyang thought back to the time when Yang Huiru had been keeping him hanging. The main thing is that she is very vague in her rejection. Even if she refuses, she will say that she will consider you first in the future. Whenever Zhaoyang approached Yang Huiru, she would always take a few steps back. And when you take the initiative to back off, she will actively approach you and give you the illusion that the two of you can be together. Zhaoyang was caught in a vicious circle, unable to advance or retreat. He could only please others humbly and eventually ended up in that situation. If I don't like it anymore, I don't like it anymore. I don't feel embarrassed, but I'm really tired. She and I have known each other since childhood, from elementary school to junior high school and high school. We have been together for more than 10 years. If she had any feelings for me, she wouldn't have said something like that. Okay, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. After saying that, Zhaoyang didn't want to stay here for even a minute, and gently patted Ning Wan's shoulder. "Little classmate, let's go." Ning Wan reacted and quickly followed Cao Yan's pace. She remembered everything Zhaoyang said just now. But I didn't ask more questions. She found that Zhaoyang had really changed. Both her image and temperament are different from before the holiday. The director of the welfare home once said that a man's maturity only takes a moment. It seems that what he said is true. Zhaoyang came to the bicycle shed with ease and pushed the bicycle out. When he came to Ning Wan's side, the sunlight from the western sky happened to shine on him. Just then, a breeze blew by, blowing Ning Wan's hair apart. At this moment, Zhaoyang discovered that Ning Wan seemed even more beautiful than she had imagined. Especially those bright eyes, clear and bright as stars. Seeing her really gives rise to endless fantasies. It was not until now that Zhaoyang discovered that after his rebirth, not only did he have some subtle changes, but even other people had slight changes as well. Even the plot of the story is different. In her previous life, Yang Huiru had never sprained her ankle. Of course, if he had gone to find Yang Huiru during today's physical education class, she wouldn't have sprained her ankle. Ning Wan, who was standing by, noticed that Zhaoyang was staring at her, so she lowered her head shyly. Then he said, "Zhaoyang, you should go home quickly, don't let mom and dad wait anxiously, I have to go back too, please go slowly on your way back. I'm leaving now, see you tomorrow." Etc. Zhaoyang grabbed her wrist. Ning Wan lowered her head and became even more shy. Ning Wan doesn't have a bicycle and can only walk to school. The journey to school every day takes more than 40 minutes. It was okay in the summer, but every winter she would leave before dawn, and when she returned to school in the afternoon, it was already dark. He was worried about Ning Wan's safety, and then said, "Let me take you back. The sun is about to set." "Oh, no, I can go back by myself." Ning Wan shook her head desperately. She didn't want to waste Cao Yan's time. The latter took a look at the heavy school bag on her back. This silly girl already had uneven shoulders. She gently touched the ends of her hair. "Your school bag is almost pressing your shoulders to be uneven. Be obedient. Classmates should help each other. Didn't you help me with English today? I'll take you back as a thank you." Ning Wan, who was not good at expressing herself, could not argue with Zhaoyang at all. She nodded slightly. Well, okay then. Walk. Zhaoyang smiled, pushed his bicycle, and walked out of the school side by side with Ning Wan. After going out, Zhaoyang wiped the back seat of the bicycle with the sleeve of his school uniform. Come on, princess, please get on the bike. Question mark. Zhaoyang clearly felt that Ning Wan's movements paused for a moment, but that was true. It was still 2012, and there were no popular memes on the internet yet. I'm not a princess. She muttered something under her breath, then turned sideways and sat obediently on the back seat of the bicycle. Zhaoyang also sat on the seat and put his right foot on the pedal. Sit tight. If you are scared, you can hold my waist. Ning Wan was so shy that she couldn't speak. That's how introverted girls are. Soon, he rode Ning Wan towards their welfare home. Feeling the breeze blowing in his face, Zhaoyang said softly, actually, you can also be my little princess. Chapter 9. He doesn't seem to like me anymore. At the same time, in the classroom of Class 3-5, Sai Miamia rushed back in a hurry. At this moment, Yang Huiru was lying on the table sobbing. She was the only one in the classroom. She was crying with tears in her eyes and there were many tiny red bloodshot veins in her eyes. As far as Sai Miamia could remember, she had never seen Yang Huiru cry so sadly. Roru, are you okay? Seeing the former class beauty crying so miserably, Sai Miamia felt particularly distressed. She came to Yang Huiru and took a look at her ankle. Her ankle was already red and swollen. Thinking about Zhaoyang's appearance just now, she couldn't understand why Zhaoyang suddenly became so cruel and ignored even the person he liked. Seeing her best friend coming back, Yang Huiru's accumulated emotions burst out directly, and she burst into tears. Miao, Zhaoyang, he doesn't care about me anymore. He doesn't seem to like me anymore. When hearing her words, Sai Miao also sighed slightly. She thought about what Zhaoyang had just said to her. Although she didn't know whether what Zhaoyang just said was true or false. But she could clearly feel that Zhaoyang had indeed changed. And the changes are quite big. Yesterday, he did not reply to Yang Huiru's QQ. Didn't help them move the oven. Didn't he say a word to Yang Huiru today? Even when Yang Huiru sprained her ankle, he was still playing basketball and didn't show any concern for her at all. Could it be that, as Zhaoyang said, he no longer liked her? Such a question popped up in Sai Miamia's mind, but he quickly rejected it. He has liked her for so long, with so many years of love and dedication, how could he give up so easily? So Sai Miamia quickly comforted Yang Huiru. Roru, don't think too much. I feel that Zhaoyang chose to escape temporarily because he lost face after you rejected him. Don't worry, he will definitely talk to you again after a few days when he calms down. He performed so well in class today. Think about it, he wants to be admitted to the same university as you. Hearing her best friend's comfort, Yang Huiru pursed her lips and said, but, he seems to be getting closer to her deskmate. Are you talking about Ning Wan? Sai Miao looked down on Ning Wan. In her opinion, Ning Wan was a wild girl who was unwanted by everyone. She didn't like her even if she was a good student. What's more, she is usually so timid that she doesn't even dare to give a speech on stage. How could Zhaoyang fall in love with a girl like that? If you compare Ning Wan and Yang Huiru, they are like heaven and earth. Don't worry. I feel that Zhaoyang doesn't like Ning Wan. He is with her. I think he wants to show you and make you feel a sense of crisis. Don't be sad, he will definitely come back to you in a few days. Just as Sai Miamia was comforting Yang Huiru, a classmate named Liu Shilong walked in. This guy is a second-generation rich man with a little money, and he is usually very generous. And he was also somewhat interested in Yang Huiru. After seeing Liu Shilong come in, Sai Miamia hurriedly called out, Shilong, come here. Roru's ankle is sprained. Can you take her home? 10 minutes later. In front of Jiancheng's Sunshine Welfare Home. I'm here, Zhaoyang, thank you for taking me back. Ning Wan lowered her head and said shyly. Looking at Ning Wan, whose face was slightly red, Zhaoyang waved his hand. No need to be so polite, it's getting late, you should go back quickly. Ning Wan nodded gently, and Zhaoyang patted his shoulder. Thank you for tutoring me today. I will take a closer look after I go back. I'm leaving now. As he spoke, Zhaoyang had already sat on the seat of the bicycle. Seeing Zhaoyang already riding his bicycle, she really wanted to tell him what happened that year. That. Zhaoyang. Seeing Zhaoyang turned his head away, she swallowed back the words she wanted to say. Go slowly on your way back, and don't be late again tomorrow. Don't worry, I'll go slow. I promise you, I won't be late tomorrow. Let's go, by Tilder. By Tilder. Ning Wan waved at him. Zhaoyang could see that Ning Wan was a little hesitant and seemed to be hesitant to speak. It's normal for a little girl. He rode his bike towards home. Ning Wan looked at the rising sun in the background and thought about what he had just said to her. You can be my little princess too. She muttered something under her breath. What does Zhaoyang mean by this sentence? Zhaoyang returned home and walked through the living room as if he didn't recognize anyone. At this time, Ms. Zhang Jiru was cooking in the kitchen. Her father was a small supervisor in the State Grid Corporation of China. He was usually very busy and had not returned yet. After hearing the door open, Zhang Jiru poked her head out of the kitchen and rolled her eyes first. You came back so late today. Did the teacher keep you in school? Hearing this, Zhaoyang retorted, Mom, how can you say that about your precious son? Let me tell you, today at school, my head teacher praised me. Zhang Jiru obviously didn't believe it. I'm praising you for being late, stop bragging. Okay, pour some dog food for Wang Sai and go to your room to review your homework. I'll call you to eat when the meal is ready. Okay. After putting the school bag in the room, he carried Wang Sai's favorite dog food to the living room and poured it into the dog food bowl. After watching the cute little corgi wolfing down his food, Zhaoyang took a deep breath and said, You are still the best. Someone will take care of your food and drink. Even if you destroy the house, your mother won't have the heart to beat you. Shaking his head, Zhaoyang returned to the room. Sitting at the table, Zhaoyang took out the level 53 test paper placed on the corner of the table. But at this moment he had no intention of studying. In his mind, he was thinking about how to change Ning Wan's inferiority complex. She has been like this since she was a child, and it has been so many years. It may be difficult to change quickly, but everything has a gradual process. He feels that the best way is to let her express herself in front of her classmates and get their recognition. Secondly, change your own image. It was not until today that Zhaoyang realized that Ning Wan's foundation was really good. With just a little dressing up, she could beat 90% of the girls in the class in seconds. If she had more collagen in her body and bigger breasts, even Yang Huiru might be able to do it. With his feeding in the future, Ning Wan will surely become plump and white. After reviewing for a while, Ms. Zhang Jiru's voice was heard in the living room. Zhaoyang, the meal is ready, come and eat quickly. Here I come. Zhaoyang suddenly appeared in the restaurant. He looked around but didn't see his father. Don't look for your dad. He went out drinking today and won't be back for dinner. After washing his hands, Zhaoyang sat at the dining table. Today's meal was very simple, and his mother prepared a chicken for him. After putting a piece of chicken into his mouth, Zhaoyang said, Mom, I just bought 2 lunch boxes outside. I'll trouble you to make more food in the morning. Huh. Zhang Jiru looked suspicious. Aren't you eating in the cafeteria at noon? Why did you suddenly buy a lunchbox? Mom, you don't know how bad the food in our cafeteria is. The cafeteria aunt's hands are shaking like she has Parkinson's disease. Your baby son is almost starving. The college entrance examination is coming soon, so please make me some nutritious meals. Okay, I got it. Zhang Jiru reacted for a moment and then asked, That's not right. You're alone, why did you buy 2 lunchboxes? Chapter 10 No, Brother Yang, are you really not pursuing me anymore? Zhaoyang grinned, Mom, it's like this. I've been studying very hard recently, and my deskmate is now my private teacher. But my little deskmate is a very pitiful child. She has no parents since she was a child. She grew up in an orphanage and even has to eat. Zhaoyang briefly told her mother about her future daughter-in-law. After hearing about Ning Wan's experience, Ms. Zhang Jiru felt particularly distressed. She has always been a very kind person and loves small animals very much. She feeds stray dogs and cats when she sees them in the community. Whenever we see elderly people or children begging on the street, we will help them. Even if it was fake, she would admit it. My mother always believes that good will be rewarded and evil will be punished. So when I heard about what happened to Ning Wan, tears were already welling up in my eyes. Okay, Mom got it. From today until the college entrance examination, Mom will prepare lunch for her. When she explains the questions to you, you should listen carefully, okay? Okay, Mom. Zhaoyang enjoyed the delicious dinner today. After dinner, he continued to review until 11:30 p.m. In order to be energetic for the next day's class, he took a shower and fell asleep. The next day, early in the morning, the sunlight outside the window shone obliquely into the head of the bed. Zhaoyang suddenly opened his eyes, went into the bathroom to run the water, washed up briefly, and then put on the school uniform of Zhenhua Middle School. When I came to the living room, there were 2 lunch boxes, one blue and one pink, neatly placed on the dining table. Next to the lunch boxes, there was a sandwich and a glass of milk. After hearing Zhaoyang's footsteps, Ms. Zhang Jiru poked her head out of the kitchen and said, "Zhaoyang, I have put lunch for you and your classmate on the dining table. Don't forget to put it in your school bag after you finish your breakfast." "Thank you, Mom. You've worked hard. Okay, eat quickly, and then hurry to school. Don't be late today." "Okay." He sat at the dining table and ate his breakfast with relish. His mother was busy in the kitchen. After finishing his sandwich, Zhaoyang stuffed 2 heavy lunch boxes into his school bag. Just as he was about to leave, his mother suddenly came out of the kitchen and said, "You are at the age of growth now. There is milk in the refrigerator. You can bring a box of milk to your deskmate." "Mom, you're so thoughtful." Zhaoyang smiled, ran to the refrigerator, took out some milk, and then ran out. "Mom, I'm going to school." "Ride slowly on the road." Bang! Zhaoyang kicked the door shut. Zhang Jiru sighed, "This kid, riding a bicycle in the morning sun, feeling the morning breeze, brings a cool and refreshing feeling. This age is still good, 17 or 18 years old, no worries." After a short while, Zhaoyang arrived outside Zhenhua Middle School. He looked at the watch on his wrist. 7:10 minutes. There are still 10 minutes left for morning reading. No rush. Bicycles are not allowed in the school. After getting off the bus, he slowly pushed the bicycle into the bicycle shed, locked it, and walked towards the teaching building with his school bag on his back. When I entered the classroom, Ning Wan was already there. She always seems to be the first one to arrive. He was still wearing the bleached school uniform as usual, with his head lowered, silently reading an English book. At the same time, the moment Zhaoyang entered the classroom, Yang Huiru also raised her head and looked at her. "Zhaoyang." She sent a message to Zhaoyang again last night. But he still didn't reply. He doesn't seem to be on QQ, and his avatar is always grey. Although she received comfort from Sai Miemia yesterday, Yang Huiru still felt uneasy. She was really afraid that Zhaoyang really didn't like her anymore. She was really afraid that Zhaoyang would really leave her. When passing by Yang Huiru and Zhaoyang, Yang Huiru said "Good morning" to him with a stiff smile. Zhaoyang walked straight over without even turning his head. Such a scene immediately stunned the other students in the classroom. Damn, what the hell is going on? Oh my god, is this still Zhaoyang? Before, it was Zhaoyang who always pestered Yang Huiru. Yang Huiru always ignores him. Today, Yang Huiru took the initiative to say good morning to him, but he didn't even say a word in response. Oh my god, what on earth is going on? Zhaoyang didn't notice the expressions of other students, but quickly returned to his seat. He first greeted Ning Wan, "Good morning, little classmate." "Morning." Ning Wan smiled at her, and Zhaoyang reached into his school bag and touched the lunchbox, which was a little hot. The temperature in May is not that low, so you don't have to worry about the food getting cold. Just as Zhaoyang took out his English book and was about to look at the words. At this time, Shen Qianxing suddenly came over. He grabbed Zhaoyang and pulled him into the corridor. "If you're not a beast, what are you doing?" Shen Qianxing was very strong and Zhaoyang was unable to break free for a while. When he came to the fence, Shen Qianxing turned his head and looked at Zhaoyang with a puzzled look. "No, brother Yang, are you serious? Yang Huiru just took the initiative to greet you, and you really didn't say a word to her." Seeing Shen Qianxing asking him the same question again, Zhaoyang shrugged. "Didn't I tell you very clearly yesterday? Why are you still asking this question?" "No. Brother Yang, are you really not going to chase her anymore? I feel like this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you really want to give it up? Can you bear it? Zhaoyang felt that if Shen Qianxing knew about what happened in his previous life, he would definitely not be like this. But Zhaoyang was too lazy to explain. If he said he was reborn, he would definitely think he was a fool. I made it very clear yesterday. If I don't like it, I don't like it. It's not about whether I can bear it or not. I'm just damn tired. Don't try to persuade me anymore. I'm determined. After saying that, Zhaoyang returned to the classroom. Shen Qianxing is only 17 years old after all, and it is normal that he doesn't understand many things. After sitting down, Zhaoyang took out his English textbook and started today's English morning reading. Shen Qianxing looked at Zhaoyang and Ning Wan beside her from the back door of the classroom. He didn't understand what kind of magical power Ning Wan had that suddenly attracted Zhaoyang. Chapter 11. If only it could stay like this forever. My dear classmate, how do you pronounce this word? In the classroom, Zhaoyang pointed at the English book and asked. Ning Wan followed his gaze and answered softly, this word is pronounced familia, which means common. So that's what it is. Thank you, little classmate. At this time, Zhaoyang just wanted to talk to her and ask her to help him. This way, it will be more convenient to deliver lunch at noon. Zhenhua Middle School requires students to stand up during morning reading. After a while, the English teacher entered the classroom and wandered around. Zhaoyang occasionally asked Ning Wan questions, and Ning Wan would answer them as soon as possible. Her grades are extremely good, ranking in the top 3 in her class and in the top 30 in the school. But because of him, I chose a second-tier university. When Zhaoyang thought of this, he still felt guilty for a long time. The morning passed by quickly. At noon, as usual, most of the students in the class rushed out of the classroom and went to the cafeteria to grab food. Shen Qianxing didn't look for him either, because during the break, he had already said that from today on, everyone had to bring their own lunch from home. At this time, only Zhaoyang, Ning Wan, Yang Huiru and Sai Miemia were left in the classroom. Because Yang Huiru sprained her ankle, she couldn't go to the cafeteria. Sai Miemia did not go either, but asked a classmate to go to the cafeteria to get food for them. Seeing that there were not many people in the classroom, Ning Wan didn't even bother to take out her lunch box from her school bag today. Could it be that she didn't bring any food? My little deskmate, it's already noon, don't you want to eat? Zhaoyang asked. Ning Wan beside him lowered her head and did not respond. Because she really had no lunch today. When having breakfast in the morning, several children in the welfare home said they were not full. She donated her lunch. Anyway, skipping a meal won't have much impact. Seeing Ning Wan lowering her head and remaining silent, Zhaoyang felt even more distressed. In her previous life, she often didn't bring her own lunch. Starving to the point of being skin and bones. I'm not hungry. She uttered 3 words slowly. But at this moment, a gurgling sound came from Ning Guan's lower stomach. Zhaoyang chuckled. The lunch bell has rung, and I'm not hungry yet. Ning Wan still didn't say anything, she pouted her lips, looking cute and adorable. Zhaoyang rummaged into his school bag and took out the lunch box. The lunch box was still a little warm. After putting it on the table, she pushed it in front of Ning Wan and said, what a coincidence. I brought more food today. I'll share some with you. Question mark. Ning Wan gave him a puzzled look. Then he set his sights on the lunch box. There are 2 lunch boxes, one pink and one blue, obviously for 2 people. She couldn't help but look up at Yang Huiru in the front row. She felt that this should be prepared by Zhaoyang for Yang Huiru. At this moment, Sai Miemia, who was in the front row, heard the sound of Zhaoyang putting the lunchbox on the table and turned her head to take a look. When she saw 2 lunchboxes in the white plastic bag, she suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly said to Yang Huiru, Roru, I think your worry is unnecessary. Zhaoyang prepared lunch for you today. Question mark. When Yang Huiru heard this, she did not turn her head immediately. Instead, he asked Sai Miemia in a low voice, really, Miemia? Of course it's true. I saw him take out 2 lunchboxes, one blue and one pink. They must be lunch for you. I said he would never give up his love for you, wasn't I right, he. Hearing this, Yang Huiru felt much better, thinking that she was indeed worrying too much. Zhaoyang had liked her for such a long time, how could he give up on her? Just one day later, he couldn't help it and brought her breakfast. He still has her in his heart. Humph, but do you think I will forgive you so easily? Back row. My little classmate, hurry up and open it and try it. This is the lunch my mom made especially for you. Ning Wan was particularly confused when she saw Zhaoyang put the pink lunchbox in front of her. Is this, my aunt made it specially for me? Ning Wan's tone was full of doubt. Yes. Zhaoyang nodded with a smile and said, after I got home yesterday, I specifically told my mom that you can tutor me in English. Then my mom wanted to pay you tuition fees and stuff, and I said no, and then she said as a thank you, she would pay for your lunch before the college entrance exam. Omega. When hearing this, Ning Wan felt her face burning and she was extremely shy. She didn't expect that Zhaoyang had already told his family about this. And Zhaoyang's mother was really nice and even prepared lunch for her. Before she could answer, Zhaoyang said, okay, stop being in a daze and eat quickly. You still have to continue tutoring after you finish eating, so don't be embarrassed. Is it really possible? Eat it, and try my mother's cooking. This time Ning Wan didn't show any shyness and started quickly. Yang Wiru, who was sitting in the front row, was still waiting for Zhaoyang to bring her food. The aroma of the food penetrated her nostrils. After smelling it, Yang Wiru couldn't help but turn her head to take a look. But the next second, she felt a bleeding feeling in her heart. When she saw Ning Wan eating the meal Zhaoyang prepared for her heart ached so much. It seems Zhaoyang has really given up on her. 2 hot tears instantly fell from the corners of her eyes, and Yang Wiru burst into tears. Sai Miao, who was standing by, was bewildered until she turned around and saw Zhaoyang and Ning Wan, then she understood why she was crying. It turned out that the food was not brought to her by Zhaoyang at all, but to Ning Wan. And Zhaoyang never looked at Yang Wiru from beginning to end. In his eyes, she was like air. About 10 minutes later, Ning Wan had already finished her lunchbox. The meal was simple, some beans, some braised meat, and some chicken. Served with rice, it is especially fragrant. Seeing that there were oil stains on the corners of Ning Wan's mouth, Zhaoyang took out a pack of Qingfeng tissues from the hole in the table and then pulled out one. Ning Wan had already noticed Zhaoyang's movements, and just as she was about to take the paper Zhaoyang prepared for her, Zhaoyang went straight to her and wiped her mouth. Eat slowly next time. No one will snatch it from you. Zhaoyang smiled kindly and said word by word, how is it, are you full? This scene directly touched Ning Wan's heart, and her face and earlobes suddenly turned very red. I am full, thank you, Zhaoyang. You are welcome. Zhaoyang remembered that there was a box of milk in his school bag. He took out the milk and placed it gently on the table. You are growing up now, so you need to ensure your daily nutritional intake. Drink this box of milk. I will go wash the lunch box. Ning Wan felt warm in her heart, and then she said quickly, well, I'll go with you. Yeah, that's fine. The two of them stood up quickly and left the classroom together. Ning Wan held a pink lunchbox in her hand and came to the sink outside the bathroom with Zhaoyang. 2 people were bending over, cleaning the lunchboxes. Ning Wan raised her head, looked at the rising sun in the mirror, and thought to herself, if only it could always be like this. Chapter 12 Teacher is helping you. At this time, Zhaoyang also raised his head and happened to look at Ning Wan through the mirror in front of him. What's wrong? What are you looking at? Without. Ning Wan quickly lowered her head, blushing, and continued to wash the lunch box. After returning to the classroom, Zhaoyang and Ning Wan started reviewing. Perhaps because of Zhaoyang's meal, he found that Ning Wan became more attentive when tutoring him. I even took out the notes he had taken in class and told him to take them home in the evening and read them. Remembering the key information in the notes would help him improve his grades quickly. She studies really hard and has been taking notes on various subjects since her freshman year in high school. Her handwriting is very neat, with standard cursive script. It's really pleasing to see the handwriting. It was not until now that Zhaoyang realized that he really did not notice the shining points in Ning Wan in his previous life. He really didn't know anything about her. After noon, their head teacher held a class meeting. The college entrance examination is only 1 month away, so what they will face next is 4 rounds of mock exams. The exam lasts 2 days and the lecture lasts 3 days. That's how the last month has been. The results of the mock exams are crucial. They can use the results of the mock exams to judge their college entrance examination scores and the colleges they should apply for in the future. After Xue Xiaohua left, Ning Wan held a pen in her hand and said to Zhaoyang, you must study hard during the exam. If there are any questions you don't understand, mark them on the test paper and I will explain them to you later. Zhaoyang nodded heavily. Although it has only been 2.5 days since he was reborn, Zhaoyang feels that his grades have improved a lot during these 2.5 days. The college entrance examination is only 1 month away, and he really wants to know what level he is at now. Because there will be a mock exam tomorrow, all the students in the class have entered a frantic review state. Although his class is not a top class, there is still serious involution among the students. It was precisely this kind of environment that made Zhaoyang feel the pressure again. The next 2 days passed quickly. Because he was taking exams all the time, Zhaoyang felt that time was passing very fast. At noon, he and Ning Wan had lunch in the classroom. After lunch, the two continued to review. But there is no correct answer because it will affect their mood. It's fine if the answers are the same, but if they are different, I might not be able to concentrate on the next exam. Wednesday afternoon is the time for the comprehensive liberal arts exam. Zhaoyang took a deep breath and closed the cap of the gel pen. The knowledge of liberal arts is not difficult at all. Once your memory improves, you can remember all the contents of the book just by simply reading it once. So liberal arts is a piece of cake for him. Okay, students, the exam is over. Please put down your pens and wait for the invigilator to collect the papers. After hearing the command that the exam was over, the students in the class put down their test papers one after another. Zhaoyang instinctively turned his head and glanced at Ning Wan in the last row. The exam seats were randomly shuffled, so they are not sitting at the same table now. Coincidentally, Ning Wan was also watching him at this moment. Zhaoyang asked Ning Wan using lip language, "How is it going? Are you done?" Ning Wan smiled and nodded, and it seemed that she did well in the exam. But it's true, for a top student like her, it's impossible for her to have any blank questions. After the invigilator collected the test papers, the students pushed and pulled the desks back to the same position as before the exam. It's only 4:30 now, and it's not time to go home yet, so I need to study on my own for a while and then wait for the head teacher to come for a meeting. How's it going, little classmate? Judging from your expression, you did very well in the exam this time. You are full of confidence. I feel like I did okay on the test this time. 700 points should be no problem. Ning Wan was particularly confident about this exam. Wow, 700 points. Just as Zhaoyang was surprised, Xue Xiaohua suddenly entered the classroom. She knocked heavily on the door and said angrily, "Be quiet, everyone. Talk after the test. Why don't you look at the test paper when you have time to talk? You all did really well in the exam, didn't you? Let me tell you, half of the students didn't pass the math exam this time. Hurry up and take out the test paper." The students in the class quickly shut their mouths. At the same time, Xue Xiaohua set her sights on Yang Huiru. "Student Yang Huiru, come out with me for a moment. Zhaoyang, help her and go to the office." Zhaoyang was confused when he heard Xue Xiaohua's voice. "No, this. What the hell?" Xue Xiaohua had already left the classroom, and Yang Huiru's leg was not completely healed yet, so he could only come to Yang Huiru's side helplessly. Because he had ignored Yang Huiru for the past few days, her complexion became much worse. Even looked listless. The gap between her and the former class beauty is huge. Zhaoyang didn't want to touch Yang Huiru either, but since the head teacher had already spoken, what else could he do? Coming to her side, Zhaoyang took a deep breath and asked, "Can you still walk?" "Pain." Yang Huiru said in a tender voice that it hurt, and then stretched out her arms. Zhaoyang had no choice but to support her arms and limped out of the classroom with her. Zhaoyang deliberately didn't get so close to her. When Yang Huiru noticed Zhaoyang's actions, her expression became a little ugly. Zhaoyang didn't say a word along the way. He helped her to the head teacher's office and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Enter." Xue Xiaohua's voice came from the office. Zhaoyang pushed the door open and walked in. After entering, Zhaoyang could clearly see that Xue Xiaohua was in a bad mood. However, this matter should have nothing to do with him. After arriving at Xue Xiaohua's office, just as Zhaoyang thought, she did not scold him. Instead, he scolded Yang Huiru. "Student Yang Huiru, tell me what's going on." Xue Xiaohua pointed at the test paper on the table with a pen, and Zhaoyang looked up and saw that it was Yang Huiru's. Her math test score was only 68 points. "I got 68 points out of 150 points. It's so too low." Yang Huiru looked aggrieved when she saw that she only scored 68 in math this time. Because Zhaoyang's attitude towards her suddenly became cold in the past few days. She lost all interest in studying. So she performed seriously wrong in this exam. "I usually get more than 90 points. This time, I only scored 68. Seeing Yang Huiru lower her head, Xue Xiaohua felt very helpless. The main reason is that Yang Huiru's grades dropped so much this time. In the test before the May Day holiday, she scored nearly 100 points. It's only been a few days, how could I have done so badly on the exam? She doesn't understand. What's going on, Yang Huiru? You are the teacher's favorite student and the representative of the math class. You only scored 68 in the first mock exam. I didn't get any of the 12 multiple choice questions right. It seems I need to call your parents." Yang Huiru didn't say a word from beginning to end. Zhaoyang felt the same way, and even felt a little happy when he saw Yang Huiru being scolded. At this moment, Xue Xiaohua suddenly turned her gaze to the person who had left him. "Zhaoyang, you scored 118 in math this time, which is very good. So, for the next period of time, you will help Yang Huiru with her math." Zhaoyang was confused when he heard this. Xue Xiaohua thought to herself, "The teacher is helping you. Chapter 13 Will you still be nice to me as before?" In the senior year of Genoa Middle School, 30% of the students knew that Zhaoyang liked Yang Huiru. So Xue Xiaohua naturally knew it too. Zhaoyang's grades have improved significantly recently, so in order to cultivate their relationship, she suggested that Zhaoyang review for her. At this moment, Xue Xiaohua was thinking that Zhaoyang must be very excited, and he might have thanked her many times in his heart. Of course, the fact is just the opposite. Zhaoyang has already complained about Xue Xiaohua many times in his heart. How about it, Zhaoyang, do you have any objection to this proposal? Zhaoyang is no longer a 17 or 18-year-old kid. If he agrees now, he will definitely feel bad. He said decisively, "Teacher, I have an opinion. Now my goal is to get into a top university, so I don't have time to tutor Yang Huiru. You should find someone else." After hearing Zhaoyang's words, Xue Xiaohua was stunned. Oh my god, what is going on? Doesn't he Zhaoyang like Yang Huiru very much? She even heard Zhaoyang say that he would not marry anyone else but Yang Huiru in this life. I gave you an opportunity to learn from each other and improve your relationship, and you rejected it. This. Xue Xiaohua's mouth curled up. And Yang Huiru's eyes were welling up with tears again. Why on earth? Why did Zhaoyang become like this in just a few days? I have to ask clearly today. Xue Xiaohua felt that the atmosphere was a little awkward at this time, so she quickly said, "Okay, then. I'll find another student. Huiru, as the college entrance examination is approaching, you must correct your study attitude. You lost a lot of points in this exam where you shouldn't have lost points, so next time you take the exam, you must carefully review the questions and learn from them. Do you understand?" Yang Huiru's expression was full of grievance, but it had nothing to do with her grades. At this moment, her mind was full of Zhaoyang's shadow. She missed Zhaoyang so much and missed the days when Zhaoyang was so kind to her. I understand, teacher. I won't do this again in the next mock exam. Okay. Xue Xiaohua glanced at Zhaoyang with a complicated expression and said, Okay, you can help Yang Huiru go back first and study for a while. Good teacher. Zhaoyang grabbed Yang Huiru's arm and took her out of the office. Just 2 steps out of the office, Yang Huiru beside him asked, Zhaoyang, why did you do this to me? Zhaoyang looked at her with confusion. What's wrong? Did I do anything to let you down? Why do you ignore me? Why don't you care about me? Why? Girls of 17 or 18 are particularly sensitive and fragile. At this time, Yang Huiru was already crying out of grievance. She really didn't know what she had done wrong to make Zhaoyang treat her like this. Tears as big as beans fell down her cheeks and landed on the concrete floor of the corridor with a crackling sound. Seeing her sad look, Zhaoyang said calmly, "It's nothing. You haven't talked to me in the past few days. When have I ever ignored you?" Yang Wiru's voice trembled. "But, I sent you a message on QQ, why didn't you reply to me?" "QQ message?" Zhaoyang smiled and said, "I'd been busy reviewing my lessons recently, so I gave my phone to my mom. I haven't logged into QQ for several days." "Then why didn't you come to eat with me at noon? Why didn't you help me go home after I sprained my ankle?" After hearing her words, Zhaoyang suddenly remembered that one day in the first semester of senior year in his previous life, Yang Huiru accidentally hit her head, and he stood up to show concern for her and wanted to send her to the infirmary for a checkup. At that time, Yang Huiru directly shook off his arm and said angrily, "Zhaoyang, don't you know the difference between men and women? Are you annoying? I don't need your help, don't come near me." He laughed at himself. "I remember you said before that there are differences between men and women. You were afraid of being misunderstood by others and being seen by the teacher, right?" Zhaoyang directly asked this question to Yang Huiru. After hearing what Zhaoyang said, Yang Huiru's face turned pale, because she really said that. "I'm sorry, it's my fault, Zhaoyang. I shouldn't have said that to you at that time." Yang Huiru sincerely apologized to him. Zhaoyang took a deep breath after hearing it. It turned out that appropriately ignoring the girl you have been pursuing for a long time can really be effective. It's not your fault. So, are we still friends? Of course. Will you still be nice to me like before? Won't. Zhaoyang's answer suffocated Yang Huiru. She quickly asked, Why? No reason, I'm just tired." Yang Huiru paused for a moment, then continued, "Is it because I rejected you? Zhaoyang, I've already told you that I will consider you first when I go to college. I really don't want to fall in love right now. My grades have dropped. If I fall in love, it will definitely affect my grades. I don't care." Zhaoyang's tone was as calm as ever. "It's right for you to reject me, because rejection is your right, but after being rejected, I don't like you as much anymore. In the future, you can say hello when you meet. After all, you are childhood sweethearts. Don't make it too awkward. As for considering me first, don't think that way. I don't deserve it. You deserve better." While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the door of Class 3-5 of senior high school. After Zhaoyang let go of her arm, he smiled politely and walked in. Yang Huiru held onto the wall and stayed where she was. What did Zhaoyang mean by what he said just now? What does it mean to say hello when you meet next time so it's not too awkward? Did he mean that he would never talk to her again and would never pay attention to her again? Zhaoyang sat in his seat in the classroom without thinking much about it. Anyway, there is only 1 month left. After the college entrance examination, the two people will go their separate ways and have no contact with each other. His target is Ning Wan. I must work hard to get into the same school as her. Seeing Zhaoyang coming back, his deskmate Ning Wan immediately came over. She said softly, "Zhaoyang, the head teacher just called you over. Did he say anything important?" "No." Zhaoyang smiled and shook his head. Yang Huiru's grades have dropped quite a bit, and she and I are childhood sweethearts, so she asked me to help her over. Profound. At this time, Zhaoyang remembered that Xue Xiaohua had just said that he got 118 in math, so he planned to share this good news with Ning Wan. "By the way, Teacher Xue just said that I scored 118 points in math this time." Really? Ning Wan was delighted when she heard the news. Yes, she just wanted me to tutor Yang Huiru. The next second, Ning Wan's face drooped. She pouted, "So, you don't have time to go with me to the library review this weekend?" Chapter 14. Zhaoyang's grades are among the best. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Zhaoyang smiled brightly and gently stroked her little face. I refused. I still need to study hard to get into the same university as you. I don't have time to tutor others. Besides, we have an agreement. I am a person who keeps my promises. How could I stand you up? Only after hearing Zhaoyang's words did Ning Wan feel relieved. The next day, Friday. It's the day when the mock test results are released. The exam was over yesterday and the teachers worked overtime overnight to mark the papers. At 8 o'clock in the morning, their head teacher Xue Xiaohua entered the classroom wearing high heels, ready to hold a morning meeting with the students. Students, please be quiet. The results of your first mock exam are out. As soon as these words were spoken, the students in the audience felt a little nervous. They all held their breath, waiting for Xue Xiaohua to speak. Xue Xiaohua took a look at the transcript, then said to everyone, because the difficulty of this mock exam is comparable to the college entrance examination, everyone's results this time are not ideal. But before that, I want to highlight two students. The first one is Ning Wan. She got the first place in the class and the third place in the school in the mock exam. She got a total of 701 points. Hearing this, there was an uproar among the audience. Damn, 701 points. Although they are studying liberal arts, it is extremely difficult to score above 700 points in the mock exam. The main reason is that they are not the top students. Third in the whole school, my goodness. Although Ning Wan doesn't have many friends in the class, there are almost no classmates who dislike her. After all, she is such a pitiful little girl, and her classmates would not deliberately cause trouble for her. The class burst into applause. Ning Wan lowered her head shyly, her face slightly red. Xue Xiaohua then said, please take Ning Wan as an example and learn from her. Because Ning Wan is usually quiet and not good at speaking, Xue Xiaohua did not let Ning Wan give a speech. She went on to say, the second one is Zhaoyang from our class. This time, Zhaoyang's grades have improved greatly. He scored 118 points in math, 123 points in Chinese, 90 points in English, and a full 250 points in liberal arts. My total score is 581 points, which puts me in the top 10 in the class. Compared to the last exam, my score has increased by more than 100 points. Hearing Xue Xiaohua's words, most of the students in the class took a deep breath. Oh my goodness, it improved by more than 100 points. Is this still a human? It must be a monster. When the girls in the class heard the news, several of them had green eyes, just like a hungry wolf meeting a fat sheep. I want to swallow Zhaoyang in one bite. It's really scary when girls take the initiative. Even Zhaoyang himself didn't expect to do so well in the exam. He only reviewed 100 million points, but his grades improved so much. Zhaoyang, do you have anything to say? Nothing. Teacher, didn't I say before that I wanted to go to a key university? Now it should be no problem. I've changed my mind now. I want to go to a 211 university. Hearing Zhaoyang's words, Xue Xiaohua nodded in praise. Zhaoyang, if you study hard for the last time, it is not impossible for you to get into a 211 university. Come on. Okay, teacher. Xue Xiaohua adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose, and then glanced at the bottom of the report card. In addition to the improvement of some students' scores in this exam, there are also some students whose scores have regressed significantly. I won't tell you who it is. I'll post the report card on the class bulletin board later. If you want to see the results, you can check it out after class. What class do you have in the first period? Hurry up and take out the test papers from the mock exam in advance and prepare for class. After Xue Xiaohua left the classroom, the classmates left their seats and gathered around the podium. This also includes Shen Qianxing. After seeing the results, Shen Qianxing flashed to Zhaoyang's side and spoke in a traditional Chinese way, damn, Brother Yang, you really don't follow martial ethics. 581 points, you are too awesome. Do you know how many points I got in the test? How many points? Zhaoyang already had an idea in his mind. This guy didn't even get into college in his previous life, so he just went to an ordinary public college. But there is indeed no correlation between academic qualifications and ability. After graduation, this guy is doing quite well. I got 387 points, which is not even enough to pass the undergraduate entrance exam. Zhaoyang was not surprised to hear that he had this score. You are almost passing the undergraduate entrance line. Don't go to the internet cafe in the last month. Study hard and try to get into a third-tier university. If you get into a third-tier university, your parents will definitely think that their ancestors' graves are smoking. Brother Yang, I can't do it. Shen Qianxing spread his hands. You know my grades. The passing score for our undergraduate program is 450 points. I have no chance. Brother, don't be so quick to deny yourself. How do you know if you don't try? A man can't say he can't do it. Can. Don't be so sad. Let me tell you, college students, the difference between a junior college and a bachelor's degree is really huge. A junior college is 3 years and an undergraduate is 4 years. Isn't it better to have an extra year of study than a junior college? What does it mean to plant flowers for an extra year? Shen Qianxing asked with a black question mark on his face. I'll tell you later, but if you believe me, we can review together when we have time. Zhaoyang also wanted to help Shen Qianxing, mainly because this brother was really good and always thought of him. Seeing Zhaoyang so sincere, he also wanted to give it a try. After all, it was the last month. What's wrong with playing less games? If he could really get into college, his parents would definitely be very happy. Okay, Brother Yang, I'll ask you if I have questions from now on. Just ask. You can also ask Ning Wan. Zhaoyang turned his head and fixed his gaze on Ning Wan. Isn't that right, little classmate? Oh, yeah. Thank you, Brother Yang. Thank you, sister-in-law. Ning Wan's face turned red. Zhaoyang rolled his eyes. Don't thank me, just go back to class. Become. In the first English class, Zhaoyang also took out the English test paper. I only scored 90 points in English, which is indeed a bit low, but this also proves that being able to communicate with foreigners does not mean that I do well in English. Zhaoyang still doesn't quite understand the subject, predicate, object, verbs, prepositions, adjectives and so on. My focus in the future will still be on English. Time passed quickly and a whole day was over. After the school bell rang, Zhaoyang stretched lazily. He turned his head slightly to look at the little classmate next to him and patted her shoulder gently. Little classmate, stop studying, pack up your things and go back. Okay, Tilda. Ning Wan was in a very good mood, mostly because of Zhaoyang's grades. After a simple tidying up, Zhaoyang rode his bicycle to take her back to their welfare home as usual. When he put her at the door of the welfare home, Zhaoyang straightened her collar. Don't forget to go to the library together tomorrow. I'll wait for you at the bus stop next to Songgui Street. Chapter 15, Invite your deskmate to come to my house for dinner. Yeah, okay. Ning Wanfei raised the corners of her thin mouth slightly, and then asked, by the way, what time are we leaving? The library opens at 9, let's go at 8. There's a place I want to take you to. A place? Ning Wan looked puzzled. Zhaoyang smiled and said mysteriously, you will know tomorrow. I can't tell you yet. Oh. Ning Wan nodded obediently, then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Tilda. After waving to Ning Wan, Zhaoyang rode away on his bicycle, staring at him. Ning Wan looked at his back with her head tilted. Where will Zhaoyang take her tomorrow? Forget it, don't think about it anymore, I'll know tomorrow. On the other side, about 20 minutes later, Zhaoyang arrived at the community where he lived. After parking his bicycle downstairs, Zhaoyang ran upstairs. As soon as he opened the door, a scent of rice immediately filled his nose. Wansai's little corgi came to the door to greet him, and after smelling the aroma of the food, Zhaoyang walked around Wansai and put down his school bag. Mom, I'm back. He sniffed, then went into the kitchen and found that there were a lot of ingredients on the table. There was even a whole pig's head. This scene is just like the Chinese New Year. Zhaoyang couldn't help asking, Mom, what's the good day today? Why are you preparing so much? Zhang Jiru seemed to be in a very good mood, with a hint of drunkenness on her face. Son, tell me what you want to eat today. I will cook it for you even if I have to go through fire and water. Hearing this, Zhaoyang was confused. Go through fire and water? Is this still Zhang Jiru, nicknamed Tigress? You know, when my mom gets angry, she's really scary. The main thing is that my dad is completely henpecked and usually very timid. At home, my mom would use her roaring skill and both he and his dad would tremble with fear. He is not even as good as the corgi at home. Even Wansai dares to bark a few times. That's right, the division of the family throne in the family is now very detailed. That is, Zhang Jiru, Wansai corgi, Zhaoyang. That's right, at home, they are not even as good as the family dog. When Zhang Jiru is angry, she will not cook for them, but she will not forget to give dog food to Wansai. Seeing his mother acting abnormally, Zhaoyang couldn't help but touch Zhang Jiru's forehead and said, My dear mother, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy? How can you talk like that, kid? Zhaoyang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his mother, who was about to get angry, return to normal. Your class teacher called me today and told me that you scored 581 points in the exam. It turns out that this is because. I didn't expect Xue Xiaohua to specially inform her mother. No wonder her mother seemed like a different person. I see. I am not picky about what I eat. As long as it is cooked by my dear mother, I like it. TSK, my son is still good at talking. Zhaoyang washed his hands, then came to Zhang Jiru and said, Mom, you can all see my cooking skills. Let me help you. My mother didn't refuse. She turned on the tap and asked while washing the vegetables, Zhaoyang, your grades are so good all of a sudden. Is it related to your little deskmate? In the past 2 days, Zhaoyang has been talking about Ning Wan to his parents and sharing with them what happened at school. Well, Mom, my achievements are indeed related to Ning Wan, but the biggest reason is my persistent study. Come on, stop talking nonsense. Isn't she in an orphanage? Her life must be very difficult. Why don't you invite her to your house tomorrow night and have dinner together? 3 black question marks popped up above Zhaoyang's head, but on second thought it made sense. His mother now believed that Ning Wan was the primary contributor to his good performance in the exam, so it was quite normal to let her visit their home in the name of a classmate. Zhaoyang, did you hear me? Contact her tomorrow and come home together. Zhaoyang nodded. I will go to the library with her to study tomorrow, I will ask her then. You guys want to go to the library? Go to my room and take out 200 yuan from my wallet. Treat the girl to a nice meal at noon. Don't be so stingy. Also, you have to bring it back, do you understand? Oh Zhaoyang's face turned dark. He wasn't stingy at all. After helping his mother cut the vegetables, Zhaoyang went to their master bedroom to get 200 yuan from his mother, then watched TV for a while eating melon seeds. When the meal was almost ready, his father Zhaoyang pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw the table filled with delicious food and even a bottle of sheed wine, he blurted out something. Hey, my dear, did you buy this bottle of sheed for me? Yes, Lao Chao, you always wanted to drink, right? I was in a good mood today, so I bought some for you. Oh my god. Mr. Zhaoyang guessed, let me think about why you are in such a good mood. Did you scratch 1000 on a scratch card? Go away, when have I ever bought a scratch ticket like you? Let me tell you, it's several times better than winning 1000. Zhaoyang was stunned. He looked incredulous and continued, could it be that? I won 10,000 in the double color ball. Zhang Jiru. Zhaoyang. Wang Cai. There's no way. Dad's favorite thing is to buy lottery tickets. His dream is to win the lottery jackpot. My mother was speechless. She reorganized her words and said, I really don't know what's going on in your mind. Let me tell you, our son did very well in the first mock exam. Very good. He turned his head towards Chao Yongmeng and looked at Zhaoyang. Then he quickly turned his gaze back to Zhang Jiru. Very good, how good is that? You guess. Zhaoyang, okay, Mom, don't keep me in suspense. Dad, I got 581 points in the exam this time, so I will have no problem getting into a top university. Good boy. After hearing this, my dad froze where he was. Because Zhaoyang's previous grades were so bad that he was more than 20 points away from the undergraduate line in normal exams. There is still 1 month left before the college entrance examination, and he has even thought about Zhaoyang's future plans. That is, send him to Shandong Lanxiang Advanced Technical School to learn how to drive an excavator. Or send them to New Oriental to learn cooking. After all, no matter how awesome a person is, he still needs to eat, and as long as people are alive, the restaurant will never close. But when he heard that Zhaoyang did so well in the mock exam, he had already put this idea far away. He couldn't help but stepped forward and patted Zhaoyang on the shoulder. Okay, 579 points, it's close to 600 points. Son, you must keep your grades stable in the last month and don't make any mistakes. Don't worry, Dad. Your son will definitely get you a 211 or 985 this time. Har, alright, you're worthy of being my biological son. Come, eat. Chapter 16 Holding hands with my little classmate for the first time. Tonight, both parents were surrounding Zhaoyang. Even Zhang Jiru, who had never drunk before, had a drink. After dinner, Zhaoyang carried his school bag into the room to continue reviewing. Although the result of this mock exam was good, Zhaoyang did not feel proud at all. The main reason was that he was still far behind Ning Wan. He didn't want Ning Wan to give up getting into a good college because of him. At 11 o'clock, Zhaoyang fell asleep on time. Unfortunately, Ning Wan didn't have a mobile phone, so she had no chance to chat on QQ or send text messages. The next day, the faint light after dawn breaks the silence of the night and awakens the sleeping world. The sky gradually turned pale, and the morning light shone through the window into a corner of the room, faint but warm. The alarm clock beside the bed rang. Zhaoyang turned it off in a daze, then rolled over and sat up from the bed. I will be able to meet my future daughter-in-law soon. Today is the first date for two of us. So, you have to dress up nicely. After putting on his t-shirt, Zhaoyang went into the bathroom and smeared his chin with the foam his father used to grow his beard. He looked at himself in the mirror and had to admit, he was really handsome but not as handsome as the reader in front of the screen. Yes, there is nothing wrong with this image. The temperature in May was over 20 degrees, which was not cold, but it was only a dozen degrees in the early morning, so Zhaoyang put on a black plaid coat, and then put the 53 test papers on the table and the test papers from the previous few days into his school bag. When he came to the living room, his mother had already prepared breakfast for him, but she was not in the room. Zhaoyang didn't think much about it. After a simple breakfast, he left home with his school bag. Songgui Street Station was not far from both him and Ning Wan, because the bus from there could go directly to the municipal library, so they agreed to meet there. Jiancheng is the provincial capital and there is a bus every 10 minutes. When he arrived at the bus stop, a bus happened to pass by. After putting in a fare of 1 yuan, Zhaoyang sat near the back door. It was only 7:30. It takes about 15 minutes to get to Songguidarji station. Get there before 8, no problem at all. The bus was swaying on the streets of Jiancheng. Zhaoyang looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window and thought about many questions. In fact, after being reborn, learning is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to make money. After all, money makes the world go round. If you have money, you can negotiate business worth hundreds of millions with 99% of the beautiful women in the world. If you have money, there are so many things you can do. The reason why he hasn't been working hard to make money recently is that he wants to improve his grades. After the college entrance examination, you can start making money in a big way. As a reborn person, he understands the future market trend and knows which industries will rise and which industries will end. So compared to ordinary people, it is indeed not that difficult to make money. But there is also a problem. Starting a business requires a certain amount of initial capital. It's not realistic to buy a lottery ticket and win the prize. Because he had never bought a lottery ticket in his previous life, he had seen news reports that someone had won tens of millions of dollars in the double color ball jackpot, but he didn't write down the winning numbers. How about some Bitcoin? Or speculating on real estate? Buying shares of Moutai seems to be a good idea. But all of these require capital. Zhaoyang felt a little sad. Why in those exciting novels he had read in his previous life, the male protagonist would be reborn and travel through time and space and become a billionaire with assets worth billions in just 2 days? It has been 5 or 6 days since he was reborn, and he is still a poor guy with only 200 yuan in his pocket. This 200 yuan was given by his mother. After a while Zhaoyang understood that there was no ding as in the novel. He didn't have any extravagant expectations of the system. After all, being able to be reborn was already a blessing from God. 10 minutes later, the bus stopped at Songgui Street Station. Ding dong, dear passengers, we have arrived at Songgui Street Station. Passengers who are getting off the bus, please take your belongings and get off at the back door. Please be careful at the door, and please be careful when you get off the car. Along with the arrival announcement, the bus gradually stopped in front of the bus stop. Through the car window, Zhaoyang saw Ning Wan waiting there at first sight. Today she was not wearing her school uniform, but a faded grey coat. The style was a bit old and it looked like it was donated by some kind-hearted people in the welfare home. She still had thick bangs that almost covered her eyes, and she carried a heavy school bag on her back. At this moment, she was sitting on the chair at the bus stop, holding the test paper in her hand, looking at it carefully. I have to say that Ning Wan is a very serious girl in her studies and she doesn't waste a minute. Zhaoyang got out of the car from the back door. Ning Wan didn't notice his presence at this time, and Zhaoyang didn't call her directly. Instead, he sneaked up behind her and put his mouth close to her ear. My little deskmate, are you studying so hard? Ning Wan, who was concentrating on studying, was startled by Zhaoyang. She raised her head suddenly and pouted when she saw it was Zhaoyang. Zhaoyang, you scared me. Zhaoyang knew she wouldn't be angry. I'm just scaring you. Don't read in this position anymore. It will hurt your back. If you do this for a long time, you might end up with uneven shoulders. Oh, I see. Ning Wan looked as if she admitted her mistake. Zhaoyang would not continue to embarrass others. She glanced to the left of the bus stop sign, and at that moment a number 21 bus happened to come over. The bus is here, let's get on it quickly. Oh tilde. Ning Wan nodded. But when she saw that it was bus number 21, she looked puzzled. No, Zhaoyang, this bus is clearly number 21. I remember the bus to the library should be number 24. Don't worry about it. Didn't I say yesterday that I would take you somewhere? Get in the car first. After he finished speaking, Zhaoyang very domineeringly grabbed her fair little hand. Ningguan's face suddenly turned red when she was grabbed by Zhaoyang. Physical contact can quickly heat up the relationship between two people. Zhaoyang put 2 coins into the coin slot, and then they sat in the back seat of the car together. However, Zhaoyang did not let go of her hand at this time. Ning Wan lowered her head shyly, wondering if Zhaoyang had forgotten that he was still holding her hand. What if my classmates see it and misunderstand me? Zhaoyang, hand. Zhaoyang glanced at his crossed hands. Your hands are so small. Ning Wan didn't know how to respond to Zhaoyang's words. Shouldn't he let go after being reminded by himself? However, Zhaoyang's hands are really big. With Zhaoyang covering her hand, Ning Wan really felt safe. At this time, Zhaoyang suddenly spoke up. By the way, my deskmate, my mother learned about my mock exam results last night and was very happy. Then tonight, she's going to invite you to dinner at her home. Chapter 17. Taking my deskmate to change his head. What, invite me to dinner? Ning Wan widened her eyes, very confused. Zhaoyang's family was going to invite her to be a guest. Zhaoyang nodded. Yes, so today after we finish reviewing our lessons in the library, we will go to my house for dinner. Don't say you don't want to go, my mother has given me a death order. If I don't take you back, he will kill me, and I will be in great trouble. Ning Wan was a little hesitant and didn't know what to say for a moment. If she goes, she will be extremely shy, afraid of strangers, and socially anxious. If I don't go, will it affect the relationship between the two of us? Mainly, she wasn't dressed very well today. She wondered what Zhaoyang's parents would think when they saw her. Zhaoyang saw that Ning Wan was worried and said, Don't worry, my parents are very kind. I will take you home after dinner. Don't worry about your safety, little classmate. After hearing her response, Zhaoyang knew that Ning Wan had agreed. At this time, the bus was moving forward slowly. Ning Wan looked out the window in a daze, not knowing where Zhaoyang was going to take her. About 10 minutes later, the bus stopped at a bus stop. Ding dong, dear passengers, we have arrived at the Weiyu Road intersection. Passengers who are getting off the bus, please take your belongings and get off at the back door. After hearing their voice, Zhaoyang gently patted Ningguan's shoulder and said softly, My little classmate, we are here, let's get off. Zhaoyang took Ningguan's hand and got out of the car. Although Ning Wan grew up in Jiancheng, she has never been to many corners of Jiancheng. For example, this place is particularly unfamiliar to her. Zhaoyang, why did you bring me here? Take you to change your head. Zhaoyang pointed to a barber shop not far away and said, Tony in this barber shop has very good skills. I had my hair cut in this shop. Hearing this, Ning Wan shook her head repeatedly, but, I don't have any money. I have. Because of your careful tutoring these few days, my grades have improved so much that my mother rewarded me with 200 yuan yesterday. Hearing this, Ningguan's face turned pale and she refused, but that's your money, why don't you just forget it? Zhaoyang didn't give up. He continued, don't feel bad about the money for the haircut. How about this, when we get into the same university and you get the scholarship, you can pay me back. Ning Wan, who was not good at expressing herself, still couldn't resist Zhaoyang. She nodded slightly, then. I want to pay you back twice as much when the time comes. No problem. Finally, Zhaoyang made Ning Wan fall asleep, and holding her fair little hand, they walked into the barber shop together. This barber shop was the one he came to on the day of his rebirth. Teacher Tony's skills are really good, and Ning Wan has a good foundation, so changing her hairstyle is really like changing her head. Hey, little brother, you are here again. Teacher Tony recognized Zhaoyang at a glance, mainly because the boy was so handsome and his hairstyle was done by himself. Yes, boss. Teacher Tony took another look at the little girl next to Zhaoyang, and at a glance he could tell that this little girl had a good foundation. I'm just a little thin. It would be better if I had more collagen on my face and body. Are you bringing your little girlfriend here for a haircut today? Ning Wan blushed when she heard the word girlfriend. She thought Zhaoyang would explain something, but Zhaoyang had no intention of explaining at all. Yes, please trim my little girl's classmate's hair. Cut the bangs a little thinner. I think it's okay to leave them in airy bangs, and then tie her up in a high ponytail. After thinking for a moment, Teacher Tony nodded. No problem, watch me operate, I guarantee that you two will be satisfied. Zhaoyang was particularly confident in the skills of Teacher Tony. He nodded with a smile and said, okay, I'll leave it to you, teacher. Come, wash your hair first. Teacher Tony said to Ning Wan. Ning Wan was still a little shy. This was the first time she had been to a barber shop since she was a child. Just go, little classmate. She followed the hairdresser to the back to wash her hair, while Zhaoyang sat in the rest area nearby and turned on his cell phone. He had indeed not checked his phone in the past few days. After opening QQ, he found that Yang Huiru had indeed sent him several messages. But he didn't even click on it and just quit QQ. It's not interesting. Let us focus on Ning Wan. Meanwhile, there's the shampooing basin at the back. Teacher Tony asked Ning Wan to lie on the sofa, and then lifted her hair. When he saw that delicate and flawless face, he was stunned at first. At this moment, a word flashed through Teacher Tony's mind. That is, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Zhaoyang is really handsome, and Ning Wan is also very beautiful. He hadn't even thought that underneath that thick layer of hair, there was such a delicate face hidden. But because she is a little thin, her face looks a little sunken. If she eats more and gains some weight, she will look better. While washing her hair, Ning Wan clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and said nothing. After she sat on the chair, Zhaoyang stood up curiously and moved closer to Ning Wan. Her hair was wet, and the hair that had previously covered her eyes had been lifted up by Teacher Tony. This time, that delicate and flawless little face was completely exposed in front of Zhaoyang. At this moment, Zhaoyang admitted that he was really stunned. Teacher Tony used a clip to layer Ning Wan's hair and couldn't help but sigh, little beauty, you are so pretty. Your previous hairstyle really didn't suit you very well. Then I'll do as your boyfriend said and trim your bangs, and then tie your hair into a high ponytail, okay? Hearing this, Ning Wan looked at Zhaoyang through the mirror and blinked again. It seems like it's okay to ask again. Zhaoyang chuckled when he saw this. Little classmate, can you please say something? I think there is nothing wrong with it. If you have better suggestions, you can talk to Teacher Tony. After a brief thought, Ning Wan whispered, just follow what Zhaoyang said. No problem. Teacher Tony took out the scissors with ease and started trimming. Zhaoyang kept wandering around, even taking out his cell phone to take a few pictures of her from time to time. About half an hour later, Ning Wan's hair was almost trimmed. At this time, her bangs no longer covered her eyes. With her long hair loose, she looks pure and charming. Especially those eyes that seemed to be able to speak became much brighter. Oh my goodness, this haircut is like a complete change of head. Teacher Tony couldn't help but sigh, he even doubted whether his skills were that good. Why did he feel like he was getting better and better each time? Is his technique really that good? At the same time, Ning Wan saw herself in the mirror and felt that she was indeed more beautiful than before. But she still looked a little inferior, with a droopy smile. Zhaoyang came over. He held the phone, squatted down, and said to Ning Wan in the mirror, come on, little classmate, smile. 3, 2, 1, Eggplant. Chapter 18, the beginning of Ning Guan's gorgeous transformation. Hearing Zhaoyang's voice, Ning Wan couldn't help but force out a smile. Ning Wan's new hairstyle and sweet smile made Zhaoyang feel deeply touched. Like blue waves with clear eyes, filled with a faint warmth. Zhaoyang felt that this was the smile of an angel. That's great. It's really beautiful. My heart almost melts when I see your smile. Really, really? Ning Wan asked somewhat unconfidently. Zhaoyang nodded, of course it's true. Okay, put on your coat and let's go to the library. Good. After receiving Zhaoyang's praise, she actually became more confident. Zhaoyang knew clearly that from today on, Ning Guan's gorgeous transformation would begin. Ning Wan went to get dressed. Zhaoyang came to Teacher Tony and asked, Teacher Tony, how much is this haircut? Same as last time, 6 will do. Become? Zhaoyang took out $6. He had to say, this store was really cheap, and the technology was also really good. After paying the money, Zhaoyang took Ning Guan's hand and left the barber shop, then sat at the bus stop and waited for the bus. Just at this moment, a familiar figure suddenly passed by. When Zhaoyang looked up, he saw that the guy was actually Shen Qianxing. At this moment, he was riding his bicycle breathlessly, and I wonder if he was going to the internet cafe. Zhaoyang called him directly. Brute. Just now, when Shen Qianxing passed by here, he didn't even look here. Hearing the familiar voice, he turned his head. When Shen Qianxing saw that it was Zhaoyang, he was completely stunned. Fuck, brother Yang. He stepped on the brake, stopped, and then jogged to his side. Why are you here? Zhaoyang rolled his eyes. I should be the one asking you this question, kid. Are you planning to go to the internet cafe so early on Saturday morning? How is that possible? Shen Qianxing shook his head heavily. You forgot brother Yarn, my mother sells vegetables in the old long street. There is a big market there today, so it is quite busy. I went there to help my mother sell vegetables. Am I the kind of person who goes to the internet cafe every day? Yes. Zhaoyang chuckled and said, just don't go to the internet cafe. Otherwise, I'll go and complain. Hey, didn't you say you'd study hard? I'm not going there again. Shen Qianxing scratched his head with a smile, and at this moment he unconsciously glanced at the beautiful girl next to Zhaoyang. He was slightly stunned, then asked, by the way, brother Yan, who is this? At this time, Shen Qianxing was very puzzled as to why there was suddenly such a beautiful girl beside Zhaoyang. Apart from being a little thin, she's really pretty. But what puzzled him was that Zhaoyang had been getting very close to his deskmate Ning Wan recently. Why is there suddenly another girl around you? Wow, Zhaoyang is playing 2 games at the same time. After hearing Shen Qianxing's question, Zhaoyang was stunned at first. Then he said, fuck, Shen Qianxing, are you crazy? You didn't even recognize who she is. Hearing this, Shen Qianxing looked at Ning Wan carefully. Found out, still didn't he recognize it? I still don't recognize him. Brother Yang, who is this? This. Zhaoyang never expected that Shen Qianxing didn't even recognize Ning Wan. Xiaoningning, tell him who you are. I. Ning Wan muttered softly, I am Ning Wan. What the hell? Shen Qianxing's mouth opened into an O shape. Oh my god, this is actually Ning Wan. That little classmate from Zhaoyang. No, this is definitely the same person. The major changes are so fucking huge. Oh my god, it's my sister-in-law. I'm so sorry, you've become so beautiful. I really didn't recognize you. It doesn't matter. Ning Guan's little face turned red again. Shen Qianxing called her sister-in-law, why didn't Zhaoyang explain? It's really embarrassing. Did she admit it in her heart? Then it should be okay if I tell him what happened that year, right? Ning Wan was in a dilemma again, and Zhaoyang said, I'm going to study in the library with Ning Wan. Do you want to join us tomorrow? May I? Shen Qianxing thought about it and decided that if possible, he could really go tomorrow. Of course it's true. With Xiaoningning and I, 2 top college students tutoring you, you'll be admitted to college in no time. Oh shit, okay, then brother Yan, we have a deal. See you tomorrow. We can contact each other on QQ. Okay, go help your mom sell vegetables first. I'm going to study sweetly with my deskmate. Tsk Shen Chenshin clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes. Soon, he rode away on his bicycle. Ning Wan raised her head shyly, her deep eyes reflecting Chaoyang's face. Zhaoyang, have I really changed that much? Of course. Zhaoyang couldn't help but rub her little face. From now on, you will be the new class beauty of our senior 3-5 class. Hearing this, Ning Wan felt warm in her heart, and she said, Zhaoyang, it's... Just when she was about to tell Zhaoyang what happened that year. Not far away, a bus suddenly drove over. Zhaoyang held her hand and said, the bus is here, let's get on first. Good. After getting in the car, the two sat in the back seat as usual. Zhaoyang remembered that just before getting in the car, Ning Wan seemed to want to say something to him. What did you want to tell me just now? No. No. She shook her head. Zhaoyang was puzzled. Just say whatever you want. When I started to learn from him, I was mysterious and hesitant. However, looking at Ning Wan's expression, he had already guessed that Ning Wan wanted to tell him about what happened that year. He thought to himself, Xiao Ningning, don't be anxious, I will confess to you soon. I hope that confessing this will not affect your grades. The bus was moving slowly, and because it was not a direct bus, they stopped another bus at Songgui Street Station. When we arrived at the library, it was already 9:30. The library opens at 9 o'clock, and if you arrive on time, you will have to wait in line for a long time. Come at this time, there is no need to queue. The two walked in side by side. The library in Jiangcheng City was very large, with 4 floors, and each floor had an area of several thousand square meters. Because today is the weekend, students from the surrounding primary and secondary schools all come here to study, so the first and second floors are almost full. Zhaoyang likes quiet places, so he took Ning Wan to the 4th floor of the library, a seat by the window. After sitting down, they opened their school bags and took out the test papers. Zhaoyang asked, didn't you want to ask me some math questions last week? You can ask me now. Chapter 19 Zhaoyang, I can do everything you can't do. Well, okay. Ning Wan quickly rummaged through her school bag, took out the test paper, found the question that she didn't quite understand in the previous test, and put it next to Zhaoyang. After seeing the above question, Chaoyang's face darkened, because this question was indeed quite difficult. Hiss. For this question, I think we can wait until the day after tomorrow when we start class and ask Shuai together. Ning Wan was stunned. You don't know how to do it either. Zhaoyang smiled and said, not just now, but will be in 2.5 minutes. Question mark. Zhaoyang carefully looked at the test questions in front of him. He remembered this question very clearly, but he got it wrong during the exam. Because this is a question about conic sections. When Zhaoyang thought about the complicated steps of solving the questions, he felt like a brain was growing out of his head. He did a few similar questions last night, so he would definitely be able to solve them after studying them for a while. So Zhaoyang quickly started writing. Ning Wan looked at Zhaoyang and watched him write so quickly that even his afterimage was almost visible. Is he just writing nonsense? Or was he inspired? Ning Wan didn't disturb him too much and waited quietly for Zhaoyang to study the question. After 2.5 minutes, Zhaoyang suddenly slammed the carbon pen in his hand on the table. Nailed it. Ning Wan blinked her big eyes, her tone filled with surprise. You solved this problem. Ning Wan thought to herself, oh my god, he finished one question in less than 3 minutes, that's amazing. Zhaoyang shook his head, of course, it's very simple. Come, let me tell you. He slid the draft paper he had just written across the table to Ning Wan, holding the pen with his slender fingers. The first step of this question is to write a solution. Shuai said that one solution is worth 1 point. Don't forget it when the time comes. Next, because. So. Look at this curve. Zhaoyang explained this question very seriously. Mainly, the steps he explained were different from those given by the teacher. Compared with the problem-solving ideas that Shuai talked about in class, what Zhaoyang just said was much more concise and clear. By removing many tedious steps, the entire problem-solving process appears particularly fresh and refined. After Ning Wan heard what Zhaoyang said about the topic, her heart was filled with turmoil. She didn't understand why Zhaoyang couldn't answer the question correctly during the test, but now he remembered it in just a few minutes. After nearly 25 minutes of explanation, Zhaoyang had clearly explained the solution to the problem to her. Looking at Ning Wan, who was still thinking, Zhaoyang asked, "How's it going, little Ning? You can do this question, right?" Ning Wan nodded slightly, with a trace of confusion in her eyes. "I know, but I want to know, how did you know the steps to solve this problem within a few minutes?" Zhaoyang pondered for a moment, then looked up at her. "It was you who inspired my potential. With you by my side, I feel my brain works better than before." Ning Wan, really? Am I that powerful? Of course. Zhaoyang patted her shoulder gently. "Now you know how to do this question, so I'm going to assign you a task." "Assign me a task?" "That's right." Zhaoyang said, "The day after tomorrow, which is Monday, Shui Xiaohua will definitely explain this question to us. Then you will go on stage to explain this question. Is that okay?" "This." Ning Wan paused for a moment. In fact, Zhaoyang's purpose was to let her go on stage to practice her language expression ability. "Don't say that, it's settled. You have to raise your hands enthusiastically when the time comes." "Got it." "Oh." Ning Wan murmured, "Oh," softly. She didn't know why, but she felt that the morning sun was a little fierce at this moment. But it doesn't matter if he is fierce, he is doing it for his own good anyway. Seeing Ning Wan agree so obediently, Zhaoyang nodded with satisfaction. "Are there any questions you don't understand? Tell me and I'll continue teaching you." "What questions do you know?" "You can't do that, but I can do it. Because I reviewed a lot last night, I was able to solve some of the more difficult questions by just doing them a few more times." He feels that he has a good chance of scoring over 650 points in the second mock exam next week. Ning Wan found another set of unfinished exercises from her school bag. After opening it, she picked out all the questions that she didn't understand or had done wrong before. "I don't really understand any of this. Do you know all of this? Give me 3 minutes for each question, and I'll teach you." The morning passed in a flash. This morning, Zhaoyang explained a total of 6 big questions to Ning Wan, and little Ning Wan's head kept nodding like a chick licking rice. Seeing that it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhaoyang stretched out his arms and yawned, then made a surprise attack and put his arms around Ning Wan's shoulders. After getting a little closer to her, Zhaoyang asked, "Xiao Ning, what would you like to treat me to lunch?" She was shocked when she heard that. How did he know that she was going to treat him to lunch today? Ning Wan stammered, "Well, I don't have much money, can we go eat ramen together? I only have 20 yuan, which should be enough for us to eat." Zhaoyang heard this and did not refuse. After all, she has to maintain her little dignity. "Okay, then I'll make you spend money today." "It doesn't matter." She shook her head. "I've eaten your meals for days, and you've been tutoring me in math this morning. This is what I should do." She paused for a moment, then continued, "I'll give you some English lessons this afternoon. Also, I don't have much money right now, so I'll go work when I'm on holiday, and then I'll treat you to a nice meal." Zhaoyang chuckled when he heard that. "Okay, thank you, Xiao Ning." After standing up, Zhaoyang shamelessly took her fair little hand and left the library together. As for school bags and the like, they didn't take them with them because there was nothing valuable in them and no one would steal them. Opposite the library is a commercial street with a wide variety of shops. Zhaoyang and Ning Wan's goal is very clear, which is their Lanju ramen, which is very popular in this era. Coincidentally, there was a Lanju ramen restaurant not far from them. Zhaoyang and Ning Wan walked in and came to the bar counter of the ramen restaurant. Ning Wan first looked up at the menu and the prices, then asked Zhaoyang, "Can you have a large bowl?" "A small bowl will do." Ning Wan didn't listen to him. "Boss, give me 2 servings of beef ramen, 1 large and 1 small." "Okay, take a seat wherever you want, the food will be ready soon." Zhaoyang couldn't help but said, "Didn't I tell you that I can have a small portion? How can you do that? The afternoon is long. You need to eat more. You can't get hungry in the middle of the meal." Looking at Ning Wan, for some reason, Zhaoyang thought of his mother. He really has a big appetite. A small portion of ramen costs 6 yuan, and a large portion costs 7 yuan. Zhaoyang doesn't care about $1. "Okay, let's find a place to sit first." "Okay, Tilda." The two found a seat by the window and sat down. After sitting down, Zhaoyang kept staring at Ning Wan, looking at her fair and flawless little face. Ning Wan noticed that he was staring at her, her eyes dodged for a moment, and asked, "Is there something on my face?" "No, I just think it looks good. The more I look at it, the better it looks." Chapter 20. Zhaoyang and Ning Wan, you really hurt me. Swish. Ning Wan's face turned red again. At that time, there was no such term as cheesy love talk. Moreover, Ning Wan would not think that Zhaoyang was just saying cheesy love words. Because she liked him, she felt a little embarrassed when Zhaoyang didn't praise her. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the beef ramen was ready. The shop owner called out, "Young man, young lady, the noodles you ordered are ready. You can come and get them." The boss placed the noodles at the window of the bar. Just as Ning Wan was about to get up, Zhaoyang held her shoulders down and said, "Don't get up. I'll do it." After saying that, he flashed to the window, holding a bowl in one hand. Very stable. In his previous life, his arms would shake when he held the bowl. Even the urine is forked. What a bunch of fakes. I have to say, at 18 years old, I still have the best body. After placing it on the table, Zhaoyang whispered, "There are free pickles at the bar. I'll go get some." "Good." Ning Wan nodded obediently. Zhaoyang came to the bar, picked up the tongs and put some pickles into the bowl, while calling out softly, "Boss, come here." "What's wrong, little brother?" The shop owner showed an honest smile. Zhaoyang turned his head and glanced at Ning Wan to make sure she didn't hear him. "Boss, this is the first time my girlfriend and I go out for a date and dinner. She insisted on treating me today. You said, how can you let a girl pay for the first meal? So I'll give you the money in advance, and then when we pay the bill later, you can say we're the lucky customers today and the bill's free. How about that?" Upon hearing this, the shop owner had no objection. "No problem, little brother, I'll do as you say." "Okay, thank you boss, we will come more often to take care of your business in the future." "Har har, okay." Zhaoyang directly handed the boss a Mao Zedong note. After getting the change, Zhaoyang walked back with a small plate of pickles. "Come, Xiaoningning, try his pickles. Let me tell you, his pickles are very delicious. I come here often." "Okay, let me try it." Ning Wan took the chopsticks and prepared to pick up some. This small pickle is white radish pickled by the boss, and it is particularly crispy. After putting it into her mouth, she couldn't help but nodded, "It's really delicious. It would be great if the children in the welfare home could eat it." Zhaoyang had a complicated expression. Unexpectedly, her first thought was to share it with the children in the welfare home. What a kind girl. "My mother knows how to make it. You can ask her for advice tonight." "Really?" "Okay." The two men worked extremely fast and after more than 10 minutes, the ramen was gone. Zhaoyang also burped. Belch. Seeing Zhaoyang was full, Ning Wan couldn't help but laugh. Because he is not polite at all. However, there was no one else in the store, and he felt that Zhaoyang was quite heroic. "Are you full? Let's go and pay the bill." Ning Wan stood up and walked to the bar. "Boss, let's pay the bill." "Here I come." At this time, the boss held up a few pieces of paper and said, "We have an event in our store today. You can draw a prize before you pay. Among these 5 prizes, there is one free prize. Do you want to try it?" Ning Wan blinked her big eyes and then focused her gaze on Zhaoyang. Seeing this, Zhaoyang said, "Xiaoningning, what are you looking at me for? Since the boss said there is an event, let's give it a try. What if the European emperor possesses me and I get hit?" "Good." She looked at the pieces of paper on the bar and chose one. But she didn't open it, but handed it to Zhaoyang. "You should open it." "No problem." In fact, Zhaoyang knew clearly that all the 5 slips of paper in front of him were free of charge. I have to say that the boss has a really good idea. After opening it, Zhaoyang pretended to be shocked. "Oh my god, Ning, it's free." "Really?" Zhaoyang handed the note to Ning Wan. "Is this true? How come you are so lucky today?" He. Ning Wan felt particularly satisfied. "I didn't expect my luck to be so good that I could win the prize. She looked at the boss in front of her in disbelief. Boss, then do we not have to pay? Yes, ha 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 ha, congratulations to both of you. The boss glanced at Zhaoyang, and then Ning Wan quickly said, Zhaoyang, I'll treat you to a drink of cola. No problem. Ning Wan paid 5 yuan and bought 2 bottles of kuo. Then she and Zhaoyang held hands and left the Lanju ramen restaurant leisurely. Just as the two of them walked out, a young couple who looked to be in their 20s came over and prepared to pay the bill. They also heard the conversation between Zhaoyang Ning Wan and the boss just now. Boss, we can also draw a lottery, right? The boss has a black question mark on his head. Damn it. He had planned everything, but he never expected that other customers in the store would also hear about the lucky draw. The main thing is that the 4 slips of paper on the table all contain delivery notes. As a capitalist, the shop owner certainly would not do business at a loss. He shook his head and said, the only delivery bill in the shop has been taken by the young couple just now, so it's useless for you to take it. It's okay, boss. Just treat it as a lottery and have fun. As she was talking, the girl made a surprise move and snatched one of the notes into her hands. After opening it, she covered her mouth with her hand, also looking incredulous. Oh my god, husband, we also have face orders. The shop owner was very confused. The girl said ostentatiously, boss, you see, we also have face orders, so you have to exempt us too. This. The boss then made an excuse, I thought about it and realized that I wrote too much. There is only one free meal in the 5 draws, so this must be a mistake. So, you have to pay. The girl was very unhappy when she heard this. What a crappy store, I can't afford to have fun here. If you don't give us the receipt, I will never come here again. That's right, boss, are you so petty? The shop owner swallowed. I thought to myself, Zhaoyang and Ning Wan, I am suffering a lot today because of you. Zhaoyang and Ning Wan also spent the whole afternoon in the library. This afternoon, Ning Wan was tutoring Zhaoyang in English. At 5:30 in the evening, an announcement was made that the library would soon be closed. After hearing the broadcast, Zhaoyang turned his gaze towards Ning Wan. Ning, we should go now. Use your cell phone to call the dean and tell him that you are going to a classmate's house for dinner. Don't let them worry. Ning Wan pouted her lips and her heart was beating fast. I am about to go to Zhaoyang's home and meet his parents. I am so nervous. What should I do? Chapter 21. Once I can really do a backflip. Ning. Seeing Ning Wan in a daze, Zhaoyang waved his hand in front of her. I don't have a cell phone. She muttered something quietly. Zhaoyang smiled calmly, and took out his keypad phone from his pocket. Always remember the phone number, call them first, don't let the dean worry. Okay. Ning Wan took out her cell phone and made a call. After putting the phone to her ear, she slowly moved towards the window. Zhaoyang packed up the test papers and stationery for both of them. After a few minutes, Ning Wan came back with his cell phone. Did you finish the fight? I've packed my things, let's go. Zhaoyang, I'm a little nervous. Ning Wan lowered her head and clenched her fair little hands together. The latter patted his shoulder gently and said soothingly, didn't I tell you that my parents are easy to talk to and very kind? They won't eat you, so don't be nervous. Let me tell you, I have a little corgi at home who can do backflips. I'll ask him to perform for you later. Hearing this, Ning Wan looked unconvinced. Corgis can do backflips, who are they kidding? Under Zhaoyang's persuasion, the two quickly left the library and took the bus to the community where Zhaoyang lived. This is it, let's go in. Ning Wan was shocked when she saw many old ladies sitting at the entrance of the community. If I walk in with Zhaoyang today, won't the whole community know about it tomorrow? The residential complex where Zhaoyang lives is an old-style 6-story building that was built in the 1970s and 1980s. It is quite dilapidated and several buildings have even become dangerous, which is why they will be demolished next year. Taking Ning Wan to the 3rd floor, Zhaoyang knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. Today is the weekend and Ms. Zhang Jiru did not go to work. When she heard the knock on the door, she immediately came over and opened it. Crack. After seeing his mother, Zhaoyang said, Mom, I have brought my deskmate here as you ordered. Hearing this, Zhang Jiru turned her gaze to the little girl behind Zhaoyang. The first time she saw her, her eyes lit up. Because this little girl is quite pretty, with a very good appearance, and her big eyes seem to be able to speak. Especially the hairstyle, which suits her very well. The only flaw is that he is a little thin and looks listless. Hello, auntie. Ning Wan suddenly bowed. This made Zhang Jiru feel embarrassed. She quickly greeted, Wan, come in quickly, auntie is cooking. As she spoke, Zhang Jiru invited the two people into the living room. The living room had obviously been carefully cleaned by Zhang Jiru, and the whole room was spotless, but Ning Wan still seemed a little uncomfortable. She sat on the sofa, nervous and not knowing what to say. Ms. Zhang Jiru opened a bottle of juice and then brought over 2 glasses. Come on, Wan, drink some juice first. The meal will take a while. You can chat or watch TV first. His family uses a plasma TV which was particularly popular in the early 2000s. In the early 21st century, big-headed TVs were still popular. Being able to afford a plasma TV shows that his family is indeed well off. Thank you, auntie. Ning Wan said quietly, and Zhaoyang asked, Mom, where is my dad? He went to work overtime today and will be back soon. Oh, what about Wansai? Wansai is in your room. I didn't know if Wanwan was afraid of dogs, so I locked him up. If you want to play with Wansai, just open your bedroom door. Okay. Ning, let me show you Wansai who can do a backflip. As he said that, he stood up and opened the door of his bedroom. Then, Wansai ran over with his little but twisted. After my mother put some fruits and snacks on the coffee table, she went into the kitchen to busy herself. Zhaoyang sat on the sofa and held Wansai in his arms, letting Wansai look at Ning Wan. Wansai, let me introduce you, this is my deskmate, Ning Wan. Woof. Wansai barked and then stuck out his tongue, as if he understood what Zhaoyang said. Little Ning, this is Wansai, he is 2.5 years old this year. Wansai is so cute. Seeing such a cute little corgi, Ning Wan couldn't help but reach out and touch Wansai's head, because she usually likes small animals very much, and there are even small animals often going to their welfare home to look for food. Sometimes, the children in the welfare home will feed their snacks to these small animals. Isn't it cute? Do you want to see his backflip? Ning Wan was confused. No, could this dog really do a backflip? Will he really? I can't lie to you. Zhaoyang smiled, stood up, walked to the bedroom, and grabbed a handful of dog food. Wansai at home is a complete glutton and loves to eat. He often trains Wansai with dog food, so Wansai knows a lot of commands. Come on, Wansai, shake hands with little Ning. Zhaoyang gave orders while holding dog food in her hand, and Wansai quickly stretched out his little paws, wanting to shake hands with her. Ning Wan was stunned when she saw this scene. She never expected that there would be such a smart dog in the world. Zhaoyang put a grain of dog food into Wansai's mouth, and Wansai ate it all immediately. Then Zhaoyang ordered again, come on, turn around. He was very obedient and turned around a few times quickly. Come on, backflip. Woof. Wansai suddenly cried out, and then kicked his short legs. Jumped up. Then the body rolled backwards. Finally, all 4 feet landed firmly on the ground. A standard backflip is completed. Zhaoyang gave him all the dog food in his hand as a reward. When Ning Wan saw this scene, her mouth opened into an O shape. She had never seen such a clever dog. He's so smart. Yeah. Zhaoyang chuckled. He's been trained since he was a kid. He can do addition and subtraction within 10, he can urinate and defecate at designated places, and he can even pick durian. I'll take you to try it later. Ning Wan had never eaten durian before. She knew that durian was very expensive, so she just nodded slightly. Want to watch some TV? Ning Wan shook her head. Why don't you go study in my room? I haven't done my homework for the weekend yet. Zhaoyang knew that she would review whenever she had time, so he suggested doing the weekend homework. Sure enough, after hearing that she had to go back to her room to do her homework, Ning Wan immediately perked up. She said, is that okay? I just happen to have my homework with me. Of course, let's go. The two men stood up together. Just then, my mother came out of the kitchen. Seeing both children standing up, he couldn't help but ask, Zhaoyang, what are you doing? Mom, we only reviewed in the library today and haven't done our homework yet, so we plan to go back to the room to do our homework. You can call us when dinner is ready. Hearing this, Zhang Jiru smiled very happily. I have to say that Zhaoyang is becoming more and more sensible. Okay, then go to your room and study hard. I'll call you when dinner is ready. Chapter 22, Zhaoyang, does he really not like Yang Huiru? Okay, Mom. In front of his mother, Zhaoyang directly took Ning Guan's hand, dragged her into the bedroom, and closed the door. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jiru chuckled. Could it be that this child has fallen in love with Ning Wan? 17 or 18 years old, this age is the time when love begins to begin. It's totally normal to fall in love with a classmate. However, Zhang Jiru didn't think much about him. She doesn't care whether Zhaoyang is in a relationship or who he is in a relationship with, as long as it doesn't affect your grades. But Zhaoyang was indeed smiling happily just now, and he was holding Ning Guan's hand. Needless to say, this guy is interested in the girl named Ning Wan. In the room, Ning Wan saw the poster of Tangled Lun in Kaoyang's room and couldn't help asking, so you like Tangled Lun? Yeah. Zhaoyang nodded with a smile, I really like his Sunny Day. Do you? Ning Wan shook her head, I rarely listen to music. Zhaoyang was stunned. Yes, their conditions in the welfare home were not very good, and Ning Wan could not access many things. He thought for a moment and said, I happen to have Jay Cho's album on tape. I'll turn it down a bit and do my homework while listening to it. Good. Zhaoyang took a box of tapes from the bookshelf next to him, opened it and put it into the radio. The first song he played was Sunny Day. When he heard the familiar melody, Zhaoyang took a deep breath. It was still the same taste. This song was his favorite when he was pursuing Yang Huiru. Although it was a memory that was too painful to recall, but when I think about it, I have no regrets, because I haven't even charged forward for love. There was only one chair in the room, so Zhaoyang asked Ning Wan to sit down first. Ning, please sit down first. I'll go outside and get a chair, and then I'll start doing my homework. Okay. She nodded obediently and sat down. Seeing Ning Wan being so obedient, Zhaoyang was particularly satisfied. She was really a good girl. After he walked out, Ning Wan turned her eyes to the radio that was playing music. Listening to the melody of Sunny Day, she unconsciously thought of the promise Zhaoyang made to her. This little snowman is you, and the big snowman is me. I will protect you forever just like this snowman. I didn't expect that I still have the courage I lost. I really want to ask you again, will you wait or leave? On this windy day, I tried to hold your hand. For some reason, after hearing the lyrics of Sunny Day, Ning Wan suddenly felt that the song was about her. Because this song is about secret love. She lowered her head and held the pen, and suddenly saw that the name, Yang Huiru, was engraved on the table in Zhaoyang. There was some worry in her eyes again. Does Zhaoyang really not like Yang Huiru anymore? Just as she was daydreaming, Zhaoyang opened the door and walked in. Xiaoning, please give me a seat. Zhaoyang walked over with a chair in his hand. Oh, okay. She forced a smile and moved her butt and chair to make room for Zhaoyang. After sitting down again, she looked at Yang Huiru's name on the table again. Such a scene was just captured by Zhaoyang. He clearly saw that after Ning Wan saw Yang Huiru's name, her expression became vaguely unnatural, as if she was helpless and worried. Could this little girl have misunderstood something? Without thinking much about it, he found the math test paper assigned by the teacher yesterday. This weekend's test paper is quite difficult. It is even more difficult than the mock exam. What the teacher meant was to let the students summarize the questions they got wrong, and then do similar questions again to consolidate their knowledge. Hurry up and do the test. If you encounter any questions you don't understand, you can ask me. Yeah, okay Tilda. Zhaoyang smiled, focused his eyes on the test paper, and started doing the questions seriously. The same is true for Ning Wan. The room fell into deep silence, so quiet that the only sound could be heard was the rubbing of noses on the test paper. Zhaoyang raised his head slightly, and at that moment, he found Ning Wan so beautiful. At this moment, her eyes were like bright stars, flashing with light. Her gaze was focused on the test paper, and the pen in her hand was dancing lightly, jumping on the paper. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and she was sometimes in deep thought, as if she was having a silent battle with the problem. Seeing how serious she was, Zhaoyang did not disturb her and continued writing the test paper. Meanwhile, the living room. Crack. Zhaoyang's father, Mr. Zhaoyang, came in carrying a briefcase. After seeing the empty living room, he couldn't help but look into the kitchen and said, "Wife, is Zhaoyang not back yet?" Shuh. Zhang Jiru poked her head out of the kitchen and made a shushing gesture. "My son is reading study materials with his deskmate in the room, please don't speak so loudly." "Look at study materials." "What study materials?" Zhaoyang admitted that he had some wrong ideas. And Zhang Jiru rolled her eyes at him. "Are you stupid at work? He and his deskmate are studying in the bedroom. Is that hard to understand? Just say you're studying, and don't say you're looking at study materials. But didn't this kid go to the library all day? Why is he still studying so hard now? How should I know?" Zhang Jiru shook her head. "The meal will be ready in a while, so don't smoke in the house, and don't turn up the volume when watching TV, so as not to disturb the children." "I know, come on, honey, let me help you cut the vegetables." Zhaoyang washed his hands at the sink, then picked up the kitchen knife and asked, "How about it, wife? Is our son's little classmate pretty?" Zhang Jiru rolled her eyes. "Why are you asking this? Isn't this just a way to look for someone in advance to see if she's suitable to be our daughter-in-law?" Zhang Jiru said straightforwardly, "She's a pretty girl, and she's very well behaved. Anyway, I like her very much." Compared to Yang Huiru. Hearing this, Zhang Jiru was stunned for a moment. Because Zhaoyang did like Yang Huiru before. After all, they are not blind and it can be seen from Zhaoyang's performance. But since the May Day holiday, Zhaoyang has never mentioned her again. Some time ago, there were photos of Yang Huiru and their group photo on Zhaoyang's desk. But recently, all those photos disappeared. Both children have their own advantages. Why do you still want Huiru to be your daughter-in-law? Zhaoyang replied with a smile, "No, I just said it casually." By the way, Zhaoyang seems to have had a conflict with Yang Huiru. Are there any conflicts? Zhang Jiru looked suspicious. Zhaoyang and Yang Huiru have been childhood sweethearts and have a good relationship. How could there be any conflicts? She couldn't help asking, "Who told you that?" Yang Huiru's father called me today and told me that Yang Huiru's grades in the mock exam dropped significantly. Yang Huiru's mother asked her why she did so poorly on the test. Guess what Yang Huiru said? Zhang Jiru frowned. "What do you mean?" She said it was all because of Zhaoyang. Because of Zhaoyang? Zhang Jiru widened her eyes when she heard that. Chapter 23, Eating with my little classmate and parents. I don't know the specific reason. Okay, I'll ask Zhaoyang later. Yeah, okay. Ms. Zhang Jiru and Mr. Zhaoyang did not make any groundless guesses, and the two of them continued to work in the kitchen. About 25 minutes later, the food was ready. Ms. Zhang Jiru came to Zhaoyang's bedroom door and knocked. "Zhaoyang, Ning Wan, the meal is ready, come out and eat." "Here I come, Mom Tilda." Zhaoyang put down the pen in his hand. At this time, he had only finished less than half of the test paper. Ning Wan's hands showed no sign of stopping, and she was still writing. Looking at Ning Wan writing furiously, Zhaoyang gently patted her shoulder and said, "The meal is ready. Stop for now and continue writing after dinner." Hearing this, Ning Wan slowly put down her pen and asked, "Is Uncle back?" "I'm back. My dad doesn't eat people. Let's go out and introduce him to you." Zhaoyang did not hold Ning Wan's hand this time. He opened the door first and then walked out. Ning Wan followed closely behind, but at this time she was still quite shy and didn't know how to face Zhaoyang's father. After coming out, Zhang Jiru came over to greet her. "Xiao Wan, your hands must be sore from doing homework. Come, Auntie will take you to wash your hands, and we can start eating directly." Thank you, Auntie." Apart from the teachers in the welfare home, no one had ever spoken to her in such a kind tone. Zhang Jiru's enthusiasm made Ning Wan a little overwhelmed. "You're welcome. There's hand sanitizer in the bottle next to the sink. You can use a disposable face towel to wipe your hands." "Good. Mom, I can just tell Xiao Ningning about this. It's all the same. Once you two wash your hands, we'll start eating Tilda." Zhaoyang turned his head and glanced at Ning Wan, just in time to see her delicate cheek. I thought to myself, this girl is pretty good. She is quite pretty, has a pleasant voice and looks very well behaved. Not bad, not bad. My son's vision is indeed good. After washing their hands, Zhaoyang and Ning Wan came to the dining table together. Zhaoyang pulled out a chair very gentlemanly. Come, Xiao Ningning, please sit down. Thanks. She whispered a thank you and sat down on the chair shyly. Today, my mother prepared a very sumptuous dinner, including braised pork, roast duck, flavored eggplant, ants climbing trees, etc. There were 8 dishes in total, more than enough for the 4 of them. Zhaoyang noticed that his father had been staring at Ning Wan, and hurriedly introduced her. Dad, this is my deskmate Ning Wan who has been tutoring me recently, the great hero you mentioned. Xiao Ningning, this is my dad. Hello, Wanwan. Hello, uncle. The 2 people said hello to each other and knew each other. Ning Wan looked at Zhaoyang carefully and found that the father and son were indeed very similar, and their facial features were as if they were carved from the same mold. Wanwan, what are you standing there for? Come on, hurry up and eat. Zhang Jiru frantically put food into Ning Wan's bowl. Ning Wan felt a little embarrassed at this time. Auntie, I can do it myself, you don't have to help me. Oh, you don't have to lie. This is your first time eating Auntie's cooking. See if it suits your taste. Zhaoyang interrupted. Mom, have you forgotten that Xiao Ningning has been eating the lunch you made recently? This is not the first time. Oh, look at Auntie's memory. She has forgotten everything. Thank you, Auntie. What are you thanking me for? No need to thank me. Zhaoyang did so well in the mock exam this time, all thanks to you, Wanwan, who tutors him every day. Ning Wan shook her head repeatedly. Auntie, I only tutored Zhaoyang in English. His good performance in the exam has nothing to do with me. It was all earned through his own hard work. Zhaoyang, yes, Mom and Dad, even I have helped Ningning with a lot of math problems. Question mark. Hearing her words, Zhang Jiru and Zhaoyang were both stunned. What the hell, Zhaoyang can also tutor Ningning, a primary school bully. It's not that they look down on their son. It's mainly because they heard from Zhaoyang that Ning Wan scored more than 700 points in the mock exam, ranking 3rd in the whole school. With such results, do you still need Zhaoyang tutoring? Seeing his parents' suspicious expressions, Zhaoyang couldn't help but ask, what's wrong, Mom and Dad? Looking at your expressions, you don't believe it. No. No. Both parents said in unison. Zhaoyang widened his eyes. Wow, they are indeed his biological parents. Mom, do I look like a liar? Okay, you'll know when the time comes. I've set my goal for the second mock exam, 650 points. If I can achieve this goal, will you two give me 10,000 yuan each? The Zhaoyang family is not poor, and can even be said to be quite rich. When Zhaoyang heard the score of 650, he said decisively, 650. Don't even mention 650. If you can get 600, I'll give you 10,000. Zhang Jiru, me too. No. Zhaoyang waved his hand. I don't even want 650 or 649.5. Mom, you have to believe in your son. Maybe he can help you get a top scorer in the college entrance examination. Zhang Jiru, good fellow, if the Zhao family produced a top scorer in the college entrance examination, your ancestral graves would be filled with smoke. While talking, Zhang Jiru was still frantically putting food into Ning Wan's bowl. Wan, eat more. You look so thin. Come here often and treat this place as your own home. Ning Wan whispered, Auntie, Zhaoyang didn't lie, it's true. Zhaoyang was delighted. He knew Ningning would speak up for him. Ning Wan raised her head and continued, Auntie, Zhaoyang taught me a few difficult questions in the library today, and there are calculation papers. Why don't we go get them now? Having said that, Ning Wan prepared to go to the bedroom to get it. Seeing this scene, Zhaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ningning, no need, my parents trust me. Ning Wan opened her eyes wide and looked at his parents. Uncle and aunt, do you believe him? Believe it. Okay, now that Wanwan has spoken, how can we not believe it? Zhaoyang on the side rolled his eyes. Okay, Mom, I feel like I'm not your biological child anymore, you might as well just let Ning Ning be your daughter. Zhang Jiru was very cooperative and said, okay, you see Wan Wan is so well behaved and obedient, I just want a daughter. What a real mom. Zhaoyang gave a thumbs up. However, this does show from the side that Ms. Zhang Jiru likes Ning Wan. Now that I have passed the test of my parents, there will be no pressure in marrying her as my daughter-in-law in the future. The main thing is that the little girl is safe. Wan Wan, you don't know how naughty Zhaoyang was when he was a child. He was a well-known child king in the village and often played with the children in the village. Let me tell you, one time Zhaoyang insisted on riding a cow, and the old ox kicked him far away. Ning Wan covered her mouth and smiled. Zhaoyang was not happy. Mom, please stop talking about the embarrassing things I did when I was a kid. Tell me what happened. You did all these things. If I were to choose again, I would definitely choose a good daughter like Ning Ning, not a naughty son like you. 6. Zhaoyang played a single 6. Then I didn't think much about it and just started eating. The parents were very eloquent and soon started chatting with Ning Wan. Chapter 24. I will always stand behind you and protect you. The meal lasted until 9:30 in the evening. At this time, it was already late at night. The nightlife in 2012 was not as developed as it would be a decade later. At this time of day, there were almost no people outside. After eating and drinking, Ning Wan prepared to say goodbye. Zhaoyang went into the bedroom and helped her pack her school bag. He handed it to Ning Wan and said, Ning Ning, I'll ride my bike to take you home. No, I can go back by myself, so I don't need to trouble you. That won't do. Zhaoyang said very forcefully, it's already 9:30, there are no buses on the road, I don't feel comfortable letting you go back alone, what if you meet bad guys on the way? Ning Wan thought about it carefully and realized that it would take her more than 40 minutes to walk to the welfare home alone, so she simply accepted Zhaoyang's request to take her back. She nodded slowly. Zhaoyang simply smiled and patted her shoulder, that's right, give me the school bag and go downstairs. Actually, Zhaoyang wanted his father to drive him home tonight. But halfway through the meal, my dad suddenly opened a bottle of erguatu and said he was very happy to see Ning Wan. Don't drive after drinking, and don't drive after drinking, so the plan of asking her dad to take her home has fallen through. After making sure that nothing was left behind, Ms. Zhang Jiru accompanied Zhaoyang and Ning Wan downstairs. Zhang Jiru couldn't help but persuade him, Zhaoyang, it's getting dark, ride slowly on the way to send Wan Wan off, and come back quickly later. Don't worry, Mom. I'm an experienced driver at a keener mountain. Just don't worry. What mountain? It's okay, Mom, go back soon. Zhaoyang wiped the back seat of the bicycle with his sleeve again, and then said, come on, princess, please get on the bike. Ning Wan's face turned red, and she sat on the back seat of the bicycle shyly. Hold me. Ning Wan hugged him tightly. Zhaoyang was happy because he liked such obedient little girls. The main thing is that the obedient lady can do anything you ask her to do and will accept any action. When you play poker in the future, she will definitely be very obedient. Mom, please go upstairs quickly, we are leaving. Okay, come back as soon as you send Wan Wan off. No problem. Zhaoyang was riding his bicycle to leave the community, but before he walked out of the community, his rear tire suddenly made a bang. That's right, a flat tire. Hold. Zhaoyang was shocked by this scene. Ning Wan also got out of the car quickly. Zhaoyang was stunned when he saw that the rear tire was flat. How come the tire suddenly burst? Ning Wan, who was standing aside, looked remorseful. She stammered, Zhaoyang, did I eat too much tonight? Did the tire get punctured because it was too heavy? Zhaoyang chuckled, of course not, silly Ning Ning. He put on the bike kickstand, squatted down and looked at the tire, maybe it's because you're too beautiful. Ning Wan was puzzled when she heard this, what does a flat tire have to do with my beauty? Haven't you heard the saying, people love you, flowers bloom when they see you, and cars get flat tires when they see you? Look, I drove you around these past few days and nothing happened, but today you got a new hairstyle and your tire burst. It must be because it was so beautiful that the tire burst. Hearing this, Ning Wan grinned. She suddenly felt that what Zhaoyang said made a lot of sense. She couldn't refute it. This It's okay. There's a tire repair shop in the community. I'll tell Uncle Wang when I come back. But today I can only walk you. I'll help you carry your school bag, just treat it as a digestive meal, let's go. Zhaoyang took Ning Guan's school bag out of the bicycle frame, put it on his back, and then stretched out his hand. Ning Wan pursed her lips and placed her little hand in his palm. Then, the two of them walked out of the community together. Walking under the dim street lights, Ning Wan thought about all the things Zhaoyang had done for her in the past few days and felt a little guilty. Zhaoyang, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Zhaoyang looked at her strangely, why thank me? This is what I should do. Besides, you also helped me with English, we are good deskmates, good friends, and good classmates, so what's wrong with helping each other? Ning Wan lowered her head in silence. She felt that what he gave to Zhaoyang was not proportional to what Zhaoyang gave to her. She simply gave him English lessons. But he not only tutored her in math, but also brought her lunch every day, sent her home in the evening, and even invited her to his house for a big dinner today. Zhaoyang saw what Ning Wan was thinking and continued, okay, don't think too much. Have a good rest when you go back today and continue reviewing tomorrow. After all, there's another Shen Qiansheng. That guy will probably ask us a lot of questions. Zhaoyang clearly felt that Ning Wan had become much more lively and cheerful. The two of them were chatting and laughing. 10 minutes later, three figures appeared not far in front of Zhaoyang and Ning Wan. To be more precise, they were three hooligans with dyed yellow hair, wearing tight pants and loafers, and who looked like General Yu. Zhaoyang knew these three gangsters. They are students from a nearby technical school. They are uneducated and often go to bars, drink and fight. The leader of the three was named Xu Chahan, and his other two younger brothers were the thin one named Zhang Lei and the fat one named Sun Tai. The three of them often rob primary school students in the surrounding area. They are typical bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. After seeing these three people, Ning Guan's expression changed immediately. Zhaoyang, them. Fine. He held Ning Guan's hand tightly and walked straight forward. At the same time, the three gangsters also curiously looked at Zhaoyang and Ning Wan. After seeing Ning Guan's delicate little face, the fat man Sun Tai suddenly felt embarrassed. He set his eyes on his eldest brother Chu Chahuan. Boss, that girl is so beautiful, she must be a student nearby. Why not play with her? Upon hearing this, Chu Chahuan, who was called the boss, immediately stood up. Walk. They walked straight towards the rising sun. Seeing the three people coming towards him aggressively, Zhaoyang remained calm. Is this to cause trouble for them? If you cause trouble, you will suffer. A few seconds later, Zhaoyang Ning Wan passed by the three gangsters. Just at the moment when they touched each other's shoulders, Zhang Lei suddenly attacked and strangled Zhaoyang's neck from behind. Sun Tai pushed Ning Wan in a domineering manner, letting her lean against the wall and giving her a wall dawn. Beauty, our big brother wants to be friends with you, play billiards and have a meal together. Ning Wan was startled by the sudden movement, and she looked towards the direction of the sun in panic. But as soon as she turned her head, Sun Tai grabbed her chin and turned her head back. Don't look at him, look at my brother. My elder brother is rich and powerful. What do you think, little beauty? Are you interested? Ning Wan was so frightened that her face turned pale and she shook her head repeatedly. I'm telling you, don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Seeing the gangster preparing to attack Ning Wan, Zhaoyang, who was struggling, threw an elbow directly into Zhang Lei's stomach. Then, he turned around and punched again. Bang! After a crisp sound, something similar to a tooth flew out. The next second, Zhang Lei fell to the ground, wailing. This guy is so thin and weak, he looks like a skinny dog. Being knocked down is perfectly normal. Moreover, after marrying Yang Huiru in his previous life, Zhaoyang vowed to never let her be bullied again. In the 3 years after getting married, I went to the gym every day to work out and even learn Sonder. He didn't expect that the Sonder he learned in his previous life was not used, but was used in this life. Hearing their voice behind them, Sun Tai and Chu Chahuan turned their heads repeatedly. Sun Tai was shocked when he saw Zhang Lei being knocked to the ground so quickly. Before he could react, a huge fist had already hit Sun Tai. Bang! Suddenly, Sun Tai felt that there were stars all around him, mainly because it was a cloudy day and there were no stars in the sky. Ning Ning. Zhaoyang hurriedly ran over and held Ning Guan's hand, and she hid behind him. Zhaoyang, let's go. Ning Wan had never experienced anything like this before, and she was scared to tears. Zhaoyang grinned when he heard that and said, "Let's go, it doesn't exist. If you only know how to escape, are you still a man? How can they just walk away after taking advantage of you? If you leave, they will still dare to bully you next time you meet them. Ning Ning, have you forgotten the promise we made when we were little? I said I would always stand behind you and protect you." Ning Guan's heart trembled when she heard Zhaoyang's words. Chapter 25. Let me wipe your face with purple medicine. Looking at Zhaoyang's serious expression, Ning Guan's heart was filled with turmoil. It turns out that Zhaoyang still remembers this sentence. It turned out that he had always known that she was the girl protected by Zhaoyang that year. A tear fell from the corner of Ning Guan's eyes. Zhaoyang looked at Ning Wan and said, "I will definitely keep my word." At this time, Sun Tai had recovered. "Watch out, Ning Ning, the only one who can bully you in this life is me." Sun Tai had already stretched out his fist and punched Zhaoyang, accompanied by a sentence, "Fuck you." He is fat and his fighting power is much stronger than Zhang Lei. Zhaoyang quickly pushed Ning Wan aside and prepared to fight. In Zhaoyang's eyes, Sun Tai's movements were too slow. He easily dodged his punch with a flash, and then quickly punched towards Sun Tai. Whoosh! A clear sound of breaking through the air was heard. Zhaoyang's speed was so fast that Sun Tai had no time to react before his fist had already landed on his right eye. Bang! R! Sun Tai held his eyes and howled on the ground. Ouch, it hurts so much. Zhaoyang flexed his wrist with a cold expression. At the same time, Chu Huan, who had remained silent, finally decided to take action. At this moment, a black dagger with a cold glow appeared in his hand. Quietly appeared behind Zhaoyang and slowly groped towards him. On the side, Ning Wan, who saw this scene, was frightened and turned pale. She quickly shouted, "Zhaoyang, be careful behind you, he has a knife in his hand." Damn it! Chu Huan glared at Ning Wan fiercely, then quickly stabbed towards Zhaoyang. Whoosh, whoosh! The cold light passed in front of Zhaoyang. Zhaoyang's speed was not slow, but a thin blood mark was still left on his face. However, because the wound was too shallow, Zhaoyang did not feel any pain at all. But the opponent had a knife in his hand, so he didn't dare to be careless. There is a saying that goes, no matter how good your kung fu is, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. He is also a mortal and certainly cannot fight the opponent head on. Zhaoyang took a deep breath. He looked around, trying to find a weapon that would suit his needs. Just at this moment, Zhaoyang had an idea that he could use his belt. That's right, use your belt. Thinking of this, Zhaoyang quickly pulled out his belt. Of course, the pants he bought fit perfectly and would not fall down. If it fell in front of Ning Wan, it would be fine. Because sooner or later Ning Wan will see his little Kuan. Seeing Zhaoyang pulling out his belt, Chu Huan's face changed slightly. An inch longer, an inch stronger. With the belt, it would be difficult for him to attack Zhaoyang. The gangster knew that Zhaoyang was not easy to deal with. He could easily dodge the two knife attacks just now, so he must be a martial artist. But he injured his two younger brothers, and he felt very uncomfortable. He wanted to avenge his younger brother. Go to hell! With an angry shout, Chu Huan rushed over again. Seeing that this idiot dared to charge, Zhaoyang grabbed the belt and pulled it, and with a whoosh, it hit Chu Huan's face. Bang! His tilder, Chu Huan felt pain, but was afraid that Zhaoyang would get closer, so he swung the dagger in his hand desperately. Seeing this, Zhaoyang did not attack rashly, but instead found the right opportunity and kicked Chu Huan in the crotch. R. After being kicked, Chu Huan immediately covered his crotch and let out wails. Zhaoyang knew very well that he had to take advantage of the other party's weakness to kill him. Before the other party could react, Zhaoyang kicked the knife out of his hand with a flying kick. The next second, he tied the gangster's hands with a belt and came to his side. He smiled a bit scary and asked, "Eat? Play billiards? Do you want to get a room after playing billiards? Do you believe that I will never allow you to get a room in this life?" Seeing Zhaoyang's smile, the gangster was immediately scared out of his wits. This smile is so weird. Moreover, he felt that Zhaoyang would definitely not let him go today. Brother, please listen to my explanation. Who the hell is your brother? Zhaoyang was too lazy to argue with him, and without any hesitation, he was ready to let him have some fun. Zhaoyang grabbed the gangster's shoulders and then lifted his right knee up suddenly. Crack! The gangster rolled his eyes instantly. Both legs and even the whole body began to tremble. That's right. Zhaoyang directly smashed his eggs into pieces. The kneecap is one of the hardest bones in the body, comparable to the teeth in hardness, and the force he used was so great that it was likely enough to smash 2 eggs. After letting go of the gangster, his body collapsed and even white foam came out of his mouth. Fainted. Only then did Zhaoyang feel something liquid sliding down his cheek. After a slight wipe, it turned out to be blood. It was not until now that he realized that he was scratched when the gangster attacked him. But it's not a big problem. Judging from the amount of bleeding, the wound must be deep. If it were deep, it would not be as simple as just a little bleeding. He turned his head. He discovered that Zhang Lei, whose teeth had just been knocked out by him, had staggered to his feet. However, it doesn't look like it has much fighting power. After all, he was hit in the stomach by his elbow and a tooth was knocked out, so it would be strange if he had any fighting ability. Seeing Zhaoyang turned his head, Zhang Lei was like seeing the plague god. Brother, I was wrong, brother, I shouldn't have caused trouble for you, please let me go, I beg you. I was really wrong. Zhaoyang spat coldly and slapped Zhang Lei in the face with a belt. Zhang Lei was so scared that he dared not speak and could only stand there. Next time, your fate will be the same as Chu Wan's. After saying that, Zhaoyang took Ning Guan's hand and left. It was not until he turned several corners that Zhaoyang tied his belt. When Ning Wan saw blood flowing down Zhaoyang's face, she was so scared that her face turned pale. A normally good girl, how could she have ever experienced such a thing? Zhaoyang, are you okay? Ning Wan said with a trembling voice. Zhaoyang smiled and shook his head. What can happen? But there is blood on your face. It's just a scratch. Don't worry, the wound is not deep. Really? Silly girl, it doesn't matter if I get hurt, as long as you are safe. Zhaoyang looked at Ning Wan with a kind look and helped her tidy up her bangs. Okay, it's getting late, I'll continue to take you back. A few minutes later, they arrived outside the welfare home. Ning Wan glanced at the wound on his face and said, Zhaoyang, you, wait for me for a moment. I'm going to the welfare home to get disinfectant and band-aids. Wait a moment, you must wait for me to come back. After saying that, Ning Wan ran in hurriedly. Zhaoyang looked at her back. Seeing Ning Wan so panicked, in fact, it would be worth it if she could accompany me throughout my life. A few minutes later, Ning Wan came hurriedly over with a medicine box in her hand. Zhaoyang, let me wipe your face with gentian violet to prevent the wound from getting infected. Because children in the welfare home often get injured by falls, we always have some disinfectants and band-aids on hand. Although the wound on Zhaoyang's face was not deep, Ning Wan was really afraid that the wound would get infected. Looking at Ning Wan, who was full of worry, Zhaoyang nodded slowly. Good. Chapter 26. Zhaoyang, it's great to have you. Zhaoyang, why are you so stupid? Actually, we could have just run away. There was no need to fight them. Under a street light, Ning Wan carefully helped Zhaoyang treat his wounds. Hearing this, Zhaoyang shrugged and smiled. Why should I run away if I can beat them? I have practiced Sonder for 2.5 years, so it is easy for me to deal with a few thugs. But, you're still injured. Do you know how worried I was about you when you two were fighting just now? Ning Wan said with a wronged look on her face. Zhaoyang gently stroked the ends of her hair. Let me tell you, Ning, we don't cause trouble, but that doesn't mean we are afraid of it. If we run away today, they will definitely think we are easy to bully. The next time they meet you, they will do the same thing. Today I am by your side, what will happen if I am not there next time? But don't worry, you may never meet them again in your life. Ning Wan thought of Zhaoyang's smooth movements just now, and felt safe. She couldn't help but ask, are they seriously injured? Zhaoyang shook his head. He did not tell him that Chu Wan had been castrated by him. He was really embarrassed to tell this to a little girl. It's not serious, but don't worry, you won't meet them again. Even if we meet again, and they cause you trouble again, I will be here. From now on, I will definitely protect you. After hearing what Zhaoyang said, Ning Wan hugged him tightly in her arms. Zhaoyang, thank you, it's great to have you tilde. After treating the wound, Ning Wan put a band-aid on his face. Only after making sure that there was nothing wrong did she let Zhaoyang leave. After returning to the community, Zhaoyang opened the door and walked in. His parents were still sitting at the table watching TV. After hearing the door open, the first person to greet him was the cute little corgi, Wang Sai. Zhaoyang, you're back. Yeah, I'm back. Zhaoyang took off his coat, hung it at the entrance, and then walked into the living room. Why so slow? When Ms. Zhang Jiru and Mr. Zhaoyang looked at his face, Zhaoyang immediately turned his head away. He really didn't want his parents to know what had just happened. However, Zhang Jiru saw their purple medicine on Zhaoyang's face at a glance. Because she was afraid of infection, Ning Wan directly smeared purple medicine all over half of his face. Zhaoyang, what's wrong with your face? Nothing. Nonsense, he was fine when he left, but now his face is covered with purple medicine. Zhaoyang thought about it carefully before telling his parents what he had just experienced. After all, the three gangsters were seriously injured. This matter might become a big deal. After all, if the other party is castrated, Chu Chuan's parents will definitely find out soon. If they knew that they would not be able to hold a big fat boy in their arms in the future, would they let it go? After hearing Zhaoyang's explanation, the parents were surprised. What? On the way to send Ning Wan, I met a gangster who molested her? And even used a knife? Knocked out a gangster's teeth. And one person's balls exploded. This. After hearing what Zhaoyang said, Zhang Jiru quickly walked around Zhaoyang several times. Only after making sure that he had no missing limbs did she feel relieved. Zhaoyang, why didn't you call me? Mom slapped her thigh anxiously, but Zhaoyang said calmly. Mom, do you think it was too late to call? You know that Ali is deserted all year round. If I called, Ningning might have been taken away. Besides, those three little hooligans only bully the weak and fear the strong. It's their bad luck to meet a tough guy like me. You kid, no, I have to call the police. As she said that, my mother took out her cell phone and called the police. Soon, a police car arrived at their house, and the next step was to go to the scene. However, there was no one there, but the knife in Chu Chuan's hand was still on the ground. The police collected evidence, went to their welfare home to call Ning Wan, took them to the police station to record their statements, and finally contacted a nearby hospital. After this matter was done, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Zhaoyang doesn't want this to happen, nor does he want to disturb everyone's rest, but what can he do? The police told them to go to the police station again the next day and sent Zhaoyang and Ning Wan back. As for the injuries of the three gangsters, he didn't know. Because it was too late and it was not convenient to check the surveillance here, so the surveillance was left to the next day. After tossing and turning all night, Zhaoyang was quite tired, so he fell asleep on the bed after returning home. The next day. Early in the morning. Zhaoyang, I've prepared dinner for you. Remember to eat before going to the police station with Wanwan. I understand, Mom. I can go there in the afternoon. Although such a thrilling thing happened last night, it was just a small episode for Zhaoyang. Although Zhang Jiru was a little worried about Zhaoyang's safety, there were some things he had to face. Zhaoyang is already 18 years old and an adult. Many things must be experienced personally in order for one to grow. That's why Zhang Jiru let him face it alone. After dinner, Zhaoyang prepared his school bag as usual and waited for Xian Qianxing to come over. Zhaoyang and Xian Qianxing told him to come to see him at 8 o'clock. It was already 7:50, so he should be there soon. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing a knock on the door, he hurried over to open it. Crack tilde, seeing Xian Qianxing's big face, Zhaoyang greeted him, Beast, here you come. Good morning, Brother Yang. Xian Qianxing's eyes narrowed into slits. When he saw a band-aid on Zhaoyang's face and heavy dark circles under his eyes, he was slightly startled. Oh my god, Brother Yang, what's wrong with you? Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? I remember you didn't have any yesterday. Did you go on a date with the 10 Fingers girl last night? Hearing this, Zhaoyang gave him a kick. My mother is still at home, don't talk nonsense. Hey hey. He covered his butt and entered the house. Ms. Zhang Jiru saw that it was a student from Zhaoyang who came out enthusiastically. "Oh, it's Wanshensheng who is here. Well, Auntie, Zhaoyang and I agreed to go to the library to study today." "Oh, so that's how it is. It's time for breakfast. Do you want me to make you some?" "No, no, I came here after breakfast. We'll be there soon." "Okay, then you guys play. Zhaoyang, don't forget to do your work. If you need compensation or anything, just call me. Don't hide it from me." "Mom, compensation is bullshit. This is just legitimate defense. Don't worry." "Okay, then you guys go to the library and come back early in the evening. Don't worry." Zhaoyang took his school bag and said, "Let's go find Ning Wan." After leaving their house, Shen Qianxin couldn't help asking, "Brother Yan, what is the serious matter your mother is talking about, and what is self-defense?" Chapter 27. Can I ask about Chu Wan's injury? You want to know? Zhaoyang turned his head slightly and looked at Shen Qianxin. He scratched his head and said, "Brother Yan's business is my business. If you can talk about it, just talk about it." "Yeah, that's fine." Speaking it out wouldn't have any bad impact on him, so Zhaoyang briefly explained what happened last night. After hearing that Zhaoyang had exploded Chu Wan's balls, Shen Qianxin's eyes widened in surprise. "Fuck, you just castrated him. Keep your voice down. He flirted with your sister-in-law. Do you think I should castrate him?" "Awesome." Shen Qianxin couldn't help but give a thumbs up, thinking that it was really satisfying. "Brother Yang, that bastard Chu Wan once stole my money. When I heard that you castrated him, I felt so happy. I must treat you and sister-in-law to lunch today." Okay, no problem at all." Zhaoyang smiled. Actually, he didn't know the extent of Chu Wan's injuries, but it was inevitable that one egg would be broken. They have to go to the police station today, and the police will probably tell them then, so Zhaoyang didn't take it to heart. Last night, Grandpa Wang in the community had his bicycle repaired and pushed it out of the community. The two of them rode towards the welfare home. About 25 minutes later, Zhaoyang and Shen Qianxin arrived at the welfare home. Last night he was brought into the welfare home by the police. Zhaoyang already had a rough understanding of the layout inside, and the guard obviously knew Zhaoyang as well, so the two of them walked straight in. Compared to last night, there are many more children in the welfare home. Most of these children do not look well, their clothes are very old, and they are even much shorter than children of the same age. After seeing these children, Zhaoyang felt an inexplicable pain, and so did Shen Qianxin. He could never have imagined that there were people in this society who had such a difficult life. Ning. Not long after entering their welfare home, Zhaoyang saw Ning Wan from afar. She was washing clothes beside a well. Her hair was simply tied up, looking a little messy, but her exquisite face was still exposed. After what happened last night, the relationship between the two was sublimated. Seeing Zhaoyang and Shen Qianxin, Ning Wan immediately put down the work in her hands and ran over. "Zhaoyang, brother Qianxin, you guys came so early. Oh my god, I am not dreaming." When Shen Qianxin heard Ning Wan calling him brother Qianxin, he had to say that he really liked this name. Zhaoyang glanced at Shen Qianxin, who was daydreaming, and then fixed his eyes on her delicate face. "Didn't I tell you last night to wait for me here and we would go to the library together? Do you have anything else to do?" Just as Zhaoyang finished speaking, a young woman who looked to be in her 40s came out of the tile-roofed house and said, "Wan, since your classmates are here, you can accompany them. I'll wash the rest of the clothes." "Okay, Aunt Liu." Aunt Liu is a staff member of the welfare home. She had a brief exchange with Zhaoyang last night. After learning that Zhaoyang was the first person to stand up to protect her, the staff of the welfare home all looked at him with admiration. Ning Wan thought for a moment and said, "Well, I'm going to my room to prepare my school bag. Wait for me for a moment." "Go ahead, Ning, remember to tidy up your hair." "I know." Ning Wan ran away. Shen Qianxin looked at her lively back and couldn't help saying, "Brother Yan, I have to say, I feel like my sister-in-law's personality has changed." "Has it changed?" "Yeah." Shen Qianxin nodded heavily. "I feel like I've become more talkative and more lively than before. This is a good thing. It also means that Ning Wan is becoming more and more confident." 10 minutes later, Ning Wan changed her hairstyle to the one designed by teacher Tony yesterday. Of course, there was a little difference, but not big. She was still carrying the somewhat worn school bag, and when she came to Zhaoyang, there was a thin layer of sweat on her head. Zhaoyang, brother Qianxian, you've been waiting for a long time. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Zhaoyang took Ning Wan to their bicycle parking area. After seeing the bicycle, Ning Wan asked, "Has the bicycle been repaired?" "I left it at Lao Wang's next door last night." "It has been repaired." "Come on, princess, please get in the car Tilder." Hiss. Shen Qianxian couldn't help but hiss after hearing Zhaoyang's words. Damn, it turns out that you can flirt with girls just by getting them in the car. They spent the next whole day in the library, but they left early today, just after 3:30. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhaoyang received a call from his mother, saying that the police asked them to go there before 4:30 in the afternoon. The library is not far from the police station, and it only takes less than 10 minutes to ride by bike. After learning that he had to go to the police station, Shen Qianxing insisted on going there because he had never been to such a place before. At 3:50, Zhaoyang, Shen Qianxing and Ning Wan arrived at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. After explaining their purpose, Zhaoyang and Ning Wan were taken in by a police officer. Shen Qianxing could only wait in the corridor because he was not involved in the case. The confessions and other things were recorded yesterday, and today we came here to divide the responsibilities. Zhaoyang and Ning Wan were brought into the opinion office. The policeman in charge of their case was named Mu Charnlei. "Come, please take a seat." Officer Mu said very politely. After sitting down, he first poured a cup of coffee for Zhaoyang and Ning Wan and placed it on the table. Ning Wan was a little uneasy, and Zhaoyang took the initiative to ask, "Uncle Police, how is the investigation of last night going?" Hearing this, Officer Mu looked kind and said, "Don't worry, we have checked the surveillance video. This incident is self-defense and has nothing to do with you. We asked you to come here to sign a document." After hearing what Officer Mu said, Ning Wan took a long, deep breath. "It's good to have no responsibility. Wait for me for a moment. I'll go get the documents. You two can leave after you sign them." "Okay." Officer Mu left the office first. Ning Wan turned her head and glanced at Zhaoyang. Zhaoyang grinned and said, "I told you, it has nothing to do with us. Why are you worried?" Ning Wan nodded slightly. Not long after, Officer Mu came back in and placed the documents in front of the two of them. The content of the document is an explanation of the case and any objections to the case conclusion. Of course, since he was acting in self-defense, there is no objection. After signing the contract, Officer Mu asked Ning Wan to leave first and left him in the office. "Uncle Policeman, you kept me here, do you have something to tell me?" Hearing this, Officer Mu's face looked a little ugly. He slowly said, "Little brother, don't be so harsh next time." Zhaoyang nodded slightly and asked, "Uncle Policeman, can I ask about Chu Chuan's injuries?" Chapter 28-2, All Broken. Hearing this, Officer Mu thought of the scene in the hospital where Chu Chuan's parents had a quarrel with the police and doctors. "Police, you must make the decision for me. My son is only 17 years old and has not yet married. Don't you think his life will be ruined if he does this? I'm only in my 40s, I still want to have grandchildren. Doctor, is there any way to repair his? I'm sorry, but it can't be repaired, and surgery must be performed as soon as possible to remove the shattered testicle. Please, doctor, can you think of another way?" Mu Charnlei shook his head and reacted. He looked at Zhaoyang with his mouth slightly open. Both of his eggs were broken. It also caused severe prostatitis, so I told you to be gentler next time you encounter something like this. Hiss. After hearing what Officer Mu said, Zhaoyang felt a chill down there. Oh my goodness, both of them are broken. Then the child is gone. I have to say, well done. Okay, police officer, I got it. Go back. Zhaoyang left the office quickly. Outside, Shen Qianxing Ning Wan, who was sitting in the rest area, stood up immediately when she saw him come out. Ning Wan had just told Shen Qianxing that they were not responsible, but Shen Qianxing couldn't help asking, "How is it, brother Yang? What did the police say when they detained you?" "Nothing, let's go out and talk, this is not the place to talk." They quickly left the police station and came outside. Zhaoyang whispered to Shen Qiansheng, "Just now, the police and I asked about Chu Chuan's situation." "Then what?" "Then, I asked and found out that both of Chu Chuan's eggs were broken." "So beautiful." Shen Qiansheng was overjoyed. "Damn, it's all shattered." "So cool. It's really like a sparrow twisting its butt when it's poked, and the sparrow is so awesome." Shen Qiansheng then asked, "And then?" "And then?" Zhaoyang's heart skipped a beat. "There is no then. Chu Chuan's little brother will never be able to stand up again in this life." "Cool. You deserve it if you dare to tease my sister-in-law." Ning Wan tilted her head. What is Zhaoyang talking to Shen Qiansheng? "What's the matter, little brother, why can't you stand up? Why don't you understand?" Because he was in a good mood, Shen Qiansheng invited him and Ning Wan to have a meal before sending Ning Wan back. When Zhaoyang returned home, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Neither of my parents went to work today, but of course they had already learned the final outcome of the case over the phone. "Mom, I'm back." Zhaoyang walked in with a swagger, and my mother came out from the kitchen after hearing that. "Did you go to the police station to sign the documents today?" "Don't worry, Mom, I've been there." "Where's Wanwan?" "I sent him back." "That's fine. The meal is almost ready. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Go to bed early tonight because you have to go to class tomorrow." "Hey, Mom, Shen Qiansheng just treated Ningning and me to a meal, so we won't eat. I studied all day and I'm a little tired. I'll watch some TV and go to bed early today." This child. Zhang Jiru didn't say much, because Kaoyan's growth was obvious to all. As soon as he sat down on the sofa, the sliding door of the bathroom was pushed open by his father. "Zhaoyang, you're back." "Yeah, Dad." Mr. Zhaoyang walked over slowly. He took the remote control and turned down the volume of the TV. "Zhaoyang, your uncle Yang called me today and said he wanted you to tutor Yang Hui are you. Her grades have dropped a lot recently. Do you have time to go over and tutor her?" Hearing this, Zhaoyang did not turn his head, but watched the news broadcast on TV and refused decisively, "No." Zhaoyang looked puzzled. It seemed that just as he thought, the two children really were having a conflict. "Did you have a conflict with Yang Huiru?" "No." Zhaoyang shook his head calmly, and the memories of his previous life began to attack him again. Zhaoyang heard this and said to him in a gentle voice, "If there is no conflict, why don't you help her? Your uncle Yang asked me to do this personally, and I am embarrassed to refuse." Zhaoyang took a deep breath and said, "Dad, the college entrance examination is coming soon. I can't even take care of myself, so how can I take care of others?" "Zhaoyang, but Yang Huiru said that it was because of you that her grades declined." "What the hell?" Zhaoyang cursed Yang Huiru in his heart. No, how well she did in the exam had nothing to do with him. "Dad, do you want to hear the truth from me?" Zhaoyang nodded. Zhaoyang felt that it was no big deal to tell Yang Huiru about his confession to her, and it would also help explain the matter clearly. "A few days ago, on May 2nd, I confessed my love to Yang Huiru." "R. You confessed to Ru?" Seeing his father was a little surprised, Zhaoyang nodded calmly, "Yes, I have liked her for 6 years, more than 6 years, more than 10 years. I think it's not shameful to like someone, nor is it shameful to confess, but she rejected me. I don't feel the need to be friends with him anymore." Zhaoyang narrowed his eyes and asked, "Son, why do you say that?" "Because in her eyes, I am not even a human being." Zhaoyang thought of everything he had done for Yang Huiru, and now he had no regrets in his heart. Because when he was young and in the prime of his life, he followed his heart and tried his best to love someone. Seeing that his father did not respond, Zhaoyang said, "Dad, during the years that I have liked her, she has always been enjoying my kindness. Take the example of a few days ago, he went on a spring outing with 2 classmates and had a barbecue by the river, but he didn't invite me to go. After the barbecue was over, Yang Huiru asked me to help because the barbecue stove was too heavy. In her eyes, I am just a dog who comes whenever she is called." This. Zhaoyang grinned. To be honest, in his eyes, Yang Huiru is a model student with excellent character and academic performance. I really didn't expect Yang Huiru to do such a thing. Zhaoyang continued, "Dad, I actually confessed to Yang Huiru when I was in the first year of high school. Do you know what she said? Dad frowned. What did she say? She said that she had just entered high school and was not used to studying yet, so she needed to study hard and would consider agreeing to me in her second year of high school. When I confessed my love to him in my second year of high school, he said that he would consider it in his third year. When I confessed my feelings in my senior year of high school, he said May Day again. On May Day, she said she would consider having me as her boyfriend after I finish college. She has been dragging me, hanging me, enjoying my goodness, but not agreeing. I've had enough of this kind of life. I figured it out. There are plenty of better women in the world. Why should I love just one? Zhaoyang grinned after hearing his words. Because he really didn't know that such a thing happened between the two children. Zhaoyang continued, Dad, from the surface, Yang Huiru seems to be a good girl, but in fact, you don't really understand her. She just lets you see what she wants you to see and keeps her persona in your mind. Since she rejected me, I have never talked to her again. As for why her test scores have deteriorated, I don't know, but it's definitely not because of me. It's her own problem. After hearing Zhaoyang's words, Zhaoyang didn't say anything more. After all, he felt that what Zhaoyang said made sense. There are many beautiful women in the world, so why should you love only one? Zhaoyang treated her well in everything before, but she treated Zhaoyang as a tool. This kind of woman is really not worthy of her son. Zhaoyang, just tell Uncle Yang that I don't have time. The college entrance examination is coming soon. I believe he will understand. Okay, I understand. Zhaoyang nodded. Chapter 29 Ningguan's First Friend. After briefly chatting with his father, Zhaoyang returned to his bedroom to continue studying. After finishing the homework assigned by the teacher, he took a shower and fell asleep. The next day, Monday, Zhaoyang got up early as usual. After a simple wash, he put on his school uniform and went to the living room. As usual, there were 2 lunch boxes, one blue and one pink, as well as 2 eggs, a breakfast pancake and a cup of soy milk on the dining table. Well, this is his breakfast. After breakfast, Zhaoyang put the lunchbox into his school bag, then carried the school bag downstairs and rode his bicycle towards Jinhua No. 1 Middle School. After entering the classroom, Zhaoyang first glanced at Ningguan's seat. She hadn't come yet. He glanced at the clock on the blackboard again. It was 7:10. There are still 10 minutes left before morning reading, and Ningguan should still be on her way. After sitting down in his seat, Zhaoyang took out all the study materials from his school bag and prepared for today's Chinese morning reading. 5 or 6 minutes later, most of the students had arrived, and the Chinese teacher Ren Ailing also came to the class early and wrote the morning reading task on the blackboard. What puzzled Zhaoyang was why Ningguan hadn't come yet. As a good student with excellent character and academic performance, she has never been late once. Just as Zhaoyang was daydreaming, Ningguan ran in from the corridor, panting. When she saw the Chinese teacher, she immediately stopped. Teacher, I'm not late, am I? Ren Ailing turned her head when she heard that. Looking at the pretty little girl at the door, I was a little confused. Is this classmate a student in her class? Ren Ailing looked puzzled. After looking Ningguan up and down, she asked, Classmate, are you a student in our class 5? At the same time, many students also looked towards the front row. Oh my god, which class is this girl from? Why haven't I seen her before? Fuck, I took the wrong shift. It would be great if this girl was from our class. If she was, I would definitely go for it. Brother, let's go to the bathroom after class. I want to have sex first. The few boys in the class began to whisper to each other. Zhaoyang was a little surprised when he saw this. Could it be that no one could recognize Ningguan? It seems that her presence in the class was really low before. Ningguan raised her head and looked at Ren Ailing standing on the podium. Teacher, I am Ningguan. After hearing this, Ren Ailing realized that Ningguan's seat was indeed empty. Are you Ningguan? The corners of her mouth twitched. She never expected that Ningguan would become so much more beautiful just by changing her hairstyle. She went from being an ordinary passerby to a fairy that everyone could not help but take a second look at when she walked on the street. It's me. Ren Ailing said quickly, Ningguan, you are not late. Go back to your seat quickly. Morning reading is about to begin. Okay, thank you, teacher. After saying thank you, Ning Wan quickly lowered her head and walked back to her seat through the middle aisle. Throughout the journey, the boys in the class opened their mouths wide. They were really shocked. The main thing is that no one could have imagined that the previously ordinary little girl actually had such potential. Because Zhaoyang is currently in the liberal arts class, there are many more girls in the liberal arts class than in the science class. The male to female ratio in senior 3-5 class is 4-6. The beauty of class 5 is, unsurprisingly, Yang Wiru. But no one knows what's wrong with her lately. She looks listless and her skin has become dull, as if she has aged several years. Ning Wan suddenly changed her hairstyle, and her looks can be said to be better than 90% of the girls. Some boys even secretly regarded Ning Wan as the class beauty. At this time, the morning reading bell suddenly rang, and Ren Ailing clapped her hands. Come on, students, stand up, the college entrance examination is coming soon, let's recite the key sentences of the classical Chinese text. Students, please recite according to your actual situation. Classical Chinese dictation accounts for 20 points in the college entrance examination, so. The Chinese teacher was on the stage talking about hers, and Zhaoyang was on the stage talking about his. She looked at her little classmate with a pout and asked, "What's the matter? I was almost late today." Ning Wan replied, "I spent too much time on my homework last night, so I got up a few minutes late today." Are this? Zhaoyang was slightly stunned. Actually, it was already this time, so it didn't matter whether he could finish the homework or not. Many students become anxious because they are too nervous as exams approach. Some even become physically unable to cope with the stress on the eve of the college entrance exam, which results in poor performance on the exam. Silly Ning, the most important thing at this time is to get enough sleep. It doesn't matter whether you finish your homework or not, as long as you perform normally in the exam. Do you know? Ning Wan nodded slightly. Then if the teacher sees that my test paper is blank, won't he scold me? Don't worry, the teacher knows that we are under a lot of pressure. It's okay if we can't finish the homework. Besides, you are among the top 3 in the school, so the teacher won't make it difficult for you. Is that so? Ning Wan blinked her big eyes and nodded confidently. Of course, the Chinese teacher is here. Come, recite the road to Shu for me. Ning Wan quickly turned her head back and recited, "The road to Shu is as difficult as climbing to the sky." Kan Song and Yufu, how confused the founding of the country was. Ren Ailing walked past Zhaoyang with her hands behind her back. Zhaoyang also looked pretentious. Of course, the teacher wouldn't say anything if she wasn't serious at this time. It is necessary to ensure that students' emotions are stable and then get high scores in the college entrance examination. After the 30-minute morning self-study session, the students sat down one after another. At this time, most of the boys in the class turned their heads to look at Ning Wan. A classmate named by Yundao in the class pulled out a few Qingfeng tissues from the hole in the desk, glanced at Ning Wan, and walked towards the toilet stealthily. At this time, Ning Wan, who was sitting quietly in her seat, also felt the gazes of her classmates. This never happened to her normally. She felt very uncomfortable being stared at curiously by a group of classmates. Just then, a girl named Sun Yu from the class came over and said softly, "Wan, can you accompany me to the toilet?" Ning Wan raised her head and looked at Sun Yu, who was looking expectant. She didn't communicate much with Sun Yu. During the entire 3 years of high school, they spoke no more than 20 sentences. Why did she suddenly ask her to accompany her to the toilet? Just as Zhaoyang expected, Ning Wan had already set her sights on him. Ning, why are you looking at me? Just go ahead." "Well, okay. Go, Wan." Ning Wan and Sun Yu left the classroom together. Zhaoyang thought, this should be Ning Wan's first friend, right? Chapter 30 Ning Wan's transformation again. Outside. Ning Wan and Sun Yu walked towards the toilet at the end of the corridor together. At this time, Sun Yu held Ning Wan's arm, and the two of them looked like very good friends. However, Ning Wan still felt a little uncomfortable. Her expression and movements were particularly unnatural. At this time, Sun Yu beside her spoke. "Wan, we don't communicate very often. Actually, I came to you today because I want to ask you for a favor." "You said yeah. It's just. My English is so bad. I saw you tutoring Zhaoyang last week, and his grades have improved a lot. I want to ask, can you tutor me too? Hearing this, Ning Wan did not agree immediately, but said, well, Zhaoyang and I agreed to tutor him every day at noon. I need to go back and ask Zhaoyang for his opinion. If he agrees, I can tutor you together. Really? That's great. Sun Yu laughed. She carefully looked at Ning Wan's facial features and praised her highly. By the way, Wan, who cut your hair? Ning Wan answered truthfully, I got my hair cut at a barber shop called Famous Cutting Family at the intersection of Weiyu Road. Zhaoyang accompanied me there. Oh, Wan, you look so beautiful with your new hairstyle. Are you free this weekend? Why don't we go together? This, I need to ask Zhaoyang. Sun Yu was blocked by Ning Wan and couldn't speak. Why do we have to ask Zhaoyang for everything we do? Maybe it's because the two of them have a good relationship. If I have a boyfriend, I will stick to him. When thinking of this, Sun Yu suddenly understood. Recently, Zhaoyang has not continued to look for Yang Huiru, and has become closer to Ning Wan. Could it be that Ning Wan and Zhaoyang are in love? This completely ignited Sun Yu's gossipy heart. She chuckled and said, Wan, are you and Zhaoyang in love? Hearing this, Ning Wan shook her head, no, I don't. For some reason, after hearing what Sun Yu said, Ning Wan suddenly remembered that Xian Qianxing often called her sister-in-law. And Zhaoyang didn't show any intention of explaining. Does that mean that in Zhaoyang's heart, she is already his girlfriend? But Zhaoyang did not explicitly say that she liked him, and the two of them did not confirm their relationship. Seeing Ning Wan's blushing cheeks, Wan, your face is red, is it true? No. Ning Wan shook her head firmly. Sun Yu bared his teeth, then you are blushing, is it because you like him? Ning Wan quickly lowered her head, and seeing her expression, Sun Yu immediately understood. Do you want me to talk to him for you, or think of a solution? No. No need. Seeing Ning Wan being so silly and funny, Sun Yu was amused. Okay, Wan, I won't joke with you anymore. I'll go in first. You wait here for me for a while. Good. 5 or 6 minutes later, Ning Wan and Sun Yu returned to the classroom. Zhaoyang saw her sitting down. You're back. How was it? What did you talk about with Sun Yu? The blush on Ning Wan's face had not yet faded, and Zhaoyang's heart skipped a beat. Why did her face become so red after going out? He was more curious about what Sun Yu said to her. Ning Wan answered truthfully, Sun Yu said that she wanted me to tutor her in English at noon. Zhaoyang thought about it and felt that letting her take English lessons was a good thing. But I haven't agreed yet, because I still need to tutor you. If possible, can we come together? Ning Wan said timidly, still bending over. Zhaoyang grabbed her shoulders and said, be clear and concise when you speak. Also, don't bend over. This sitting posture is not healthy at all. I don't think there's any problem tutoring Sun Yu. I've almost finished reviewing my English. I can listen while you tutor Sun Yu. May I? Of course, go talk to her. Okay, Tilda. Ning Wan nodded obediently, then stood up and walked towards Sun Yu's seat. At this time, Zhaoyang already felt that Ning Wan had begun to be noticed by the classmates around her. This is a good thing. After all, getting recognition from her classmates can greatly increase her self-confidence. Well, in some ways, this is another transformation of Ning Wan. Yeah, I just asked Zhaoyang, and he said he can give you English tutoring. Just come and see me after lunch. Really? Thank you, Wan. You're welcome. While Ning Wan and Sun Yu were communicating, several other students also heard their conversation. Ning Wan, can you teach me at noon? I only got 60 points in the English mock test, which is really bad. And me, I only scored 89 points. I got beaten by my dad's 7 wolves when I went home this week. Me too, please tutor me too. I'll come too. Hearing the noise around her, Ning Wan's face turned pale. What's going on? At this time, Ning Wan was surrounded by her classmates, and most of them were men. When Zhaoyang saw it, he felt it was outrageous. What the hell, are you sure he's not trying to sneak up on Ning Wan in the name of review? How is this possible? Just then, Shui Xiaohua suddenly walked in wearing high heels. Seeing so many classmates gathered in the class and making a lot of noise, she immediately got angry. What are you doing? What are you arguing about? You all did very well in the mock exam, right? You all can get into your target university, right? Hurry and go back. Hearing this, the class suddenly became silent and the students returned to their seats. Shui Xiaohua focused her eyes on Bai Yundao and asked, Bai Yundao, what were you talking about when you were making so much noise just now? Bai Yundao didn't expect Shui Xiaohua to call his name, so he had to stand up and said, Teacher, I didn't say anything nonsense this time. Just now, I was asking for help. Ask for help. Shui Xiaohua looked suspicious. Who are you begging for help? Did your parents let you go to school or are you begging for help? Go home and beg for help instead of hindering your classmates' grades. Bai Yuntao's face darkened. Teacher, wait for me to finish what I am saying. We are asking Ning Wan to help us with English lessons at noon. English lessons. Shui Xiaohua thought about it and realized that, indeed, the subject their class was worst at besides math was English. But please, Ning Wan. She couldn't help but look at Ning Wan. For a moment, she didn't recognize who the other person was, but after looking at her carefully, she realized it was indeed Ning Wan. After thinking for a moment, Shui Xiaohua asked, Students who want to study with Ning Wan at noon, please raise your hands. Chapter 31. Whether it is a mule or a horse, you will know it after taking it out for a walk. As soon as Shui Xiaohua said this, more than a dozen students in the audience raised their hands. She was slightly startled, and after seeing this scene, she felt a little conflicted. It is a good thing that students are very motivated to study, but he thought of the time when he asked Zhaoyang to tutor Yang Huiru, but he had rejected her. If Ning Wan refused again, it would be really embarrassing. Besides, she was a little girl who was not good at expressing herself. She went on to say, the teacher's idea is this. I think students can form a study group or a small team, and then everyone can communicate in their spare time, help each other, and improve their grades together. What do you think of the teacher's suggestion? The students in the audience looked at each other, and no one refused. Since no students refuse, then, Ning Wan, are you willing to tutor your classmates in English in your free time? Shui Xiaohua asked with a try-it attitude. Although Ning Wan's grades were very good, she did have some deficiencies in communication. At this time, Ning Wan in the audience once again set her sights on Zhaoyang. Noticing Ning Wan's gaze, Zhaoyang was startled at first, then said, Xiao Ningning, there are some things you need to make your own decisions on, don't keep looking at me. Anyway, I feel like you teach really well. If you can really lead the class and improve your classmates' college entrance exam scores, I think that would be a great thing. After hearing Zhaoyang's words, Ning Wan raised her head. She said without hesitation, Teacher, I do. Good. Shui Xiaohua looked at Ning Wan's tenacious eyes and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Because she really felt that Ning Wan had changed. She is radiating light. With Ning Wan setting an example, Shui Xiaohua felt more confident. Are there any classmates who are willing to review math for everyone? Just at this moment, Zhaoyang suddenly raised his hand. The girls in the class immediately got green eyes when they saw this. Teacher, I think I can do it. Shui Xiaohua was confused when she heard this. No, I asked you to tutor Yang Huiru before but you refused. Today, you are going to tutor your classmates in math again. Zhaoyang, are you sure? Teacher, do you look down on me? Believe it or not, I can help you get the first place in the math test in the second mock exam. TSK. Shui Xiaohua looked at Zhaoyang's confident look. What happened to this kid recently? Just like Ning Wan, he seemed like a different person. Just then, another classmate also raised his hand. He is a bespectacled guy named Wang Jiamin. It's a boy. That's right, it's a boy named Wang Jiamin. Normally, he has a mushroom-shaped haircut and often combs it. He likes to look in the mirror during class and chatters a lot, just like a sissy. Most importantly, he likes to speak in the third person. Many students in the class are annoyed by him. Of course, it's not that they hate him, but that they think he is too troublesome and tedious. Teacher, Wang Jiamin is also okay. HMPH. As he said this, he rolled his eyes at Zhaoyang and snorted. Many people in the class rolled their eyes. It's true that Wang Jiamin has good grades, but his language expression ability is very poor. If she were asked to explain a question, she could go in a big circle and always leave her classmates confused. Even Xue Xiaohua didn't think highly of him. Zhaoyang was speechless. He couldn't help but complain, "It's not Wang Jiamin. Are you sick? Can't you just study hard? Why are you competing with me for anything? Why can't we grab it? Wang Jiamin's mock test score was better than yours, and your grades improved so quickly, maybe you cheated in the exam." At this time, a girl in the class who wanted to pounce on Zhaoyang stood up and said, "Wang Jiamin, please stop slandering me. How could Zhaoyang plagiarize? Our school's invigilation system is so strict. How could you see that he plagiarized? If Wang Jiamin says yes, then yes. Zhaoyang only scored 80 points in math last time. How could he have increased his score to 118 in just a few days? He must have cheated. You can't just stop criticizing others. Zhaoyang must have studied very hard. Wang Jiamin, you have studied hard, teacher." Wang Jiamin also wants to lead everyone to study. His woman hugged her arms and made a sound, looking angry, and Xue Xiaohua looked particularly ugly. This. How come there is such a sissy in the class? But then again, Wang Jiamin scored 120 points in the first mock math test, 2 points more than Zhaoyang. Logically speaking, Wang Jiamin can be chosen. But when Xue Xiaohua thought about his ability to express himself in language, she felt a headache. In fact, there are better students in the class to choose from, but they did not actively sign up. At this time, Zhaoyang said, "Teacher, it's enough to just take a mule or a horse out for a walk. Results can't tell everything. I suggest that we have a competition. Whoever teaches better will be chosen. How about that?" "TSK, that's fine." Xue Xiaohua's eyes lit up. In fact, she also thought about choosing Zhaoyang, but Zhaoyang's grades were indeed a bit inflated. In previous exams, the math scores were generally around 80 or 90 points, and this suddenly rose to 118, which was indeed a bit exaggerated. I'm afraid that the second mock exam score will drop to 80 or 90 points again. But you will know after trying it. Find a question of similar difficulty and look at Zhaoyang's solution, and you will know whether Zhaoyang has any skills or not. The classmates in the class wanted to watch this scene. Zhaoyang turned his head to look at Wang Jiamin and asked, "Wang Jiamin, do you have any objection?" Wang Jiamin raised her mushroom head and said, "Wang Jiamin has no objection." "Teacher, you give Wang Jiamin the questions first." The first class happened to be mathematics. After hearing what Wang Jiamin said, the mathematics teacher naturally had no objection. She took out a set of internal school test questions and then chose a final question that was as difficult as the college entrance examination. "Student Wang Jiamin, please go to the stage first and give this question to the students." Hearing this, Wang Jiamin took small steps to the podium. After taking the test paper and seeing the questions on it, he felt a pang in his heart. He doesn't know the answer to this question at all. It's extremely difficult. This is a series problem, which is quite difficult. Moreover, it is the final question. It will take at least half an hour to solve it. Wang Jiamin frowned at the question and thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out, so he had to stammer, "Teacher, this question is a bit difficult. Wang Jiamin doesn't know how to do it. Can you give me another one?" Har 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 har. There was laughter from the audience. "My God, it's ridiculous that you can't even answer the questions and yet you want to tutor others." Xue Xiaohua was also speechless. This question was indeed difficult, but if you think about it carefully, you should be able to solve it. If you can't even solve this problem, how can you tutor your classmates? You can't change it, Wang Jiamin, you should keep thinking about it. At this time, Wang Jiamin suddenly pointed at Zhaoyang and said, "If Wang Jiamin can't do it, then Zhaoyang certainly can't do it either. Humph, teacher, let Zhaoyang solve this problem." Chapter 32 Zhaoyang becomes a little teacher. After saying that, Wang Jiamin walked down the podium angrily, looking unconvinced. Most of the students in the class focused their attention on Zhaoyang. Since the test paper was not in his hand, Zhaoyang didn't know what question could have stumped Wang Jiamin. Without waiting for the teacher to remind him, Zhaoyang walked to the podium. At this time, his deskmate Ning Wan whispered to him, "Come on." Walking up to the podium, Zhaoyang took the test paper from Xue Xiaohua. "Teacher, let me see it." Xue Xiaohua nodded. In fact, she didn't have high expectations for Zhaoyang. Because I got this question wrong in the first mock exam in Zhaoyang, and only got half the points for the steps. After seeing the question above, Zhaoyang pondered for a few seconds, then raised his head and looked at Xue Xiaohua. Teacher, no problem, I am fully confident that I can teach you. Please start your performance. Xue Xiaohua pointed to the blackboard. Because of his excellent memory, Zhaoyang handed the test paper directly to the teacher, and then wrote down the original questions directly on the blackboard. The students below were stunned. Oh my god, what kind of super memory is this? He can remember all the questions after just a few glances at the test paper. This is so memorable. Seeing the students' mouths all turned into O shapes, Zhaoyang couldn't help but smile. Don't be surprised, students, let's take a look at this question. This question is indeed a bit difficult, but I have a very simple way to solve it. The students below were listening attentively, and Xue Xiaohua, who was standing nearby, was also listening with great interest. The most important thing is that Zhaoyang's way of solving problems is really different from the traditional method. Many steps are omitted, but the final result is also particularly correct. Zhaoyang impressed many students with his smooth movements. Of course, many students didn't understand him, because what he said was completely different from what Xue Xiaohua said. Looking at the students who seemed to understand but not quite, Zhaoyang chuckled. Do you know what is written on your faces now? It says confused. There is less than a month left before the exam. I will explain it to you in detail in the next period of time. At the same time, I also have unique ways of solving problems for functions, derivatives, and conic sections. I will explain them one by one when the time comes. I believe everyone will be able to get high scores in the college entrance examination. Good. Swish, swish, swish. Brother Yang is awesome. Suddenly, there was applause from the audience. Xue Xiaohua quickly took out her cell phone and took a picture of the answer Zhaoyang wrote on the blackboard, because she was also confused by what she heard. I understand, but not completely. Just as Zhaoyang was about to step down, he was suddenly stopped by Xue Xiaohua. Zhaoyang-san. Zhaoyang stopped and turned to look. What's wrong, teacher? Why don't you teach this class? Zhaoyang has a black question mark on his head. What the hell? Seeing Zhaoyang's surprised expression, Xue Xiaohua slowly said, because the teacher is very interested in your solution, and also wants to know more about the solution methods you mentioned for functions, derivatives, and conic sections. So, you will be the one teaching this class. Hearing this, Zhaoyang changed his mind. Actually, it's not impossible. However, he has conditions. Teacher, can you come out for a moment? Question mark. Xue Xiaohua was slightly startled, then quickly followed Zhaoyang's pace. Zhaoyang left the classroom and walked into the corridor, and Xue Xiaohua followed closely behind. Student Zhaoyang, what do you want to say when you call the teacher out? Zhaoyang didn't keep it a secret. Teacher, you can let me explain the questions, but you have to pay me for the class hours. Xue Xiaohua was confused when she heard this. Good man, you've even set your sights on spending your tuition fees? Student Zhaoyang, you. Before Xue Xiaohua finished speaking, the wine glass Zhaoyang interrupted again, to Ning Wan. At this moment, she understood. It turns out that you wanted to give it to Ning Wan. After all, Ning Wan is indeed a good child. His grades are so good, but unfortunately, he has no parents. If she had biological parents, I'm sure they would be very happy. Teacher, I don't actually want your tuition fees. Ning Wan's grades are so good, and her family situation is a bit special, so can you report to the school and help Ning Wan apply for some scholarships or something? Xue Xiaohua didn't even think about it and nodded in agreement. Teacher, I know. In fact, the school has already prepared scholarships for the students, but we have to wait until the college entrance examination results come out before distributing them to the students. Okay, thank you, teacher. But I'll take the tuition fee for this class. Let Ning Wan swipe your meal card when the time comes. After a brief exchange, Zhaoyang and Xue Xiaohua returned to the classroom. Then, he began to explain the test paper to the students in a bold and decisive manner. Compared to what Xue Xiaohua said, what Zhaoyang said was much easier to understand. Because Zhaoyang would come up with a joke or a story from time to time. This can better mobilize the students' emotions and make them listen more attentively. After one class, the effect was surprisingly good. Even some poor students were able to fully absorb the lesson. After the bell rang, Zhaoyang felt a little dry in the mouth. Students, I won't say anything like Teacher Shui, saying I'll leave it for a few minutes, or that the get out of class will end after I finish this question. We should end the get out of class. If you don't understand something, you are welcome to ask me after lunch. If everyone doesn't understand, I can even stay home at night and use the evening study time to explain the questions to everyone. At this moment, the classmates were already moved by Zhaoyang's sincerity. After returning to their seats, Zhaoyang looked at his ruddy little deskmate and said, "Ningning, did you understand what I said in class just now?" "I understand." She nodded obediently and couldn't help but admire, "You are really amazing. You can even make the head teacher give up the class to you. This is no small matter. Do you think I have the potential to be a teacher in the future?" After hearing Zhaoyang's words, Ning Wan thought about it. It's no wonder that teaching is a very popular and respected profession. If Zhaoyang becomes a teacher in the future, she will really support him 100%. I feel like, okay. Har har har, forget it. Zhaoyang waved his hand. I want to make a lot of money in the future and become a big boss. Although the teaching industry is good, but I choose doing TikTok. Ning Wan scratched her head, not understanding what Zhaoyang meant. Zhaoyang didn't want to explain either. After all, TikTok was only launched in 2016. Smartphones were just being launched and data traffic was still 5 yuan for 30 M. There is absolutely no need for explanation. This is just a track to consider when starting a business in Zhaoyang in the future. Chapter 33 Zhaoyang, My Home is Gone. The next few days passed uneventfully. Every noon, Ning Wan tutored her classmates in English. As a result, she received a lot of attention from her classmates, and even many of them became her little fans. Even when they meet in normal times, they respectfully call her teacher Ning Wan. At this age of 17 or 18, which is a bit immature, most boys will be reserved and embarrassed. Therefore, during the period of tutoring her classmates, Ning Wan received a total of 2 love letters. Well, it was given to me by a classmate. Of course Zhaoyang knew who it was. Because after receiving the love letter, Ning Wan would find him privately and ask him what to do about the matter. As for his answer, of course I refused. The man who is trying to steal my wife has come to me. How can this be okay? Ningning, just say you're about to take the college entrance exam and you don't want to have a relationship yet. Ning Wan listened to him very much. After telling them, the classmate who sent the love letter did not even give up and said that she wanted to apply to the same university with Ning Wan. Of course, Zhaoyang is not afraid of being poached at all. First, it's because Ning Wan has him in her heart. The second reason is that the boys in the class who like Ning Wan have worse grades than Ning Wan. Even if they worked themselves to death, it would be difficult for them to get into the same school as Ning Wan. Over the past few days, Ning Wan has gained a lot of popularity in the class, and more classmates are communicating with her. As for Zhaoyang, it is also very good. He scored 655 in the second mock exam and even got first place in mathematics in the whole school. His parents and Shui Xiaohua were all shocked. His parents promised to give him 10,000 yuan each, and they fulfilled their promise. However, they did not give him the money immediately, but said they would give it to him after the college entrance examination. Although Zhaoyang was a little unhappy, he didn't say much. Sunday, May 27, 2012. There are only 10 days left until the college entrance examination. Recently, Ms. Zhang Jiru did not go to work at all. She directly became Zhaoyang's college entrance examination reserve. She had to devote all her efforts to preparing nutritious meals for Zhaoyang and told him to rest so that he could welcome the only fair competition in his life. At 6:30 in the morning, Zhaoyang got up early and prepared to go to the library to study with Ning Wan and Xian Qianxing as usual. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Zhaoyang, in his pajamas and yawning, came to the living room to prepare for breakfast. Just at this moment, a piece of news on TV suddenly came into his ears. Here's an urgent news story. A fire broke out in our city's Sunshine Welfare Home 3 days early this morning. The fire has been basically brought under control. The fire caused burns to 5 children in the orphanage, 2 of whom were seriously injured. At the same time, 5 staff members of the orphanage also suffered burns to varying degrees. Firefighters are currently conducting rescue operations at the scene. Because he was quite sleepy, Zhaoyang didn't hear the news on TV clearly. His father, who was eating, said solemnly, "Zhaoyang, is one in the Sunshine Welfare Home?" This sentence instantly awakened Zhaoyang. His pupils shrank and he quickly came to the TV. At this time, the TV was broadcasting footage of reporters arriving at the scene to investigate. In the video, the entrance of the welfare home was surrounded by ambulances and fire trucks, as well as many children crying loudly. The situation was extremely chaotic, and the scene in the video was the orphanage where Ning Wan was. Bang! My heart beat violently. Zhaoyang took a deep breath and ran out of the house without any thought. Mr. Zhaoyang, who was drinking porridge, and Ms. Zhang, who was busy in the kitchen, moved their feet and came to the TV. Looking at the picture above, Zhang gave him a thigh blow. "Oh no, that's bad." Zhaoyang said that Wan is in this welfare home. "Lao Chao, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and drive over to take a look." "Oh." At the same time, on the street, a young man with messy hair and wearing silk pajamas with Doraemon patterns on them was staring at a bicycle desperately. The people around were all a little surprised when they saw him, because the temperature in the early morning of the end of May was not that high. Was he sure he wasn't cold wearing such thin pajamas? You know what, it's not cold in Zhaoyang now. There were beads of sweat the size of beans on his forehead, and he felt nervous and playful. He was praying silently in his heart, praying that nothing would happen to Ning Wan. He didn't understand why the fire broke out in the orphanage, because such a thing had never happened in his previous life. The journey that originally took 25 minutes was now reached in Zhaoyang in just 15 minutes. It is said that human potential is unlimited, and this statement is absolutely true. When we arrived at the entrance of Sunshine Welfare Home, the fire inside had been completely extinguished, but the scene was still in chaos. Many children were naked and crying outside. At this time, medical staff and firefighters were still coming in and out, looking very anxious. At the same time, because there were too many children, the teachers of the welfare home could not take care of them all. Zhaoyang learned in advance that the Sunshine Welfare Home has adopted more than 300 orphans, most of whom are between 0 and 9 years old. Looking at them crying loudly, Zhaoyang felt a sinking feeling in his heart. She seemed to see Ning Wan in elementary school. "Child, don't cry, don't cry." Zhaoyang walked straight over and picked up the child who looked 2 or 3 years old. The gate of the welfare home had been cordoned off and no one was allowed to enter, and the child in his arms was still crying loudly. "Sister, I want to find my sister." Zhaoyang knew very well that he couldn't be anxious or rush in at this moment. It was already chaotic outside and he couldn't cause trouble for others. He could only comfort the child in his arms. "Child, who is the sister you are talking about?" Sister Wan, she said she would come to pick me up, woo woo woo." Hearing this, Zhaoyang took a deep breath in his heart. "Sister Wan, it must be Ning Wan. That means she's fine. Okay, I'll take you to find Sister Wan now, don't cry." Zhaoyang had just finished speaking when a familiar voice came from behind him. "Zhaoyang." Zhaoyang turned his head immediately as if struck by lightning. At this moment, the person standing in front of him was either Ning Wan or someone else. She was dirty all over, with a lot of dirt on her body, and she didn't look very well. One could clearly see that she had dark circles under her eyes. It was obvious that she hadn't slept a wink all night. "Ning, are you okay?" The child in her arms stopped crying because she saw Ning Wan. But when Ning Wan saw the smiling child, she burst into tears. She covered her mouth, looked at the place where she grew up, and shed tears. Her home is gone. Zhaoyang's face didn't look very good, so he could only go forward and hold her in his arms, silently comforting her. Ning Wan pouted, her tone filled with sadness. "Zhaoyang, my home is gone." Chapter 34, Ning Wan didn't ask for leave, where did she go? This fire is serious. A 4-story building was directly burned down. Because the fire was discovered early, few people were injured, but after all the children were evacuated, the fire had already spread. Due to financial constraints, the welfare home uses isolation wall panels that are not flame retardant. This is also the main reason for the spread of fire. Looking at Ning Wan who was crying, Zhaoyang could only pat her back gently and said, it's okay, Ning Ning, your home is still there. Everything will be fine. Looking at the people around her, Ning Wan didn't know what her future would be like. Where will she go? Zhaoyang, Wanwan, are you okay? At this time, Zhaoyang's parents, Ms. Zhang Jiru and Mr. Zhaoyang, rushed over from the side. Only after seeing that the two children were safe did I feel relieved. I'm fine, Mom, it's just. The four people looked up at the dormitory building that had been burned black and sighed. The specific cause of the fire is still unknown, but according to Ning Wan, it might be that a naughty child did not sleep at night and took a match or lighter. The third and fourth floors of the dormitory building are unusable, and there is currently no particularly good solution. The welfare home can only rely on the government for repairs. At present, all the burned children have been sent to their hospital. Since the welfare home is currently unusable, the remaining children have to be sent to other welfare homes. Zhaoyang, Zhang Jiru and Zhaoyang helped the whole morning. Dad drove many children away. When everything was arranged, it was almost noon. Everyone was very tired after a busy morning, so Zhaoyang took them to a Sichuan restaurant. But at this moment, Ning Wan was in no mood to eat at all. One of her favorite children, who was 7 years old, was burned and was sent directly to the ICU because of the serious injuries. In the future, you may have to face skin grafting. Otherwise it will be difficult to recover. Looking at Ning Wan, who was in a depressed mood, Zhang Jiru didn't know how to comfort her. Wanwan, don't be sad. The injured child will definitely recover. If you have nowhere to go, you can live in our house. After all, the college entrance examination is only 10 days away, so studying is the most important thing. After hearing Zhang Jiru's words, Ning Wan didn't say anything. She is worried about many problems now. If you get into college, tuition fees will be a big problem. Secondly, she was also worried about the children in the welfare home. She wanted to go to their hospital in person to take care of the children and the aunts who were injured by the children. She didn't know whether to go to school. If I go to school, will I be a burden to the orphanage? No need, uncle and aunt. She suddenly shook her head and rejected Zhang Jiru. Seeing Ning Wan's look, Zhang Ji felt distressed. She persuaded her, Wan, our house has 3 bedrooms. Don't worry, auntie and uncle won't dislike you. You see, the college entrance examination is only 10 days away. You can live in our house for these 10 days. No matter what, these 10 days have to pass first. The most important thing is to finish the exam. But no matter how Zhang Jiru persuaded her, Ning Wan always shook her head. No need, uncle or auntie. Auntie Lin, who has taken care of me since I was a child, was injured while saving a child. I want to go to the hospital to take care of her. This. Zhang Jiru looked at Ning Wan with a very complicated expression. It's a good thing that she is grateful. But how can we not tell which is more important? Ning. Zhaoyang was about to continue persuading but was interrupted by Ning Wan. Zhaoyang, there's really no need. The orphanage raised me, and now that something like this has happened, I should step up and take care of them. Don't worry, I will arrange my time properly. I will go to school tomorrow. Please don't worry. I know what I am doing. She had already said this, and Zhaoyang couldn't say anything more. In the afternoon, both parents went back first, and Zhaoyang accompanied Ning Wan around the hospital. Zhaoyang discovered that after experiencing this incident, Ning Wan had grown a lot. She could handle everything in an orderly manner. The little girl who looked frail before could actually hold up the sky for others. 9 o'clock in the evening. Jiangcheng Third People's Hospital, rooftop. Zhaoyang and Ning Wan stood on the 28th floor of the inpatient department, looking at the night view of Jiangcheng. Not far from them is Jiangcheng's landmark building, Quancheng Square. The breeze blew Ning Wan's hair. She looked ahead with a somewhat empty gaze, looking at the night view of Jiangcheng. She didn't speak for a long time, and no one knew what she was thinking. Zhaoyang broke the silence. Ning. She turned her head away. Zhaoyang looked into her eyes and couldn't help but touch her cheek. The college entrance examination is coming soon. You must promise me that this incident will not affect your grades. She nodded slightly. His eyes were empty, and I didn't know what he was thinking. Looking at Ning Wan's expression, Zhaoyang just felt that something was strange, but he couldn't tell exactly what was strange. As it was getting late, Zhaoyang did not disturb her too much. He told her to go to bed early and left the hospital. He had classes the next day, and his mother also called him to urge him to go back early. The next day, after arriving at school, Zhaoyang immediately set his eyes on Ning Wan's seat in the back row. However, she did not come. Zhaoyang was already vaguely worried. Human intuition is often correct. In fact, Zhaoyang had a vague premonition in his heart yesterday. The morning reading started quickly. Chinese teacher Ren Ailing walked in with her hands behind her back. While supervising the students' morning reading, she noticed Ning Wan's empty seat. "Zhaoyang, your deskmate didn't come today." In fact, Ren Ailing also knew what happened yesterday. He even specifically asked Xue Xiaohua if she was in trouble. Of course, Xue Xiaohua didn't know either. Later, Xue Xiaohua called the welfare home and was relieved to learn that she was fine. The latter shook his head. "She didn't come, I don't know if she asked for leave." "Okay, I got it." Ren Ailing took a deep breath, then quickly left the classroom and walked straight towards the office. Zhaoyang also hurriedly followed. After pushing open the office door, Ren Ailing hurriedly asked, "Teacher Xue, Ning Wan didn't come to school today. Did she ask for leave from you?" "What? Classmate Ning Wan didn't come?" Xue Xiaohua was also surprised when she heard the news. "Because Ning Wan really didn't ask for leave today. Is it because of what happened yesterday?" "She didn't ask for leave." "Zhaoyang." Xue Xiaohua saw Zhaoyang and asked quickly, "Zhaoyang, do you know where Ning Wan went?" "He didn't ask for leave today." Hearing this, he was a little at a loss. "Teacher, why don't you call the welfare home and ask first?" "Good." Xue Xiaohua quickly took out her cell phone and made a call. Chapter 35, The Last Time I Skipped Class in High School, for Ning Wan. "Hello, is this Jiancheng Sunshine Welfare Home? I am the head teacher of grade 3-5 of Zhenhua Middle School, Xue Xiaohua. Excuse me, did classmate Ning Wan come to school today?" "What? She left the hospital so early in the morning, and she was carrying a school bag." Xue Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when she heard the news. "Since you left the hospital so early in the morning, why didn't you come to school? Could there have been an accident on the road?" After having this thought, Xue Xiaohua felt a sinking feeling in her heart. A fire broke out in the welfare home. In order not to worry the staff inside, Xue Xiaohua repeatedly assured that she could find Ning Wan before hanging up the phone. Putting down the phone, she frowned deeply. "Zhaoyang, the welfare home said that Ning Wan left early in the morning. You go back to the classroom to study first. I will inform Director Pan and go find him immediately." After saying that, Xue Xiaohua and Ren Ailing trotted out of the classroom. Zhaoyang took a deep breath and ran out closely behind him. However, he did not follow the head teacher, but returned to the class and found Xian Qianxing. Seeing that Zhaoyang looked unhappy, Xian Qianxing asked, "What's wrong, Brother Yan? Did something happen?" "Ning Wan didn't come to school, and the welfare home said that Ning Wan went out." "What?" Hearing this, the book in Xian Qianxing's hand fell to the ground. Recently, Ning Wan and Zhaoyang have been tutoring him. Although his grades have not improved much, his score in the third mock exam increased by more than 40 points. If I can keep calm, maybe I can get into college. So in Xian Qianxing's heart, he was really grateful to Zhaoyang and Ning Wan. "She didn't come. Where did she go?" "Brother Yan, do you know?" "How should I know, you beast? Do you want to go crazy with me and skip class for the last time in high school?" Before, they would skip classes to go to internet cafes. But this time, it's different. Xian Qianxing agreed without any hesitation. "Brother Yan, don't even ask me to skip classes. Even if I have to dig 3 feet underground, I will be willing to do it as long as I can find Ning Wan. You are worthy of being my good brother." Zhaoyang shrugged and smiled, his eyes gradually became tough, and he quickly ran out of the classroom with Xian Qianxing. At the same time, some classmates have already heard that Ning Wan did not come. At this time, the student was wondering if it was related to the fire in the welfare home yesterday. Ning Wan didn't come to school. She seems to be missing. Why don't we go and help her? Really? She taught me English for so long, and my English score increased by 30 points. I can't let anyone disappear, but I can't let my mentor disappear. I'll go find it. I'm going too. Let's go, everyone. Suddenly, nearly 20 students walked out of the grade 3-5 classroom. They have all received guidance from Ning Wan, and they know how difficult it is for Ning Wan. So, Ning Wan must be found. After running downstairs, more and more people appeared behind Zhaoyang and Shen Qianxin. Zhaoyang smiled, because these were all classmates taught by Ning Wan. In fact, Ning Wan's popularity was not as bad as he thought. The security guards at Zhenhua Middle School did not let them go out. A fat man in the class pushed the security guard to the ground, with his huge fist 10 centimeters away from the security guard's eyes, threatening him. Open the door for me. The security guard was so frightened that his face turned pale. Yes, I will open it now. My classmate, please don't hit my handsome face. I haven't married yet. Seeing the timid security guard, Zhang Jinhu smiled. He never imagined that one day he would be able to pin a security guard to the ground and threaten him. I have to say, it's really cool. The power gate was slowly opened and 20 students rushed out of the school. Perhaps, this is the craziest thing they have done in their 3 years of high school. After leaving school, everyone gathered together to discuss how to find Ning Wan. Zhaoyang, you are Ning Wan's deskmate, you should know the route Ning Wan takes to go to and from school. I think I can go to the school and take a look. Another student expressed his opinion. What if we can't find her? I think it would be better to hand out flyers, or take her photo and ask people on the street to see if they have seen her. That's fine, but here comes the problem. We don't have a photo of Ning Wan. At this time, a boy named Xing Sinyu in the class stood up and said, well, I have photos of Ning Wan on my phone. I have a crush on her, and I took a few photos secretly. After saying that, he quickly turned his gaze to Zhaoyang. Brother Yan, please don't blame me. I really didn't know you two were together at the time. If I knew you two were a couple, even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to take a secret photo of her. Zhaoyang was confused. No, how come they were together? Of course, Zhaoyang was too lazy to argue with him. I don't blame you, I'll give you 100 yuan, go to the printing shop next door and print a few hundred photos of Ning Wan, we must find her today. Okay. Xing Sinyu and several classmates quickly went to a nearby stationery store. At the same time, Zhaoyang said, well, Fatty, Liu Yan, you two go with Shen Qianxin and look for Ning Wan on the road she must take to go to school. Okay, no problem, Brother Yang. Other students, let's wait for the photos to be printed, and then we can go look for them together later. No problem, don't worry. Everyone nodded. Soon, Xing Sinyu ran out with a thick stack of Ning Wan's color photos. After distributing them to everyone prepared to search separately. Zhaoyang, we will notify the class group when there is news, everyone go quickly. Good. A dozen students dispersed at the gate of Zhenhua Middle School. 10 minutes later, Pan Yuanshan, the director of the senior grade, came out with several teachers. They took the students' disappearance very seriously. After they came out, Director Pan took the lead and said, let's split up to look for him. Teacher Shui, please send Ning Wan's photo to the other teachers, and ask more passers-by. Shui Xiaohua's expression did not look very good when she heard this, because she did not have any photo of Ning Wan at all. She is usually timid, and when there is an opportunity to take a group photo, she will stand in the corner and is unwilling to show up. Director Pan, I don't have any photos of Ning Wan. She always hides in the corner when we take photos. What? You must have photos of outstanding students in the class exhibition booth. Shui Xiaohua quickly took out her cell phone and searched for a long time before she found a photo of Ning Wan. In the photo, Ning Wan has thick bangs covering her eyes. The photo looks ugly, and there is a huge difference between her now and then. Director Pan, can I use this one? Okay. By the way, go print a few copies and hand them out to passers-by or something. Shui Xiaohua felt that what he said made sense and immediately went to a nearby printing shop. Hello boss, can you print the photos on A4 paper? Oh, are you printing a girl? Chapter 36. She skipped classes to work part-time. How do you know that? Shui Xiaohua was startled, and the shop owner replied, a few students just came and printed more than 100 photos of this little girl. Look, I still have one copy here. As she spoke, the proprietress took out an A4 paper with Ning Wan's photo printed on it that had been left by her classmates. After seeing the photo above, Shui Xiaohua frowned, but she didn't have time to think about it. Please print 50 more copies for me. Auntie, have you seen this little girl? No. Okay, thank you Auntie Tilda. On Xingfu Street, Zhaoyang wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at the busy street, and took a deep breath. It's already 8:30 in the morning and still no news. Xian Qianxing and two other classmates searched for Ning Wan for a long time on their way to school, but unfortunately there was no clue at all. You can call the police only after 24 hours if someone is missing. This time is not enough. And according to classmates, no traffic accidents occurred on the road Ning Wan had to take to go to school today. But where is she? Zhaoyang looked around helplessly, and then continued to ask an uncle who was walking over, Uncle, have you seen this girl? The uncle glanced at the paper and then waved his hand. No, don't bother me. Sorry to trouble you. Zhaoyang had no choice but to whisper an apology and then look for his next target. Several students are experiencing this kind of situation. Auntie, have you seen the girl on the paper? Oh. She's over 1.6 meters tall, wearing the same school uniform as me, with a high ponytail, and she's 18 years old. No. Auntie, why don't you take another look? What are you doing, kid? I said I didn't see anything, so don't follow me. Sorry to bother you. The students were running around outside for the entire morning. They ran through the streets and alleys but couldn't find Ning Wan. 12 o'clock noon. Zhaoyang and Xian Qianxing gathered together, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and continued strolling on the street. The A4 paper in his hand was already soaked with sweat. Xian Qianxing was fat to begin with, and with the hot weather today, Zhaoyang was really afraid that this guy would get heat stroke. Okay, you beast, let's stop wandering around. I'll treat you to a meal and then go back to school at noon. If Shui Xiaohua knows so many people skipped classes, she might scold us. Xian Qianxing waved his hand. Just scold me, it doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of my father's 7 wolves, so why should I be afraid of being scolded by the head teacher? Besides, I skipped class this time to visit my classmates, not to go to the internet cafe. Maybe my dad would praise me if he knew about it. Okay, stop talking. How about going to this fast food restaurant? Zhaoyang and Xian Qianxing came to a fast food restaurant called Zhongdao. Xian Qianxing was not in the mood to eat at all. Whatever, Brother Yang, you can eat anything, just eat whatever you want. Become. The two entered the fast food restaurant one after the other, and then selected some dishes. When they saw the waitress serving the food, Xian Qianxing suddenly said, Brother Yang, do you think Ning Wan ran out to work because of the fire in the welfare home? Zhaoyang thought about it. Actually, it is not impossible. Such an incident happened in the welfare home, and the loss must have been huge. Even the basic problems of food, clothing and housing for the children cannot be solved. There are also high medical bills waiting for them. Ning Wan might really be working outside. It's possible. Let's talk about it later. If it doesn't work now, I'll look for it in the afternoon. Brother Yang, I'm with you. What a good brother. The two of them sat at the table in the restaurant and started eating. About 10 minutes later, Xian Qianxing's cell phone, which was placed on the table, suddenly rang. After seeing the mobile phone number jumping on the screen, he immediately pressed the answer button. What? Have you seen Ning Wan? Where? Okay, this is the KFC next to Qingzi Road, right? We'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Xian raised his head suddenly, his eyes filled with joy. Brother Yang, Li Xiaoyang from our class has seen Ning Wan. He is at the KFC on Qingzi Road. Let's go over there quickly. Let's go. The two men didn't have time to eat, so they rushed out and hailed a taxi on the road. Master, let's go to the KFC on Qingzi Road. The KFC on Qingzi Road is 13 kilometers away from here, which is quite far. Zhaoyang could never have imagined that this little girl Ning Wan actually went to work. Sitting in the back seat, Zhaoyang couldn't help but say, You beast, you are such a badass. You just said Ning Wan was working, but I didn't expect she really went there. Hey. He chuckled and scratched his head. If that's the case, then I have to say more good things. Brother Yang, you will definitely be able to marry Ning Wan, and you two can have twin fat boys. I just wish you to get the top score in the college entrance examination this year. As for me, I don't have high expectations, I just want to get into a third-tier university. If I can get into a third-tier university, my parents will happily send me on a trip abroad. Zhaoyang just smiled and nodded without saying anything. After all, how could there be such a sharp crow's mouth? It's twins, a boy and a girl, but there's still no word on their fate. The car was shaking as it drove along. On the way, Zhaoyang called Li Zhaoyang. He said that after he took it out, he kept walking to look for it, and unknowingly walked to Qingzi Road. It was a restaurant and there happened to be a KFC nearby, so I planned to go in and have a burger. When checking out, I suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the kitchen. After looking carefully, I found out it was Ning Wan. Then he immediately called Shen Qianxing. The car drove for more than 30 minutes and arrived at the KFC on Qingzi Road. Zhaoyang and Shen Qianxing rushed in immediately after getting out of the car. At this time, Li Zhaoyang was sitting in a corner eating French fries. After walking over, Shen Qianxing asked first, "Where is Ning Wan?" "Sure." Li Zhaoyang pointed to the meal preparation window. "It's right inside the meal preparation window. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. It's Ning Wan." "Shen Qianxing, did she see you?" "No." He shook his head heavily. Ning Wan has been busy backstage and didn't notice it. Let's go find her. Because they are not store staff, they cannot enter KFC's kitchen. So Zhaoyang had to call a staff member in. "Hello, may I ask if there is an 18-year-old lady named Ning Wan who has just joined the store today?" Hearing this, the young lady was stunned. "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" "Zhaoyang, she skipped classes to work part-time." Chapter 37 Persuasion to Ning Wan. Zhaoyang felt that if he directly said he was looking for Ning Wan, the young lady might not care. But saying that she skipped classes to work part-time is a different matter. In this way, they also have joint liability. Allowing other parties to work without clarifying their identities is also a violation of regulations. After hearing what Zhaoyang said, the young lady was slightly startled, and then quickly said, "Please wait a moment, I will ask the supervisor." "Okay." The young lady walked away quickly. Shen Qianxing on the side grinned, "Oh my god, Brother Yang, you are awesome." Zhaoyang asked expressionlessly, "What's so great about this?" "You said Ning Wan skipped classes to work part-time. If it were me, I would definitely not say that." "Oh." Zhaoyang waved his hand, "This is the art of language. If we simply say we are looking for Ning Wan, they may not pay attention to us. After all, it may affect other people's work." "Li Zhaoyang, that's true. Let's wait a moment." A moment later, another aunt who looked to be in her 40s and was wearing KFC clothing brought Ning Wan here. Ning Wan lowered her head and clasped her hands together, like a baby who had made a mistake. Especially after seeing Zhaoyang here, he didn't even dare to raise his head. "Hello, hello." At this time, the KFC supervisor came over and took a look at their school uniforms. Wow, they turned out to be students from Zhenhua Middle School. Zhenhua Middle School is a key middle school in the city. If something really happens, KFC will also be responsible. "Hello." Zhaoyang was the first to say hello. The aunt introduced herself, "I am the person in charge of this KFC. My colleague just said that this little girl skipped class today. Is that true?" As she spoke, she turned her head and glanced at Ning Wan. Ning Wan looked aggrieved at this time, and lowered her head a little after hearing her words. With her pouty lips, she looked so pitiful. When the person in charge saw her appearance at that moment, he knew it was true. Li Zhaoyang knew that it was inappropriate for Zhaoyang to speak at this time, so he stood up immediately and said, "Auntie, this is indeed true. Our classmate's family conditions are not good, so he came out to work. Look, the college entrance examination is only 10 days away. Actually, you can work after the exam. You are really causing trouble. The college entrance examination is in 10 days. The aunt in charge couldn't help but look at Ning Wan again, because during the interview this morning, she said that she was a student at a nearby university. Oh my goodness, I'm a high school student, and a senior in high school. No matter how poor your family's financial situation is, you can't skip classes at this time. She couldn't help but turn her head and said to Ning Wan in a gentle voice, "Little girl, how could you lie to your aunt? There are still 10 days before the college entrance examination. Do you know how important the college entrance examination is to you? The college entrance examination is the only chance to change your destiny, do you know that?" At this time, Ning Wan muttered quietly, "Studying is not the only way out." In fact, she came out to look for a job because she was afraid of bringing burden to their welfare home. One child who was severely burned was in particularly bad condition and kept crying last night. Ning Wan couldn't bear it anymore and promised the girl to buy her favorite Barbie doll. She stopped crying only after hearing Ning Wan's promise. Secondly, facing the high tuition fees of university, she didn't know how to solve it. When the person in charge heard Ning Wan's words, he sighed and couldn't help but patted her on the shoulder. "Child, you are right. Although studying is not the only way out, it is the quickest way out. You are still young and have a lot of youth ahead of you. You should go to university to learn more knowledge, and then use what you have learned to serve our motherland. You can earn some money by working part-time now, but you only have a high school diploma. Do you think you can challenge for a high salary?" When hearing this, Ning Wan fell silent. She is still too young and doesn't understand. Zhaoyang can also understand. Ning Wan is a good child, but sometimes she can't tell what is important and what is not. She didn't have a long-term vision. Zhaoyang remembers very clearly that after 2013, the country began to fight poverty and increased investment in certain welfare homes. The country will ensure that every child is well fed and warm and has access to education. With the development of the internet in the future, major internet celebrities will go to welfare homes, orphanages and backward mountain villages to provide support. Looking at the silent Ning Wan, the person in charge said, "Child, you still have a long way to go in the future. Don't be overwhelmed by the hardships you are facing now. You are still a student, so you should do what students should do. The setbacks you face now will be nothing to you in the future. Okay, go with your classmates." After the person in charge finished speaking, Zhaoyang walked over decisively and took Ning Wan's hand. "Let's go, what are you still standing there for?" She still didn't speak, but took the initiative to take a step forward. Just then, the lady in charge suddenly thought of something, and she hurriedly said, "Look at my brain, you haven't been paid for the whole morning." She quickly took out a 10 yuan note from her pocket and said, "Little girl, this is your salary. Since you only worked for a few hours, this is all I can give you." Ning Wan took the money without any hesitation and said thank you in a low voice. "Thank you, auntie, I'm sorry for the trouble." "It's okay, kid. Go back and study hard. Don't do this again. If you want to come after the college entrance examination, you are still welcome here." When hearing these words, Ning Wan felt warm in her heart. "Thank you, auntie. You're welcome. Now go change your clothes." "Good." Only now did Ning Wan raise her head, staring at Zhaoyang with her big watery eyes. "I'm going to change my clothes." "Go ahead." She got up and left, heading to the staff room to change clothes. At this moment, Li Xiaoyang said, "Zhaoyang, I'm going to make a phone call to inform other students and the class teacher." "Okay, go ahead. You two will wait for Ning Wan." After saying that, Li Xiaoyang took his phone and left KFC. The aunt in charge left after a few words of greeting because she had other things to do. At this time, Shen Qianxing beside him couldn't help but say, "Brother Yang, I like this person in charge very much." Zhaoyang was startled, "So you like young women? What the hell?" Shen Qianxing grinned, "No, Brother Yang, I feel that this person in charge has a very positive outlook. When did I ever say I like young women? Even if I like young women, this person in charge is a little small, and her voice is not pleasant."